keep running. Anti-hero, aftershock, 60 from zero, way out past the lines. Let's go, get what's mine.
Get in. Oh, man.
Burger. Alright, insight push through Burger. He was just sitting like our side truck.
One shot on the card! Yeah, we can weaker.
Nice, insight was Burger somewhere. You got this.
Good try, bro.
Good try,
oh
brother.
my god.
Good try.
Dude.
Nice.
Hell, bro. Jesus Christ.
Did he just kill me, bro?
You don't want to die.
This has been perfect. They are cutting them down. Last man left alive in no time. 04 has clutched it up. Super lines them all up. Give him the ace to close it out. So close they could taste it. The first series win. They'll get a flank, but never mind. In a corner. In a corner. To the 1v1. The game goes on.
30 seconds. You see him?
God, 81 bullet. Both bomb. God, 81 bullet. I just shot the ball. Good try. I didn't know it looked like that, bro. Bro, I saw the guy on the left and I just tweaked.
Even Hydra drops a burger, but it wasn't just LA Thieves cooking this weekend. Welcome back, everybody. A very fantastic special Sunday. It's the final qualifier before we get to Major 3. Allie, are you excited?
I am excited. What's even funnier about that is Envoy and Dan not knowing at all what was going on. So they're like straight faced while Scrap is trying not to laugh his butt off.
The Lord's Loud is going to be heard throughout the world, I was told. And who is bringing the noise in game today?
Listen, I think, Vegas for sure. We saw their listening yesterday. They were hyped. They were going nuts. So hopefully we get some cool listenings from there. But we know that some winners bracket spots are on the line today. We'll try to figure out those implications, but it's going to be exciting.
Before we do, let's revisit the cooking that was done this week. Purge.
Unreal.
Was he frying?
He was absolutely frying. I mean, I wonder what this guy's favorite sauce is because I don't know what he ate before this match. Purge was literally on one the entirety of this series. This is literally a montage that could go so long.
Yeah, I mean, this was an electrifying series from the side of Boston. Purge was going crazy. We saw some huge Snoopy 2 and 3 pieces. Like, this is the Boston that we're expecting to see continuously now, right? Yeah. Because this is like one of their best splits so far. And we saw at the last LAN, they can beat a top team on LAN. So Boston looking good going into this next major, trying to secure a top seed today.
They're at number 6 overall right now with a chance to get up to 150 points. Currently at $140, tied with Miami. Wasn't just Purge, though, cooking. Simulants. The one player on Cloud9 that went positive yesterday had a 1.31.
Unreal.
Man was a one-man army.
This guy's disgusting at this game. I mean, when we see Cloud9 find any sliver of success, it's when Sib has to go into this literal takeover mode. This guy was popping 4 pieces. He's picking up the SMG. He is flying around the map, making plays. He was literally everything.
Yeah, he was Ultra Instinct. But yeah, this is some salty fries, if you know what I mean. If I'm Sib, I am pissed off right now.
Yeah.
You guys need to show up to the occasion. Like, I'm cooking. I'm in the kitchen. It's too hot. Somebody help me out.
He wasn't the only chef. Another subliner looking for the right track. Kismet.
Those 99 kids yesterday.
The amazing onion ring in your fries. He was one of a kind yesterday, Allie.
Yeah, he was. I mean, it was 99 Ks yesterday, and same sort of situation, right? Like, get this guy some help. I mean, he's doing as much as he can on the map. It's one of the best series that we've seen from him. It's one of the closest series we've seen from LA Gorilla Mates in general. Just wish that they could have pulled out a win.
You should have had a 1v4.
LAG talked to C9, Kismet and Sib on the same team by champs. Something could be brewing there. We've got FaZe also in the mix this week. Fries from our #1 team. Not always. Some burger plays, Al.
They were definitely thinking of hopping off the map a couple of times when it came to this series. I mean, you got some laughs out of draws there, but
this
I mean,
one's
how do
athletic,
you
though.
not lose composure seeing this on your screen if you're Sim?
Yeah, dude's my bad. I'm on fire.
Wait, did he think he was in Warzone? There's no parachute, bro.
Hey, listen, that's
need
an
some
ode
fences
to
on the map,
Clayster,
dude.
man. You just gotta fall off the map sometimes, regain composure.
Only
you know what I'm saying?
ARs known for falling off maps for some reason. Let's take a look at our standings. We have 3 teams at 4-1, and they're all done. But LA Thieves and Breach both in action with the chance to make it 5-way tie at 4-1 going into Major 3.
You literally could not ask for a better last Sunday heading into a major. All 4 through 9 are playing today, and so much can change depending on who pulls out a W.
If the bracket started today without our 3 qualifier matches, this is what it would look like. Thieves would play Breach. That would be a rough one. Heretics versus Royal Ravens. Ultra FaZe in the first round. And then Surge would draw Optic, which you have to think is the easiest matchup in that opening round.
This is
Maybe, but you
awesome
know
bracket.
Optic you can get on land too, so that also could be a banger.
I kind of hope that's our bracket. Those matches are lit.
Biggest game of the day, though. You're looking at 2 teams playing for money at champs. That's LA Thieves and Carolina Royal Ravens. And the Royal Ravens, for the first time, are not a top 4 team. What did they do? They made a team change.
They did. They add in Dylan Rex, a guy who's been looking to get a spot in the league for quite a bit now. And I feel like that's almost been the story recently. It's been a lot of Challengers players that have kind of gone through the gauntlet for the past couple of seasons, now finally getting their shot. And so far, most of these roster moves have panned out, so I'm really excited to see what he does for Carolina.
And you are 1 LAN match win away from tying Vancouver for 4th, and you are 70 points ahead of the rest of the competition. Boston is at 146 place. So what do? You got 210 right now as Carolina. What are the expectations for Dylan between now and champs?
Yeah, I mean, to come in and then be a championship contender. I mean, that's what they're looking for, right? You know, their worst game mode as a team was Hardpoint, and that you look at the stats, and Vivid was the weakest performer in said game mode, right? So you bring in Dylan Rex, who his role has been a Slayer AR his entire career. He's getting his first chance. It should be the added firepower that they need. So yes, the expectation is this change is going to make us championship contender ready.
Slasher and Dylan Rex, the ARs for Carolina. On the other side, you got Scrap and Dan Ghosty for LA Thieves. How's the Thieves been looking coming off that 3-0 over the Gorilla Mates?
I mean, they've looked unreal. They've been trying to expand their map pool. Their biggest thing right now is obviously going to be looking back at that Toronto Game 5 and maybe looking at a possibility of playing them in round 1, depending how today goes. And for LA Thieves, they want that rematch, right? Because they're looking for dominance heading into the rest of the season.
Yeah, I think for LA Thieves, they look phenomenal. I mean, online they've always been absolutely insane.
Yeah.
Toronto's been giving them troubles. I mean, you look at it, even their match online and on land, they've lost to them, so a little bit of a matchup thing there. But the Search and Destroy, some big improvements. I mean, they played every single Search map this split besides Protocol, and they have a win on all of them, right? So developing their map pool, as Ali said, and improving in Search and Destroy, which we've seen now through 2 tournaments, is the deciding factor if you're winning that grand final.
Some teams have only played each other once. Thieves have played against Carolina 4 times. They are 4-0.
They have done them every single time. So if you're Carolina Royal Ravens, you don't love this pool, but if you're Thieves, you might want to test a couple of maps because this is the last one you have heading into the major.
Ali, no one beats TJ 5 times in a row.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Anything to back yourself up.
Absolutely.
Absolutely not.
We haven't seen Dylan Rex. I
Lord.
think it's a fair call out. When does Dylan play? Well, you can lock in and check him out at 6 p.m. We got 3 matches loading up. Before that, Atlanta FaZe trying to finish 3-2 after a rocky start, taking on Texas as well as Falcons and Breach. That's where we start the show. Can Vegas keep the wins rolling in? They started to find their form in Hardpoint. Now they're taking on one of the best in Boston, Breach, and the Great Purge.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. The 2025 Vegas Falcons team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to let them know who was here. It was a Falcon. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Only leveling, pure beast mode, no settling. Tryna go hard, whole team for the veterans. Pull up on charge, gotta get these medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, no debate. They amazed how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage. Only leveling, pure beast mode, no settling. Tryna go hard, whole team for the veterans. Pull up on charge, gotta get these medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, no debate. They amazed how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage. Only progression. We call the shots that Smith and Wesson. They wanna smoke, no we can best them. Who's really game? Let's get to testing, take no losses, only lessons. Come back harder, no backing down. Still put in work when no one's around. No complaints, don't make a sound. Actions talk, they're really loud. Pure focus, I'm in and now. Keeping my head in the game. They could not step on my lane, must be insane. Look at the precision, aim. Do it for the passion of fame. Bring in medals and haters. Gonna hate, but we still on top, no debate. They amazed how we make these plays. Field or court, we rock this stage.
It's time for our first match of the day. Just 3 remaining before we go down to Boca Raton for Major 3. And Vegas Falcons, for the first time on LAN, may have a strong fan base cheering them on. The squad has returned with a whole new life since Pred has been added to the mix. But can we talk big picture here? Because if Vegas somehow beats Boston today, and if we see Atlanta take down Optic as expected, and Dylan Rex upsets LA Thieves, guess who's playing in the winner's bracket out?
That would be Vegas.
It would be Vegas Falcons. Listen, they got to win their match first, though. But I like the big picture of there is a possibility they start in winners.
Let's start with our teams, shall we? Take a look at this roster. They are handsome lads in Pred, Priesta, Arcees, and Xnid. The 3 on the left have world championship ranks. Arcee, he's got multiple. Can Xnid find championship form with this lineup? They've already seen a lot of progress.
I just don't want to be the bearer of bad news that this is probably the worst matchup poll they could have gotten for this split as their last one, because their only strength is going to really be in that hard point. The S&Ds haven't been close, and then even in the control, they won that one versus Optic Texas to get that W, and they're going up against the team in the Boston Breach that is sitting right behind them as the 3rd best hard point team, but also the best control team in the game. So Vegas Falcons need to win through respawns, and they're going up against probably their toughest draw.
We're trying to find out who exactly Boston is after dropping a map to Gentlemates. They have now 3-0'd Cloud9. Boston Breach, you also have the 3-0 over Toronto Ultra. How does Vegas stack up against them?
Yeah, I mean, I think Ali said it perfectly. It's a very tough matchup for Vegas because their specialty is hardpoint, and that's also been Boston's specialty on the season. So for Vegas, you got to figure out a way to win a search and destroy. I mean, right now you've been dead last in opening duels, so like that's like slowing it down. We saw they try to send Xnid alone by himself a lot on some of these long pinches. Maybe get him play with the team and just kind of simplify the game, push together, find that blood, and then adjust from there. So yeah, their search has been hurting them way too bad.
I know they were all warming up, but nobody passed the vibe check this morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Throwing it out
locked,
there,
bro.
Vegas. Let's see some smiles. On the other side, we have Boston Breach, and this is the squad that first made their statement, their breakout at EWC. You saw Snoopy surrounded by some Challengers players. Well, the Breach are the real deal. They're currently in 6th place. They are basically 1 LAN away from going to champs. Al, what are the expectations for a team that is now sitting 3-1, and that only loss was around 11 to Minnesota?
They're in an interesting spot. Boston Breach was considered a team kind of around the bubble, but if they keep playing the way that they are and clean up their search and destroys a little bit, they could be looking at a team kind of contending for that top 4, for that top 6 push. But it all depends on what they show us at the major on LAN. But for today, at least, they have to get this win versus Vegas Falcons to even be in that conversation, because their respawn's been unreal. S&D, they've won 3 of their last 5, but it's been a lot of round 10s pushing round 11, so they need to clean it up a little bit sooner.
I just looked at the map count. Boston is 11-4 this stage. What does that mean? So even if they go to a game 5 and win it, this team is guaranteed top 2 seed going into the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, they have been phenomenal, and they've improved in a lot of key areas, right? Like their search and destroy. I think the map pool changes helped them. The dealership looks good. Rewind was solid before it got taken out, and now they love to play it once again. And then you look at the control, 4-0 this split. They have completely added Hacienda to their map pool. So Boston in a very good spot. It's just about bringing this level of play into the land.
Snoopy double passed the buy check, or sorry, the vibe check. We're gonna take a look here at our Skyline Rewind Vault check for the first 3 maps. Who wins these out?
You gotta look at the side of Boston Breach. They love Rewind. They're one of the teams with the most reps on it, 3-1 on it so far just in this split alone. Vault is good if you're looking at the side of Vegas Falcons because that's gonna be the only control that they feel comfortable on.
Okay.
And of course they love the Skyline Hardpoint, but the issue is it's the beginning of the series and you're going up against a team that has Snoopy on it.
Well,
that is unreal.
Yeah, I mean, the Skyline Hardpoint is honestly a toss-up for me because Vegas have been unreal on that map, right? So if you're Boston, you're kind of squaring. And then also the vault control, we saw Vegas felt good on it versus Texas.
Yeah.
So at least in the first half of this series, I think you have a good chance if you're Vegas Falcons to steal some respawns.
Cammy is glowing on an Easter Sunday. I'm going Boston Breach, Al.
Yeah, 1 and 3 are good for Vegas, but I gotta stick with Boston Breach in this one.
Wait!
What?
I forgot. We're not supposed to make real picks, shall we? It's Easter Sunday, everybody.
Reset button, reset button.
Reset, Al. Where are you going?
I like the slight blue one. Does it?
Inside, I'm told, we have magic decisions being made for us. Vegas Falcons! Nameless, what did you get?
God, this one says Atlanta FaZe. I need to know. No.
What did the Easter Bunny bring you?
I got Vegas Falcons as well. It's all Vegas in there.
Wait, is it really?
Yeah, it's all Vegas in there.
Is it all Vegas?
Is it, though?
No, because you got...
Is it, though? And the fans will also go Boston. We're split here on the desk. The Bunny decides our fate today, gentlemen.
Let's go Vegas.
What is this cheese?
Oh, goodness. The desk is already out of control. It's not even a Maven Sunday, but it is an Easter Sunday. Happy Easter to all of you out there. Jay, this is one of those matchups, though, that you look at, and it is one of those that for Boston, especially how they've played so far this stage, it should be and feels like it has to be a win if they want to try to keep their playoff championship hopes alive, not just for the major, being in the major seed, but mostly being there at the end of the year. Where for Vegas, I mean, hey, you've already gotten 1 win on the season. This would be, I think, maybe an opportunity to get a second.
Yeah, you're definitely trying to get your second win sooner rather than later. It's just their struggle right now in search and destroy and control is abysmal. You're 0-5, basically dead last in every category in S&D. And in the control, both of your ARs are bottom 2 control KDs that we have on the stage. So you just don't have any consistency in that game mode. But at least for hard points, you have definitely been able to show it, especially on the opening one on Skyline, where I was able to commentate their match yesterday versus Atlanta, and they beat the living hell out of them, but just dominating off the rotations, setting up off of that first wave of the hold, and just playing it to perfection, losing the final 10 seconds. If you're going to play like that, always just a step ahead, you're going to stand a pretty good chance. But Boston, on the other hand, they've been trying to add a new map to their map pool, and Skyline has been a lot played for them as well.
Yeah, lots of reps for the Boston Breach here, but like you mentioned, the last 3 wins for Vegas in this map have all been blowouts, honestly. So we'll see if they can make it now 4 in a row on their chance for hopefully playoff, or not playoff, but winners bracket hopes for Major 3 as we head towards Florida. Opening already very solid. Exnid working on routes towards the left side of the map. Shut down, but Pred picks it up, and now we got to scramble for the left side as we head over to P2.
Oh, that is a perfect break off. Like, Exnid just breaks off through top cat, walks through 3 different individuals on the side of Boston, and are individually now able to flip those spawns just because of his play. So 30 seconds to account for. You already take it at P1, 15 still to fight for Boston, trying to at least take this time and take some space away because Vegas currently have Rotos for new.
Yeah. And they've got 3 eliminations in the feed as well on top of that. Cammy able to stop the bleeding for a moment while the spawners start to pop up for Boston, but they're not able to get across the map in any form. So P2 is going to open up to the Vegas Falcons. You got 1 immediate route being hit through Purge's position, though, and maybe a chance for him to surprise Boston, but a nice turn from Exnid. We see it kind of in cinematic form, and that's going to be enough for Vegas to hold on to the initial time here at 2.
Yeah, this is why Vegas is so good at this map. They win the rotation, they set up for the first wave of gunfights to come on in, and they always start off in the kill feed, and they also put themselves in a position to almost dominate it, but now it's on Exnid. The only player still alive on this side of the map, but with that 1 kill, 2 teammates spawn right next to him, you should be still able to hold on.
Yeah, nice shot here from Exit. Just a couple of shots into the hard point. Waits for his teammate to follow up behind that, and that will be Pred for 2. Snoopy up top, still creating an opportunity to try to maybe hit this if you're Boston in the last 20 seconds, but they're going to need to do so very carefully because you've already got Vegas making moves over towards 3. The shutdown of the hit is there, and we got a very convincing opening scoreline with Boston trying to find ground over towards the 3rd hill.
Yeah, they're trying to rotate over towards the new one, and now RCD's contesting through the middle of the map with an opening kill. Giving some information to his team. They're set up around the desk. Finds one at least onto Awakening, but better trades there from Boston. Still allowed him to stabilize in this moment, but Exton just flies on in, catches a double. Vegas technically win their rotation, and they're continuously running up that score.
Yeah, they have won every moment of this game to this point, Jay. I mean, this has been as convincing as we've seen anyone play Skyline at this moment of the season. Red shut down, but a hell of a start, 10-2. X did the same thing, just 10-5. So now we look over to the ARs for Vegas, see if they can catch a little bit of heat. Not there. Snoopy and the rest of Boston gang just run right through this setup, and that's going to be a full 4-man feed. Boston in control.
Boston trading out effectively, still holding on to the P3. Now you want to try to get aggressive to create a different layer, but Vegas, they have cut their losses. Everyone hitting through top plat. Snoopy is not going to be aware of it, at least in time, and he's going to get overwhelmed. Now the pressure is here for the break, and you already lost the spawns.
Yeah, but Cammy on 4 in a row has held on to the hard point. Still 10 seconds to fight. Boston now a chance to make their move over to the right side of the minimap, but Vegas have backed up, and they're going to be playing this very tactful, very carefully on the backside of P4 through patio, trying to get a reception on where Boston is hitting from, and it's largely all going to be from the front. Can't be able to open things up. Purge into the hard point, and now if you're Vegas, you defaulted to playing for this very safe rotation. You got to find a way to make it happen.
Oh yeah, you got to hold on to these gunfights towards the back end. Priest only able to line up 2, but he's going to get overwhelmed. And now Boston's still in a sticky situation because the close spawns don't come on in. So you need to clutch up on the next wave of gunfights. You go 1 for 1. Last man standing is going to be Snoopy, but his teammates are nowhere near. Vegas are making this mixy. They take the back, and this might be all their time.
Yeah, put a note in that moment right there halfway through this P4 about how this game may turn, because for Boston, you get the breakthrough and shut down what Vegas are trying to do for the early rotation. You get split spawns. You have a 5 or 2v2 essentially right from the 50-yard line in the middle of the map. But yeah, Xnet just pops up spawns because there's no one blocking in the back. Boston able to crack back in for the scrap time. 10 seconds to fight, and Pred is just kind of stuck here, having to force this, and he will be shut down. So Boston able to kind of get back in and mitigate some of the loss that they faced there in the halfway point of that P4, and we got a 30-point game.
Yeah, it's a big response there out of Boston from the end of that P3 to a little bit of that P4, to now only be down by 30. Starting off with this initial time here at P1, but getting too aggressive over towards bedroom and not blocking that spawn allows Priesta to spawn behind you. Now you got to have someone account for him. Thankfully, Awakening already in the right position, and your teammates are still clutching up in the one-on-ones to still hold on.
Hardpoint goes neutral for now, though. Hellstorm going to be called in. Pred just drops that to bottom bedroom and then gets shut down as soon as he puts the tablet down. Purge with the last shots up top. As a 1v1 with Arcinies. And, well, yeah, I don't know that. We've seen a couple of Purge dive-throughs from top catwalk that have been impressive. That one was anything but, and Arcinies just like, all right, thank you very much. And Boston will be now looking for another break attempt as they're getting pushed back from the P2 side of the map at the same time.
Yeah, that was crazy right there out of Purge. Trying to be Superman in a one-on-one gunfight. Arcinies just sitting there like, all right, buddy, I'll take the freebie. That now leads to Vegas still holding on to the remaining time here at P1, and now RC's on 5 in a row before getting shut down. But at least if you're Boston, you are in a position to soak up this P2. You were only able to get 6 seconds last go around. You're in the rotation. You already shut down the first wave. Here comes the second wave through kitchen.
And you see that nice little graphic splashing across the scene in terms of how things went last time we were here. Boston, though, already better on rotation and perfect in their hold. Spawns are good, so all 4 members of the breach pop up and get ready to receive the next hit.
How do Vegas decide to set this up? Because the ARs are holding them back from top plat. Awakening's finding freebies across the map. Your SMGs are creating extra layers, and you're still hard blocking the back spawns. So Purge can just get loose. Continue to fry on their side of the map on 4 in a row. You're potentially going to have a lead change because Vegas can't even contest this. You're forced to give this one up and hit the early roto.
Yeah, this is a very dangerous moment in the map right now for Vegas after the hot start from the SMGs. Not finding really a single point on P2. Now puts Boston in control on the scoreboard. Purge 6 in a row, really getting things together with Cammy supporting over the middle of the map, and Purge onto his usual stuff that he's had throughout this major. Gets to 7 in a row before being shut down, but the creation of space is well achieved now as Boston look to set up inside the kitchen.
Yeah, and if you're Vegas, like, you got to be able to set up properly. And, like, you're giving up that time at about 30 seconds to go. We should put ourselves in the best ideal setup. We should outnumber anyone that's trying to individually rotate but Purge is going on a 7th streak never gave them an opportunity, because at that point you don't want to contest towards Bar. You need to make sure you're maintaining over towards Cobble, and they were just simply outnumbered on every single one of those gunfights because he just made it happen. Now you're breaking in, but the spawns have already flipped because Boston are contesting you, but thankfully you handled that situation.
Yeah, and keep in mind the slowdown from Vegas on the SMG front, but while things start to move through the back time of this P3 over to 4, Boston are being tested as we jump into a Boston breach. Listen it.
Front, right? Yeah, okay, nice. Behind the back. Live, Joe. I'm coming, Joe. Yeah, nice. He's holding back left. Okay, out. He's back to back in the back. Spread that in the back. I'm shot to the boys. Yeah, we can fuck I'm shooting, boys. I'm shooting. How you pushing? Up left. One shot. Yeah, okay, you're on top flat. One spawn P1, boys. One top flat, one spawn P2, and then fucking top flat. Yeah, I'm shooting bottom bed. I didn't hit bottom bed. One time. With what accident that? One shot. Okay, how please, have a shoot for you. Back right, weak. Yeah, go on, focus. It's on top side, I think. Holding for you. It's still no, boys. Okay, I'm still I don't know, bro. You're still going to go back. Okay, they're going to go right. Be top mid on you, okay? Yeah, I'm trying to help you, Evan. I'm going to push you, push Evan. I got native, bro. I'm getting on top. I got top. I got your top. Oh, yeah, back low bed. Season chat. Nice, good shit, boys. Okay, yeah. I'm with Bob, guys. Okay, I just got on the right. Okay. I'm on the right. Yeah, okay, someone's right. Low bed, priest. You're not running it. Low bed, priest. That's top wall.
Lean forward here, friends. We're getting close to what could be a photo finish to open up our Easter Sunday. 208, 195. Boston still in control of P1. Could switch the lead, but most importantly, they've got P2 set up really nicely to their back.
Yeah, big shout out to Boston for slaying the way that they had, though, because those 2 cruise missiles, the first one didn't really get anything done at the P4, but the second one definitely has been felt. To where Vegas can no longer win it at the P1. Boston breached that 190 point mark and now are banking on a complete setup here at P2 because they are fully set up off the roto. Oh no.
Route trying to come through on patio, but at the same time, Priest is down low, gonna pop up through the elevator shaft. That's gonna be enough for an immediate flip here at 2, leaving Joe by himself, and the pistol win is in. Help is on the way, but a lot of it is coming over towards the P1 side or through the vent as well. That's just taking a lot of time, but the SMG's opening things up and a chance to flip things back again as Boston win the gunfights.
Oh my God, Awakening, big shout out to you for just drawing so much attention with only a pistol. Like, he finds 1 kill, you're forced to reposition and find that trade, and then it opens up lanes for your SMGs just to fly through the front door. You can still close it out here. Vegas had to try to contest. You got a little bit of space over here towards Kitchen, but Cammy cuts down 2. Awakening there for the 3rd. This is their last hurrah, last push.
And it's all going to happen through hot tub side or top catwalk. Not exactly what you want. Funneling into a choke point, but the first 2 kills are in. They find a way to get them out of the hard point and actually flip things around just a touch. So it'll stop at 241. Look at the minimap. As we head down towards the locked hard point at Kitchen, it's going to be just a foot race. 50-50 battle over the top. 223, 241. Here we go.
And they start off in the kill feed. Exton is able to line up a triple. So they're initially going to soak up a lot of time here. Basically, going to have a tie game until Boston are able to contest this. They're trying to drop down from the middle of the map. You got pin spawns galore going on. This is the one wave you need to hold down.
Priesta! Oh, big double for Priesta. Shuts down one side of the play. Exton on the other. It's a double for Exton. Could be the winning play. Awakening for 2. RC just needs to stay down and not scam. And he's just able to sneak under the bar. What a comeback. What a break of P2. And Vegas will continue to be perfect on Skyline this stage.
Unbelievable performance there from Vegas Falcons. The way that they were able to manage everything that was thrown at them when we got to the later half of the game. The Hellstorms getting invested, not being early off the rotation towards the money hill at P4. They were able to soak up a lot of time there where Boston invested everything and basically get nothing. But that chance right there, kept you in this game because Boston, the way that they were slaying, you had multiple Hellstorms. You were able to invest another one at the P1 to keep yourself a little bit of a cushion going in towards the P2, but it was just the one last push. Once they got shut down through kitchen, they had to commit through top hallway. They found the opening kills. They found the opening double, found that break, and then instantly hit the rotation over towards you to set up at the new one. And then when Exit off the rotation is popping 3, you're going to stand a pretty good chance at holding down that first wave and then preparing yourself a lot better for the second. Falcons ice up on the skyline again. 4-0 on the stage, but 1-0 in this series.
There's something to look at. I think like halfway through that P2 that Boston are in control, they start to kind of rotate out and try to play over through the middle of the map as if they're trying to move the spawns to be on the P4 side of the map as we start to get to close to P3. And it's just like, you have a chance to win the game on 2. And if you don't, you can just flood, find some sort of a pinch setup in the middle of the map, and you just need maybe 1 or 2 seconds at P3. But there's a moment in there where they try to like play the game as if it's the first rotation of hills, and they're almost trying to get like the P4 side of the map, which is just, the game's not gonna go that long. I don't know if there's just some sort of a miscue there or what had happened, but regardless of that macro decision, you have to give a lot of credit to Vegas for finding a way to crack on in right there towards the end of P2 before the game could come to an end. I mean, 9 seconds away from it, and then you just win rotation, you win the middle of the map. You don't allow Boston to ever really get a setup because of how you spread out on both sides of the hard point, and you see what happens. Both the last 2 players that are there for Vegas find double kills. So electricity in the air here for Sunday as Vegas will find their first map win in the series. And now we go to a rewind, search, and destroy, which to just completely rub a little bit of salt in the wounds and take us down a notch. Vegas got absolutely dominated here when they played up against FaZe. Whereas for Boston, the rewind was a map that they had, I think, trusted quite a bit at the beginning of the year. We talked about that when we first had a chance to cast them at the beginning of the stage, and they still looked good on this map. So you had to be feeling decent if you're a Breach fan going into map 2.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. We had the opportunity to cast them in their series versus Minnesota, where they just found so much success early on with their first bloods. I also love the way that they set up their defenses because, like, everything is covered. Cammy's always playing over towards the 18-wheeler, just going back and forth, helping through the mid-courtyard. But the SMGs are truly setting the tone on, like, how they're going to dictate their aggression through the middle side of DVDs with their ARs just being so consistent, holding down their lane. You see it. Cammy 1.12, Awakening 1.09. The opening dual win percentages for Awakening, though, is massive because if that guy can give you an opening kill, your SMGs can get active, and you know Cammy is definitely going to be watching that pitch. So it allows your team to be fully set up every play when he finds success like that.
Yeah, Boston's Search and Destroy has come a long way in this stage in particular. A lot of it happening because of the introduction of Dealership and the reintroduction of Rewind. But their Hacienda, which has been kind of a staple for them so far in the year, continues to look pretty polished as well. I will say, I think this is kind of the one note about this Boston team, and I don't want to rain on any parades here early, because I guess there is a level of April showers bring May flowers. But Boston's had one of the easiest qualifying schedules this year. They have really not played anybody except for Toronto. And to be fair, they blew Toronto out of the water. So there's some significance there, but it's one of those situations that you would hope that things like their Search and Destroy and their control would get better playing such a soft schedule. And so far they've been able to provide that. So it is a level of, you know, getting the stage set up on a silver platter and capitalizing on it. But for the other side, for Vegas, fighting for an opportunity to possibly see a winner's bracket, this is the one mode that's really caused them a lot of trouble recently, and it's just every mode had prior to this roster change. But since this roster change, this has also been their most problematic mode.
Yeah, S&D 0-5 in the stage, basically dead last in every category, last in first bloods, last in conversion rates, even when they find the first blood, last in pull plants, and 10th in retakes. Those are all the major categories you need to have some success in Search and Destroy. So you're going to try to play Rewind for the first time as a squad, and initially you already have a great play. Aggressive through the side gens, Pred opened up with a double.
Yeah, I love that. It just, again, knowing how Boston liked to play, like you mentioned, the AR's kind of splitting the extremities of the map, and then the SMG's running in the middle. Why not just take that away?
What the hell?
1v4, he gets a couple just right in front of him for free, finds the third before even being shot back against, and things get really dicey, but does not tally the fourth, and Vegas will survive the round.
Oh my God, I almost threw up because he found those 3 kills instantly. And that would have been the standout statistic. If you get the first blood, you still lose the round, even in the 1v4. But thankfully, Vegas set the tone early on with the aggression, take gens away. Pred and Extend working as that dynamic duo the same way they did on that opening skyline. And they found success in round 1.
That would have been just like, selfishly speaking, if he pulls that off, that would have been one of the most embarrassing 1v4 calls in the history of Call of Duty League. I'm sitting here thinking the round's over, and here's Scammy finding 3. Xnit trying to get some force over towards the front side at B. He gets a really solid read in the play over towards Courtyard, which Trent follows. Oh, what a read. Yeah, you can see him barking in the player cam. Another opening double comes through, and it's just down to what Purge can find for a 1v3 opportunity.
Yeah, shout out Pred, man. Turning and burning onto Snoopy. Now the technical 1v3, 1v2 now for Purge. 40 seconds to work with. Bomb gets down at A. And both SMGs is playing tight, corner to corner. I got your back, you got mine. I'm gonna also get bomb checks. He's got a lot of time to waste.
Yeah, and this is gonna be so tough for him to break open with an AR. There's a shoulder, there's the jump peek, and then the follow-up. Yeah, absolutely perfectly done for Vegas, who now through 2 rounds, doesn't matter if they're on the defensive or offensive side, finding so much success playing in that tight corridor, backside Jennies, getting the reads, manipulating what exactly Boston are trying to do, which again is largely play off of this area of the map. So really good advantage right now for the Falcons.
Yeah, let's look at this again. 54 HP, down to 28, knife out, back shot, jump shot. Snoopy gets caught slipping. Pred has had 2 massive rounds back to back to start this game off. He's been an outstanding player ever since he started wearing this version of green. Up 2-0 for Vegas.
Gosh, this whole year may be categorized by how the year started versus where all of that Optic team had gone to. Some with success, others still trying to find it, including the 2 that remain on the green wall. As we get some patience here in Boston. This is, I won't say this is atypical for them, but it is different. You know, they get pushed back in their first offensive round. They need to change things up, and this time, yep, it's number 5 and number 6, Purge and Cammy working together, getting the team shots to RCD for first blood.
They find the first kill, and they use their tax to at least back down the SMGs from their aggressive positions. And this is sort of like a strategy that the old Vegas Falcon squad used to use. Now everyone backs up. You're able to fight this gunfight head on, headstrong, but now it's a 1v1.
Priesta trying to move quickly. Has both weapons in pocket. Finds the 1v1 and just able to center onto Cammy. And Xnit's giving him some passion. This might be one of the fieriest teams based on personality right now in the league, because guaranteed 3 of the 4 are going to give you some energy every single time. The only one that you might be looking at is like, we'll see if Priesta can match the energy on the cams.
All right, well, at least Priesta wins the one-on-one there, but as soon as that turns into a 3v4, all the Vegas say, screw trying to fight one-on-one Childs. Let's just push something out together, and thankfully they push at the right time through B Street, win a majority of the trades, and then give Priesta the advantage there in the one-on-one to go up 3-0. Vegas Falcons win this S&D. The green wall is going to be shaking a little bit.
I'll say. Well, at the moment, again, it's Boston showing force through A. We see this all the time with Purge and Snoopy in particular. They back up over towards Courtyard. You can hear the glass breaking, and you can see Xnit's probably commenting that his eyebrows just went into his forehead. And now a chance to possibly just re-execute here if you're Vegas with nade advantage.
You're just trying to stall out time. Gain some information while Pred is just jumping through Burger. He's able to spot Awakening. I don't know if Awakening actually sees him, but yeah, he definitely does once that door gets shot open. Priesta strikes for the first blood, and now Awakening, you just want to play your life because you're going to get isolated.
Yeah, RCD's over the back. Keeps him tagged up, and Awakening will be isolated. Here comes the re-wrap though from Boston, exiting on the backside of A to re-pinch this. Really well developed here in terms of how do you want to manipulate, at least in the A site for a 2v2. Shots go towards the bomb carrier of Xnit, and he's actually looking to back up to see if they can continue to find isolations, which they do. And now it's on to Cammy for the 1v3.
The Cam man has had a lot of moments so far in Search and Destroy. Can he get an angle to spot the bomb planner? He does not. So bomb goes down. Xnit should fall or not, and Cammy is going to get swarmed. Falcons 4-0 in the S&D. I'm just loving the way that they are playing this. Just like they're realizing, okay, it's like, it's not an individual show. Even in that round when they isolate over towards the left side on Awakening, making a 4v2, someone instantly dies on a pinch. Xnit is not committing on those one-on-one gunfights. He's waiting for his teammates to get back into the play so they can play their numbers advantage. Finally, Vegas shows some teamwork in Search and Destroy, and it's looking good.
And the thing about it, and I don't mean to like beat a dead horse here, but you know, Boston are, I won't like, they've been good on the map, but I will say, like, watching them play it, I feel like it's really easy to tell what they want to do. Maybe you don't know exactly what the play is going to be, but you know they want to get their SMGs into the mix at A early, which is exactly what we're seeing here. Exit beats the timing again. Damage to everybody. Purge just trying to get away. Nowhere to go, though. And Vegas continue to beat down Boston right on the interior of DVD.
And now Cammy in a 1v2. Information already gained, and Xnid aggressive as hell on the pinch. Breach is destroying him. He's just trying to be a distraction, set up Xnid to close out the round. Vegas Falcons looking like they're going to potentially secure their first S&D of the stage. And for your first time player rewind, let's get this in every single series.
Wow. I mean, you say that, but like, this was a very different affair yesterday. And the fact of the matter is, it just feels like Vegas are getting all the right reads. They're putting together the exact right game plan they need to. And Boston have not been able to even come close to putting together any sort of an adjustment that would force Vegas to have to change up what they're doing. And here we go again. Similar setup, but this time Purge gonna get aggressive over towards Burger, but it's popped out immediately by Priesta. And that will be likely enough for this numbers to just get together, and I would imagine try to continue to just seek out info, over towards this Burger Street.
That's exactly what it is. Just seek out info. Someone tries to overextend. Let's make them pay for it. And RC is able to catch Cammy. So now in a 4v2, Snoopy potentially is going to make a big time play here. But while he's flanking, you're going to be flanked by the rest of Falcons. 1v4 for Awakening. Falcons looking for a clean 6-0.
Awakening is behind the play, so maybe a chance to isolate a 1v1 or 2. But time is going to be an issue. And, well, I was going to say maybe he doesn't even get through the first one. 5 HP, he stays alive. Next, they're looking for the plant. A little bit late. Just open an angle at this. Sees Arcides. A couple of tags are in, but the bomb goes down, and that makes things much more comfortable here for Vegas' post plant.
Oh, yeah. We're already going map 2. Like, Awakening, you got to do something crazy here if you want to try to take this round away, or at least still try to contest in this map. 30 seconds, someone breaks a glass, you're forced to react to it. Then the Chow comes in, and Priesta's able to gun him down. Falcons, clean 6-0 on the search and destroy. They are beating the hell out of Boston right now, man. This is unbelievable.
Yep. Oh, I mean, beating the hell out of them in the search and destroy, to be sure. The bounce back and the little mini comeback in the hard point is just flat out. I think that's like a ceiling moment. You start to see what this team could do when their back's against the wall, and see what kind of opportunities they were able to provide with this new roster. But here at this search and destroy, again, just the immediate bounce back after getting 6-0'd in their own right on this map versus Atlanta. To come out and essentially just beat Boston at their own game is next level. Cammy gets 8, but a lot of the kills he found were in rounds that the round was already over. Like 1v4, for instance, and the 1v3. So, wow. Vegas 2-0 up just like that. Double vault to come. And I think that's the good news here for Boston. You've been flawless so far in control, and vault hardpoint continues to be one of your bread and butters. So maybe there's a chance here to possibly still see 5, but Vegas impressing. And I'm sure those Easter eggs that were hunted on the desk are maybe a bit more appreciated.
Let's go,
Let's go, Easter Bunny.
This bunny sucks, bro. 2-0. A little Easter blessing for both of you and the Vegas Falcons. Why is this so big for the Falcons? Well, if Atlanta wins and if Carolina wins, you're starting in your first winner's bracket of 2025 in the CDL
Still have to close out this series. Don't jinx it just yet, Chris, but it is looking very, very good for the Vegas Falcons. My God, you know, what's so interesting about this is Exit was on that original roster when they were winning search and destroys versus teams early on in the season.
Right.
And I feel like we kind of got to see a little bit of that during this map number 2. I mean,
look at this man.
A 6-0 is unbelievable.
So this play right here, I'm looking at it, and Chris, you said something back in the green room. You're like, man, Exnid draws so much attention. And I'm looking at him like, absolutely, he's kind of like...
He gets so much info.
Exactly. When you're looking at like an aggressive SMG, and typically the ones that are good at search and destroy, they get into a spot, they draw attention, and it makes it so much easier for the rest of your team. If they can base like their search strategy on that and his strengths, they will be a good search team, because that was the majority of the rounds that they won throughout this, and how they were finding a lot of those first bloods was a lot off of the space that Exnid takes. Yeah, I fear that they have found the formula in search and destroy. Playster and the boys putting in a ton of work, and Vegas with a thunderous 6-0 against one of the best rewind search teams in the game.
Yeah.
Gigawake may have stared into that sun too long.
A little too long.
I think so.
Get too close, you're gonna get them eyeballs fried. Let's take a look though at map 1 because Skyline came down to just a 9-point difference. Allie, if you were gonna give an MVP to the Falcons, who was it?
I'd have to give it to Pred and Exit. They really opened up the map here when it came to that last final hill, and also just some of the decision making that I know Ann's about to break down for us in those last couple of seconds.
Let's do it. What do you got, Ann?
Yeah, so let's jump into the clip. This is the end of the hard point, and just how fast Vegas make decisions is why they're good at Skyline.
Wait, they're making decisions quickly now?
Fast decisions. Something we used to hate about the last roster. They have figured it out and exited so much growth as a player. But yeah, let's talk about it. So you see right here, 2:35 for Boston. There's 17 seconds left on this hill, right? So the mission for Vegas is we have to break in, but also secure that next rotation. So you see right here, wait, let me jump back out. It's Pred right here. He's going to kill number 8 on P1. And as soon as he gets that kill, he's going to wait for his team. They're going to group up here. They're going to split off, kill the player that's going to be trying to push through P3 and trap them. And then after they get that kill, they're only commit one guy through, and then the rest of the players are going hallway, and one's going to split over to here to kind of collapse onto the time, right? Because we have to touch, we have to break. We'll jump back into the mini map here in a moment, but look at how fast this is, right? So Pred finds that kill onto Awakening, and now it's like, all right, let's go over, kill number 6, that's down low. We get that kill. Now I'm going to push over with my team if I'm Xnid, and we just got the touch that we needed, and now look at the reaction, just how fast it is. You got a player that's going to push over to here. You got Priesta, he's going to be playing safe, just knowing that player's going to be coming through mid or main, right? So he has angles everywhere. He can see everything. And now they're going to react so fast, pick up bottom bedroom, and this is instantaneous, right? So when you're looking at good Skyline teams, the spawns are so close, you can get to the hill so fast, you have to react quickly, and Vegas pick up every single lane almost immediately, filling gaps. After Priesta dies, you see Pred picks up mid, looking for the piano pinch. They're aware of every potential spawn out. Priesta's ready for it as well. Like, this is a well-oiled machine that has clearly watched their VOD and know every single spawn. Skyline is their map.
And Pred and Exit just played around each other so well in this situation. Pred gets that first 3 to break that P2, and then it's Xnid that finds all the stragglers from the side of Boston Breach trying to get into that P3. Just great stuff out of the Vegas Falcons.
That was beautiful.
Outslayed for the W. Falcons playing together and playing for the dub on Skyline. Then they 6-0 you in Search and Destroy. Can they get their first 3-0 of the season?
They actually can. This is like the most ideal setup for them because they're getting Vault in that map number 3, and that is their best control map. And as well as having the momentum on their side, there's some possibility. Something's cooking.
Yeah, I mean, Boston, where they've won 3 Hossies in a row,
yeah, they
3 and 8 on Vault on the
it.
season. So if you're Vegas, you got to close them out right here.
You got to do it.
All right, I don't know if my earpiece died or what.
And the last time they played, Vault, it was round 5, Vegas Falcons won. They didn't win the series, but they beat them in the control.
But they won.
They won.
But they won.
But they won.
Are they going to win?
They might. I think so.
But
That's what the Easter Bunny said.
Yes or no? Easter Bunny, yes?
Going to. Yes. Easter Bunny, yes.
Easter Bunny, yes. Study.
All right. Shout out to the Easter Bunny. That guy's making bold predictions, and so far it is working out. A 9-point hard point, a 6-0 in Search and Destroy. A team who walked into the building today without a single W and basically dead last in every category in Search and Destroy. They have figured it out, but now you're still not done with the series. Control so far for this stage on the opposite side for Boston has been unbelievable. Sitting at 4-0 on the stage, ranked first compared to 11th, and last stage defense is a 100% win rate, and they're only giving up basically 1.5 ticks per round. They have been able to figure it out, but the only thing is, a majority of that is on Hossie. You're playing Vault, where the one Vault that you got on this stage has an asterisk next to it. So you're looking to figure it out if you're Boston to add something else to the map pool. When you talk about control, and realistically, as long as you bring it Slaying, you're going to have a really good chance, because Vegas, on the other side, they got the 2 worst ARs in the KD category in this mode. So just shut them down. You stand a pretty good chance at forcing map forward.
I can't lie, Jay. I'm still hung up on you catching that throw right there from Puckett. All right, period. If you say so, Chris. All right, let's get into this. Vault control, like you mentioned. It is one of those circumstances that, yeah, the Boston win, if you want to call it that, it really wasn't, right? So, you know, trying to actually get a feel for what they bring to the table, whereas Vegas, they have utilized this map more often than any other. 4-8 overall on it, and it was one of the vehicles for some of their early quote-unquote map win success when they were playing with the all-Saudi-based roster. So what can they add to the mix here after most recently having played Optic and bested them on the Vault Control? It will be opening offense for Boston, and after a kind of a delayed approach looking for kills, Boston will clear the floor and get some progress done today.
Yeah, I feel like this is the perfect control map for Vegas with the pace that they play, not only in the respawns but even in search and destroy. Like, they just love to have gunfights. So when you can have all those battles where it just makes you through the middle of the map, we walk out on top. We're going to stand a pretty good chance at dominating the map control as they find 3 in the feed. Only 1 segment is completed. Arseny's trying to take some space, get some assistance there for the trade. But 50 seconds to go, and Boston got to work out of their spawn.
Yeah, and X did. Whoa, just kind of finds himself right between 2 different Boston members. Snoopy was the one that kind of ran through the door with him, but Preds found him, deals with him. And Vegas are looking mighty fine right now. First tick done at A. Second being worked on as Cammy jumps over from the high ground right onto the point, but Priesta deals with both. And now it just leaves a couple of members for Boston lingering around the A point trying to fight for their lives.
Yeah, and they continuously have the numbers if you are Vegas. You got players popping doubles. Now it's Preds' turn. They're going a little bit of a streak on 5 in a row. 25 seconds to go. Boston need to work out of their spawn. Purge finds an opening double. You got one player trying to edge out over towards B, but they're just trying to work their way back through mid, and Exton is not giving it to him.
Well, Cammy's double almost gets in more. Priesta just fighting, trying to stay alive. Great finesse. Gonna get the regen off completely nearly and finds himself a kill. Nice individual moment for P-Dog. Pred following up a little bit extra afterwards. You think the Falcons are feeling feisty? Okay, how about that for a little blank spot on the defense?
Dude, they're frying. Like, I'm telling you, the SMGs are doing whatever the hell they want. Priest is whipping out a third one to match the pressure through the map. He's popping doubles. Every single team fight, you're the last one standing. And now Boston, a team who has struggled on Vault, when you talk about their offenses, only get 1 segment there. So now you potentially need a shutout here. The break off is going to be massive. You saw it right there, at least in round 1. Both teams took their time on it because they know how important that first play is.
Wow. I'm trying to, like, get my bearings straight here, Jay, because, you know, watching the Vegas Falcons first series win, you know, it's one of those, I think everyone's rooting for it in certain regards, right? 100%. It's just like, you gotta want to see it, even if it's against Optic. You just want to see it. But this would be different. This is one of those series you look at and say, hold on a second, okay? It's not just that they find their first win. Now you start to look at roster construction, off roster mania, and say, wait a second, these guys could actually deal some major damage. And the opening breakoff attempt towards B started to gain some success, but now has been pushed back. It leaves Xnit by himself, and nice moment from him to catch 2 and hold on to the front door while Vegas try to get out of spawn.
Yeah, they can't get out of spawn because Cammy's just gunning him down on the cross. So they got front ammo, but on the opposite side, Pred has already worked his way on out. He also whips out an extra AR, knowing that he's going to be put on these situations. And now he's just stalling the play. Like, come look for me. I'm going to open up a lane for my teammates to start capping segment today.
Yeah. Well, you've got Purge trying to battle a 1v1 with Exit off camera while Pred continues to try to lock down space for the rest of the Falcons to jump comfortably onto B. Trophy system there also to reinforce this setup.
I don't like this.
But as Arcides drops, so does Priesta. Exit back in the mix over towards A. Getting a little cute here, Jay. We need to take some progress.
Yeah, that's way too cute. Like, if you're Vegas, you already had Pred drawing the attention. 2 players committed on him, so you're going to have the numbers every single time you're fighting through that mid-map. But at least you only get 1 segment at A. I think they just want to get B out of the way first. You're going to turn this sort of into TDM, but there's 35 seconds left to go. We need segments.
Yep. We need something. We need some life here. We need to try to stop this clock, get some progress done. Exit shut down over at Art, and still. Boys, we need to get on a point here. We need to get on a point, and I get it. We're finding kills. You're feeling saucy, but we need to get the extra 60, otherwise it's all for naught.
At least you're slaying right now. You're up by 2 lives. You're still giving yourself a lot of opportunities. Now with the stack going in at this 8 point, second segment gets locked. Boston are looking like they're going to be forced to give this one up. Everyone's in a position to play an exit kill, and at least Vegas are able to extend the time.
Yeah, that's a weird moment for Boston actually on the flip, because Purge is sitting there at the hole and saying, are we going, guys? I'm looking right at everything. And no one even makes an attempt to try to capitalize on pinching the point or anything. So now you got focus back over to B. Exit making sure the spawn stays safe. Turned around and nearly wins the gunfight versus Awakening. But in all of that, it is a first tick at B that does get locked in.
Vegas now only up by 1 life, make it none. All tied up in that column, but your first wave has to be taken care of. Awakening. He's the one influencing your spawns. It's on Exton to catch the time, and he's able to win the one-on-one. Now 50 seconds to go. All tied up at lives. You got players taking a lot of space, even on the pinches. You just got to push to the front. Let's get on the point.
Yeah, absolutely. Purge caught trying to deal with the reinforcements through mid. Teammates coming off spawn will get angles over the top of the B site, and they clear it just before the second tick of progress is fully confirmed. So now it's just down to what Pred can try to create. 6v5. Every kill a big kill from here on out. Pred recognizing the threat from Purge. Backs him down, and now all of a sudden Purge is a bit stuck. Has to try to fight for his life. Not going to be able to. Good isolation. 6v4. Vegas with the numbers.
Now, how do they decide to play this? Just a player in towards Vault. Gonna put the game clock out of pause. Everyone else trying to clutch up on their one-on-ones, but the pinch from Cammy might break them.
You need to find success here, though. That's the thing, and it's not coming through quickly enough. Third tick of progress is being worked on. Purge and Cammy are the last two remaining, but Purge able to clear off the zone. Arcides seen outside. Palm, he gets dealt with, and now it's just to a 1v2. Pred by himself. Has a chance at this to be sure, but just an SMG, and both defenders for Boston are playing way off the zone.
Yeah, they're not going to move until he touches the point. Once he does that, both players are now going to swarm. You're going to take your time if you're out of palms. Purge is going to challenge from line, and he's simply going to get isolated. But if you're Vegas, like, what the hell are we doing? Like, we had so many opportunities. Like, our SMGs or anyone that's getting through to Art is drawing the attention. If we just give ourselves more time to have these pushes over towards B, we can execute a proper play, but it's like everyone's doing their own thing. And if you're going to do that, then you're not going to stand a chance in control because it's all a team effort.
Well, I mean, hey, still 5-6 of progress, right? It just feels like, again, the window was open on potentially going up 2-0 in this control. If not, it was not just open, it was welcoming, knocking on the door for it. But still, major advantage in the tick progression for the Vegas Falcons. Lots of Boston breach focus needs to come back in here to try to get this thing closer to level. And I think a lot of it is you're looking at the SMGs really struggling here for Boston, which has not been the case when they played on Hacienda.
Yeah, that's been all season for them. On their offensive side, they just can't get anything going in this lane. Consistently getting outslayed by more than 4 to 5 kills, and if that's going to continue to be the case, then you're going to stand no chance. But Giga Wake was looking at the sun today, and he's able to pop a 4-piece, stack the point, and now it should literally be done.
Yeah, should be. And the stack is in, so not getting too cute here is Boston. Just getting the extra 60 seconds, and now it's 12 minutes, or 12 minutes, 2 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. 12 minutes would be egregious. But the shutdown on the return looks decent for Vegas. An opportunity for Cammy to try to get some work done on the B point, but he's by himself, and he's taken off the zone. It will be Vegas reestablishing defensive control.
And now you're down by 1 segment with 2 minutes to work with if you are Boston. Just gotta take our time working out of our spawn. Purge potentially slips by, finds an opening kill over towards Cat, and then jumps out over towards Bull and instantly is traded by Exted. 3 for 1. You just continue to hold if you're Vegas.
Yeah, Snoopy. Oh, got caught him on the taxman right there. Priesta now on 3 in a row. And Vegas getting right back into that same defensive pressure setup that they had from round 1. No one's getting through. No one's getting by. Awakening able to keep his life to alleviate some of the pressure, but it's a 5-life advantage, and already 60 seconds have been taken off the clock.
Yeah, Snoopy tries to work his way on through. Instantly going to be traded. You go 2 for 2 in the battle, and now you just want to play your life if you're Vegas, but Fred is going to give up his life for free. Exton on a pinch isn't going to get the time in to go his way, so Boston have an opportunity. 3 dead.
2 on the point. First tick quickly done. Second being earned very quickly. Now the third one's on. Trophy system comes in late too, so if you're Boston, you're looking mighty fine for this. You got to find a way to challenge if you're Vegas. Here comes the slide out from Priesta. That's dealt with. Nice snap from Cammy on 5. Almost good for 6, but the capture comes in before he can create the streak, and Boston will be happy to very rapidly take a follow-up offense.
Yeah, right now Vegas is just playing one-on-one. Like, that's all it is. It's not a team game right now. Timing's not going your way when you're trying to take some space, and when you're giving up your life in those situations at the same time where your teammates are also doing the same thing. The 3 dead, everyone coming off the respawn. You don't have a chance to reinforce, but the break off was perfect. Shout out to Giga, because he just flies on in, finds 3 with the pistol, and is able to instantly capture that 8 point there for his team. Boston's showing a little life. Definitely there on their offense. They're up by 2 segments. And now if you're Vegas, we need teamwork here to try to force round 5.
Yeah. Well, after a lot of success that gets marginalized in the last moments for Vegas. You got to be feeling decent about your opportunity to respond here, but pressure is on, like you mentioned. That's 4 dead.
Stack.
Exted from this position over towards Catwalk is going to take away space and watch the cross. He's been seen, but RCD's little kind of a peek push out through mid. Followed up by XNID, but not going to happen. The stack is here. Second tick of progress should be good.
Yeah, I can understand if you're making that play to just draw attention, stay alive in your position, but then to jump out the back door, give him a free first kill. It still gives Boston an opportunity and the numbers to work their way through the middle of the map, but Pred and RCD's already combined for 2. A should be done and dusted, and time is going to be extended.
Okay. And you've got, I'll say maybe RCD is trying to find some space to work with over towards B Street. Doesn't quite work out, and that's an opportunity for Boston to start making a play forward. You see that defense is secured, but that only comes if Vegas win the round, so that's the biggest focus point here for the Falcons. With minute 57 in the clock in, again, trying to create some space through Vault down to B. It's looking pretty decent, but Boston are just opting to take away space over towards the Vegas spawn.
Yeah, they have both sides. So AR's just post up, find a couple of freebies. I'll send him my SMG eventually to find an opening kill, but Brett is able to clear out his spawn from the opponent's spawn. So now his teammates off the respawn, able to push right up through the front side of the street, but Giga Wake again with the double shuts down the play.
Yeah, Priest only gets 1 before being traded. Purge working at a route around the outside of P2. Seen, caught, dealt with. 2 down. ARs making their move up towards B Street. The SMGs for the Falcons trying to create routes. Snoopy keeping his head in the swivel. Not 100% sure where this is going to come from, but as they find XNID, now Boston, again, can afford to just keep their eyes forward.
Every time they find that first kill, they know that they have the advantage. Now we just got to keep on trading, being the last team standing. Snoopy flies on in. Cammy, he gets one from all the way top art, but now he's going to fall. Well, here come Vegas. They're already on it. First segment locked.
Yeah, and you've got Priesta following up. You've got 3 members here. There is no trophy system down to the moment, but Pred stayed alive, and throughout all of this, that is the most important part. You got to challenge this. Cammy's able to find 2, make it 3. Shutdown comes through. Arceus is already committed to the play, so he's going to see what else he can grab before possibly dropping. He's actually got some space and try to manipulate a little while longer, and actually his focus will be fully pulled towards Boston's spawn now as Priesta's moving around the long route as on the backside.
Yeah, Priest just wants to be a nuisance. If he can stay alive, even better. He already draws the attention from Cammy, so their setup over at the street side is going to be a little bit weaker. But Priest is just banking on his teammates to find some kills to work his way to him.
Moment of pause here. 5v10. Everything has to be very efficient if you're Vegas. And they're just not winning any individual gunfights. They're trying to open up space. They're trying to kind of get this Boston defense out of place, out of position. But all it takes is 1 good set of kills. Clock comes to a pause. RCDs finds a second, but now he's essentially by himself, trying to stay down. Exit, trying to cut off the pinch. Finds the first, forces Cammy forward. Cammy, good for the open. RCD still with the shutdown, the 1v1. This is for the round. Purge for the contest, and Purge saves things for the control, but RCD's a near heroic moment. He gets 4 on the zone. Last one standing. All you need is the last 1v1 for the win. And it just does not quite come through.
Yeah, shout out to Boston for playing that map somewhat correct. Because Vegas, on the other hand, are just throwing so many opportunities away. Like, we're taking space individually when we're winning a majority of the gunfights. We're the last team standing, but then just going out there and giving up our life for free. I know technically it's their best control map, but that was an awful display of control there from the Falcons. You give Boston Breach life, they capitalize on it, they extend the series. We're going into another vault.
Wow. Fireworks, though. That was a great 4 rounds worth of control. And a lot of it coming out of... I mean, okay, great from entertainment value. Let's not get too overcritical, all right? Because you're right. There were a handful of mistakes. I think Vegas, first and foremost, were looking at their opening offense. It looked like it was kind of given to you, hands wide open. Boston follow up with the offensive win of their own. Obviously, the electricity in that round number 4. So, high marks for entertainment quality. Yeah. And for Boston fans, obviously a chance to go into one of your strongest hard points and try to get this thing to a map 5.
Oh, yeah, that's good. Because now if you're Boston, you have some of your favorite maps to close out this series if you manage to force it to a map number 5. The red card hasn't treated them well, but we'll get there after we get through this fall. You saw on map number 1 early on, it was Vegas who started off winning basically every single rotation, flawless on their hold percentage. And when you talk about a map like Vault, it's always going to be about that conversation from the P3 to the P4. Whichever is the team to dominate that rotation, to set up properly and not allow any time to go the opposing way, you're going to be the team victorious at the end. But when you take a look at these highlights, yeah, it's a lot of gunfights going down. A whole lot of action, but just not much success with all that action going down is unacceptable on the side of A.
No, you're absolutely right. But still, again, it may be a little bit too late in the season, but it's inspiring to see how things are starting to develop for Vegas so quickly. Just comes down to, again, like they are against the clock right now with not a lot more matches to play. And that's, again, kind of arcs into the importance of not just this particular match to get 10 points, but more importantly, put yourself in a spot to get to the upper bracket. Give yourself a chance to probably extend your run at Major 3, where they desperately will need points if they want to try to find any sort of opportunity for us to even talk about a playoff situation. Whereas, again, for Boston, the big story is that everything's right in front of you. You've done what you've needed to do with a very easy Major 3 qualifying schedule to this point. You've gotten yourself a handful of good points towards possible playoff building. You have an opportunity, and you've already locked, of course, for the upper bracket, but you can maybe do what you essentially had done in Dallas, get a couple extra points at the major, and really give yourself a cushion as you try to finish off the year before playoffs.
Oh yeah, this 10 points is massive for the side of Boston, because right now you're sitting tied with Miami at 140. So if you can get 10 extra, you're going up by 10 going into the major. You know, both squads are going to start in winners bracket, so as long as we outperform Miami and everybody else behind us, we're going to stand a pretty good chance at staying in this contention for champs. But when you take a look at the map boom between these two slayers, Pred was the guy whipping out the SMG, starting off the game with an AR, going on multi-kill after multi-kill. He started to slow down in the middle of the half, but he was able to keep that thing going to close out that game. And then Cameron McGilligan, like, he's just been Mr. Consistent for Boston. Every time you're looking at a guy to always put up the stats, he's the guy, because he's been around Call of Duty for so damn long. He's seen every different situation, and when you need to see that guy value in his life and playing his life and holding on a power spot, yeah, Cammy's the guy to do it.
You kind of saw it there at a glimpse in terms of what we're talking about for the Major 3 qualifiers. Boston already locked, could be putting themselves in a position for a multi-team tiebreaker to figure out who gets the top seeds. Whereas for Vegas, this win would put a lot of pressure onto Atlanta and their following matchup to see who gets in to the top 8 spots for Boca Raton. Here we go. Vault Hardpoint coming into us. And again, the biggest thing about this is it's a story that you can pick your poison here. Either the first being Boston, they love this map, they've been really solid in this map, but for Vegas, the hardpoint success rate has been super high. It just has not come by ways of a lot of reps on Vault. This is the one time they played it versus Optic.
Yeah, the W versus Optic, we know how Optic like to play it. Don't really get any time off P3. Now you have to rotation towards P4, and then that led to Vegas just holding on some of these money hills basically perfect. But on a map like Vault, your SMGs need to be felt early on, but your ARs need to be the closers on the outskirts hardpoints. But into the action we go, Mix Fest in P1.
Opening first blood on the map, though, goes the way of Vegas. They have had some really solid break-off looks on just about every mode, honestly. Search and Destroy, Hardpoint, and the Control. That will be followed up here with another good break-off onto P1 at Vault. And it's perfect. It's absolutely perfect. Not a single kill for Boston at this point. You still got P2 to your back. Pred trying to create a layer. Does get shut down, and maybe an opportunity here for Boston to break in.
Yeah, Boston with Awakening finding a double. Now you have the numbers to work your way back to the middle of the map. But P-Dog, again, another massive play. Now the finesse good enough for Pred to get back into the situation. Off to a fantastic start is Priesta. And Falcons have yet to flip those spawns. And you can already see a couple players from Boston spawning on the backside because they're getting too aggressive over through Lion.
Something about when Priesta pulls out an SMG, it just hits a little different. Remember that Vanguard year? Priesta with the MP40 is a little different. Snoopy able to get into the hard point at P2, but desperately needs help. Awakening providing a little bit of damage over towards Extant. That's an easy follow-up for Snoopy, but now, yeah, he's just got to try to fight for his life, and the kills will not be there for Boston to hold. So just 7 seconds of initial time, and Vegas are right back in.
Yeah, now Boston has to break through the front. No one's dedicating themselves on a long route, and Purge is able to find an opening, working his way up through palms. And I don't know if Priesta's controller died or something, but he didn't even react to that gunfight. Purge with the triple allows the break to come in clean there for Boston. They got Vegas trapped towards the back, but you can already see Pred thinking about that roto to new. He's hitting a route.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was just Priesta. He bumped the door, and Purge just kind of got ricocheted backwards. But the follow-up, counter break, good for Vegas. Now working on the exit and rotation. They're going to have Boston spawning behind them at the old time at P2. It's just Awakening who's trying to put some sort of a force together on this long crossover towards what eventually will be this P4 side of the map. And he's done well to give himself a staging ground to work with. Teammate coming with him as P3 is open.
Yeah, P3 is open. Camry's already taking space. at the other side of the street, and now you're trying to fight for your arc control, but Exton the entire time has played it super patient, and I absolutely love this play, but don't let the timing come back to bite you. Thankfully, the reaction time is even better. He secures arc for his squad. Boston all the way across the map. Now you just don't want to let him soak up time here.
Yeah, well done. Damage from Exit, followed up by Pred, who can't quite find the third kill in a row, but just a bullet left. Has Priesta in position to find the trade. Arcides Reed to Awakening. Good battle between those two. Both damaged heavily. Boston, with 18 seconds remaining on the third hill, now start to make their move across the map, and that win from Purge allows the floodgates to open up here for the breach.
Yeah, and every kill is so important right now on both ends. Thankfully, Priesta and Exton are able to stabilize, make it a 2v2. Now you're contesting the player on the backside of the hard point, but Purge is just going to play his life. The new hill hasn't popped, but now that it does, Vegas are going to have the numbers. They're going to have the close spawns, and now if you're Purge, you got to play your life.
He's found a good route, gets out of top side of P4, gets around the back, trying to block spawns, but doesn't get the read over to Exton, who has both weapons to work with. Fred trying to help out. Good position, but Snoopy just over the top wall. Big double from Snoopy. Late to the first gunfight, wins it, follows up for more as he's out on 3 in a row, and a chance for Boston to move the spawns, break the hard point, and they'll do both.
Oh, man, now Vegas is spawning all the way across the map. This 30 seconds is going to be locked up on the side of Boston, but they're getting aggressive on those kills, and now at least one player is going to spawn all the way across the map. You have the numbers, you got to fly.
Oh, nice my God. Snoopy! One shot away from putting together a Reddit-worthy masterclass, but it's still followed up nonetheless, and Boston will have their first significant lead here in map number 4. 20 points, and a little bit larger than that as we head back to the middle of the map, where honestly Boston have kind of capitulated Vegas's ability to put together any sort of a zone or a setup around this hill.
Yeah, Vegas left themselves some P1s. They've been able to stabilize, not really lose track of the spawns or lose track of players. Whenever these gunfights start to go down around the middle of the map, but all the kills light up in favor of the breach. Now you start to get aggressive, potentially spawn them all the way across the map, or just set up, soak up time, and play for the next wave.
Now Vegas going to spawn all over the map right now. Matters made worse by Snoopy. Winning over to the right side of the map, setting themselves up for hopefully will be a P2 side if you're a Boston fan. Vegas, fastidious about how they want to try to break their way back through. Do you play for spawns? Do you play for the hill? And it looks like they want to play for spawns. You got a long route from Arcides, a hit here from Exit over the top of Catwalk, and that should start to move, if not influence these spawns slightly as we look over towards the P2 side of the map.
Yeah, but it's just keep on trading if you're Boston. You're going to allow your teams to spawn over towards ammo. The only one farthest pushed up is going to be Arcides, and now you overwhelm him. You win the rotation over towards New, and now you just got to iron up through the front door. Snoopy contested already from the front.
Snoopy, yeah, how good has he been in these 1v multiple moments? With the my God, on 4 in a row, and now off the regen. Feeling pretty pugnacious about his way to try to deal with the rest of this Vegas hit from the front. 19-9, he has put together an absolutely astonishing map 4 display to this point, and honestly for Vegas, they really can't even get any development to hit from the front. Purge is cutting them down before they can even see the hill.
Yeah, this is so tough. You have not been able to get even close towards this hard point, but too aggressive on the side of Boston allows Exton to spawn right behind them, so he's potentially going to break them. He's able to find a double, and would look to be a flawless hold there from Boston is a mistake, and now Vegas get a little bit of time that they much needed.
Yeah, Purge shut down from hitting that pool side. Guns are up for Vegas. Towards the backside at P2, fighting for his life as X did, but he only finds a couple of seconds before Boston re-break and now can make their move across the map. And you can see what that's already done. With the hard point still active at P2, Vegas will spawn behind. Good moment here though from Priest as he finds another elimination, and actually Pred will spawn up just as the hard point opens on the left side of the map. And yeah, it's put a lot of pressure on Snoopy. He gets a decent read, but can't deal with it.
Yeah, that's going to catch Snoopy off guard. So Vegas have arc control, but you need to be able to suck up time here at P3. Exton on the pinch is able to line up a double, get him off the time for now, but everyone's got a flood. We have the numbers. We got to go.
This has been a really mixy map. I think a lot of it is because the SMGs are finding a lot of success, but it's not been clean. And a lot of that is because the main ARs for both teams have relatively struggled from start to finish. Arcides just 6-16. Cammy's only 9-16. So again, you talked about it kind of setting up this map, Jay. You wanted to see the ARs controlling and dominating space. They have not been able to provide that, at least not as a collective force of 2, and that's led to a lot of just heroic SMG plays at this point.
Dude, are Vegas just like anti-time at P3? Like we're playing
Feels
so hard
way,
for
yeah.
arc control, And we're giving them a lot of time for Boston to just keep the lead that they are. And now before the new hill pops, there's already player contesting for the spawns. Purge is playing his life, has already gotten lost. His teammates taking space over towards B Street. And now Vegas have 2 players all the way across the map.
Yeah, they just have to try to read and respond to this hit as it comes over towards the backside of the map. Xdid stunned. Plays back, knows he needs to keep his life. Pred stepping up. Damage in. That's good to help out for team shots, and that's so well received. Great bunker moment from Vegas. Not having the setup that they want, they still find the kills, and now they've got 35 seconds trying to get this game tight.
Yeah, and that's a clean for Dead, but already the opening kill, the opening 2 kills goes in favor of Boston. We're peeking from the hard point, and now the last man here has to make something happen. Thankfully, X did find kills at the right time for his teammates to still spawn in towards the back. 20 seconds is good time, but Snoopy just simply puts down shots, and Pred has no more ammo.
Oh, man, I was about to say that was saving a scam moment for Vegas, but they still get pushed out on the next attempt for Boston. Awakening good damage, can't quite finish off the kills in front of him, leaving Snoopy by himself. He's got good predictions and a little bit of help on these crossing angles, plus the long-range shots on the Pred, and that leads from scrap to initial for Boston back up to above 60 points.
Now, if you're Vegas, you need to get some pressure. You need to be able to outnumber these guys in the middle of the map, win your trades, and be the last team standing. Because the way that the SMGs are dictating the game, Snoopy was not performing in that map number 3, but he is double positive. He is just taking over right now for Breach.
Well, a little bit of impatience there by Cammy, gets punished. Awakening, just gonna try to hold his life over towards this connector push. Little double slide comes through, and how does Awakening get both of those? That just can't happen. Arcities also drops from inside the hard point, and Boston will have a chance to move spawns on their way over to P2.
Only 1 player here to still contest them. Pred's only able to take down 1, instantly gonna fall, and now the close spawns are in for Boston to win the rotation over towards P2. Snoopy, that player's already weak. Let me get the freebie. Purge right through the middle of the map, setting up the crossfires, and everyone is dying off the rotation. So Boston gonna be uncontested to start this one off.
Interesting moment here, though. The split spawn from Cammy leads the Purge beam from behind. Vegas are threatening immediately bots. The timing on the hit from Cammy works out to cut things down from the front. They know that a player had spawned up behind, as you were calling, Jay. And that leaves to just a mixy moment here for Vegas, having to fight in from the front. And to be fair, they've cleaned up things nicely. Now it's just down to, can you actually hold inside the hard point, because you need every single bit of these last 35 seconds.
Yeah, the only thing that's going to hurt them more is that the next hard point is going to be P3. Well, I think they've had a total of like 10 seconds combined and 2 HPs. So we're just going to have to figure out how to play the objective a little bit better if we want to climb back into this game. Still 20 seconds here at P2. You're trading effectively, but 3 go in favor of Boston. The break is in.
Yep. This 13 seconds you cannot afford to give away if you're Vegas. And that's well done. 1 more to grab. It's Awakening. He gets overwhelmed. Nice moment there from Arcities. Again, he had a really slow start, 6 and 16 on 5 in a row, now up to 20 and 24, saving the game there in certain ways for Vegas, but still a long path in front of them. And as you already alluded towards, Jay, it all comes down to, can Vegas actually deal any damage to the scoreboard here on P3? Because so far, they've largely just been playing keep away as best they can.
Yeah, and there's only 50 seconds on the game clock. We might fall into white time here on a Bolt HP, because Vegas really don't understand how to get time off of this P3 hill. And if you're Boston, just keep on finessing through the street. You can win all the gunfights you want through the map. We're playing keep away.
Every second is a dangerous one. That Boston fine tally on RC's super long route. We just don't have time to make this play.
Hell no.
We gotta get in. We need to get over and challenge the hard point. And Purge will find 2. Xdid caught, and again, like, we're trying to manipulate for the P4 side of the map, but you give away another 15 seconds, this map's just over.
All right, finally the break's able to come on in. You've been trying to hold down our control the majority of this map. You're still down by 100. You only get about 5 seconds there at the P3, but now you're banking on the rotation over towards Art again, but this time you're fully set up.
Pending, of course, that they can get a read over towards poolside, because they're going to be a little bit late. It's just Xdid who's throwing shoulders to watch it. The hits coming from 2 sides at once. Good opener from Arcides to shut down a play over towards Art. Xdid also finds 1 in the backside of Dumpster, so the hit has to be moving right through front statue. And it's starting to make its play. Cammy for 2. Priest just has to predict the right doorway. One of his teammates does spawn up around him, but can they get a read on when the timing of this hit comes through? Arcides is outside the hard point. Pred's trying to fight from the backside of the stairs, but we got to get him off. We got to get him in. 244 to 156. The kills are there. It's just down to, can Vegas clean things up from the side door? Xdid for 1. We have to challenge the hill, my guy.
Come on.
We need a, wow. I mean, state of the game awareness. not high for Vegas in those last couple of hills.
Dude, I don't know what the hell they're doing these last 2 maps, man. Like, this is not the same Vegas we saw in the opening HP. Skyline is a lot better because you're basically forced to be in the hard point every single time you're off the rotation or even in a gunfight. But it's just 2 sloppy maps from Vegas. Right there, you're banking too hard on arc control. You're not getting any time off P3. And then when you're fighting the gunfights initially for the P4, someone is either scamming, you're losing the first guy, you're allowed them to take space for you, and then they're finding breaks. That's just 2 sloppy respawns there from Vegas. And now we're all of a sudden in the game 5 when they were just 1 map away from potentially having a chance at winner's bracket.
That was not the same type of objective focus from Vegas that we saw in the Skyline, whereas for Boston, again, domination from the SMG category. 41 and 24 for Snoopy, 32 and 28 from Purge. And again, after a really slow start from Cammy, he ends up getting into the picture there in that last set of hills. But look at the spread on this game flow gap.
Bro, look at that. They go from 44 points to 47 on the first P3. They go from 71 points to 72 on the second P3. They go from 129 to 132 on the third P3. That is less than 10 points. What are we doing if you're Vegas? We're never going to win a hard point if that's how we're going to play.
Well, and the thing is, it's not even just that, Jay, and I don't know if we have the ability to looking at that game flow one more time, but if you're not getting any time on P3, you better be getting time on P4.
Yeah!
And look at it. They barely do. 30 seconds on that second set, but from P4 to P1, you really don't get anything for Vegas on the 4th hill. So, again, it's just not putting together the hard points the way you need to. Thank you for pulling that up kind of off the cuff. So it's just, again, telling the story right there, like you mentioned, being allergic to P3 and then not being able to follow it up with convincing holds on the 4th is just inexcusable at this level. So now we've got a 2-2 map count as we head to break and set up a map 5, potential reverse sweep for Boston, potential second series win for Vegas, and maybe a last-ditch hope for a potential upper bracket position for Major 3. Don't go far. It's going to be fun. We've got a full Sunday ahead of us. We'll be right back.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
This. I'm on top. He's got to be backside. Dead.
Maybe backside side. Try side.
Nice. Come on. Get up.
Hey, we got a challenge, bro. Go. Let's go. Holy shit.
Boys, go clutch up there.
Boys. Oh. My fault.
Still backside. One. I'm not seeing. Stuck. Hey. In the corner. Absolutely. Coming.
Hey. Holy shit. Let's go, boys. Come the fuck on.
I'll take that.
Defuse.
Weak.
One shot low.
Rug was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron. I couldn't get him. He's one off a streak, Teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on till 8.
Oh, frag.
Wait, what?
Alright, we gotta regain. He's one off a streak. Come on, Teach. Let's go.
All good.
He's one off a streak.
Ain't no other frag on, bro.
All good.
3.
Wait,
he's top 3.
Who are you looking for?
Oh my God.
It's one.
No, you're good. You're good. It's like, just run him on the way out. Bro, I'm like, yo, he's going for edge. He has to. No, he's going top 3.
This is the funniest. Hey, we won. That's all that matters.
Yeah, we won.
But like, rid of somebody.
The 2025 Boston Breach Team Pack is available right now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to help you blend the competition. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
My microphone's muted. It was black. That's what happens. Welcome. How you doing, buddy? Welcome back. Easter Sunday here, and we've got a map 5 affair. Didn't have to go hunting for that one too much, as Boston looks solid. The map 3, map number 4. But here's a look at what's at stake, and this is just for this immediate major. Again, Boston's looking to put themselves in the mix of what will be a multi-team tiebreaker situation for who gets the top seed in between at least 4 teams, maybe even 5. Whereas for Vegas, you get yourself to a 2 and 3 position. You have an opportunity to sneak your way into the upper bracket, kind of based on what happens with the Atlanta series and of course what happens with the Carolina series afterwards. So a lot on the line in terms of Vegas being able to show an immediate boost into what they can bring to the table for the rest of the calendar CDL year, whereas for Boston trying to set themselves up for another hopefully great opening day when it comes to what they can do at the major. So here we go. Red card search and destroy. Jay, give me your thoughts.
This is the most important series right now for Vegas, because for every other team that's playing after this, Vegas lose, everybody else that's playing is already in the winner's bracket. You need these guys to pull a W for us to have a more exciting day of Call of Duty ahead of us. But going into a red card, Vegas have 1 rep. They only been to one map 5 and one game 5, and they lost it in the 6-5 versus Miami. But the 1 rep that they have on this with this squad, they lost 6-5 to Optic with finding so much success in the first bloods, which makes no sense. Like, if you're gonna get first blood, we have the man advantage. Let's close out these rounds.
Yeah, there's definitely been a level of like just running around the map a little bit freely has allowed 3v4 situations to be capitalized on a little bit too much for some of these squads. Oh, it's a good read. Vegas going to take a little bit of a cautious opening here. Just throwing a couple of kind of more orthodoxical nades just over the middle to see if they can catch any information. None there. Boston holding back for the time being as Cammy's playing top third, awaking underneath, and Purge and Snoopy working together over towards the B side of the map.
Yeah, no one wants to get caught slipping on round 1. You're just playing for some information. RCD's able to at least spot 2 guys, and no one even close towards that A bomb. But on the pinch, Snoopy's gonna get active. He puts down shots, not able to get the kill, and now Vegas are focusing him.
Yeah, isolation's looking pretty decent. Snoopy stays alive, but Awakening will drop over towards the play at A. Wow, Snoopy puts himself in a perfect spot though to still deal with Xnid. And now there may be a battle on rotation here. Look at this deep scale play. Vegas trying to get through the A site. Have a couple of Boston members in the way. And how about that from Pred? The perfect little dead slide allows him 2 free angles. And now Snoopy would have to capitalize on 1v3 ace.
Yeah, Snoopy 1v3. Bomb's going to get planted at A. Thankfully, he has both weapons for the occasion. But you got to try to isolate on one of these gunfights, and you also have a stun to work with. Spotted him.
Surely sees one in the corner, but hunting for more. Decent look over towards goal, but shots don't land. And it'll only be Snoopy who finds a single kill. And I love that play from Vegas. You know your flank is open. Why not just play and scale through? Force Boston have to sit and respond to it. It works out beautifully.
Yeah, it works because RCD is able to take down that first blood onto Awakening. I thought once Xnid gave him that isolation one-on-one, Boston were going to stand a better chance of just holding strong on their defense, but Pred able to catch the timing. He knows that Cammy is close by, and Purge is just trying to keep his teammate alive. But Pred with the AR, he's actually really good with that weapon in hand. I love to see when he makes that adjustment to his gameplay, and he's the deciding factor to round 1 there.
And that's another moment where, like, if he slides even a little bit longer, Boston have the perfect little crossfire setup, but he just kind of hits the dirt. Gets 2 great angles out of with the Amos. So now you're going to get Boston on the offense. Pred gets a little bit caught. I think he may have been hit by a nade and just caught a no man's land. So he tries to push forward to beat the timing. Doesn't work. And as RCDs drops, it's going to be a 4v2 for Boston, trying to just finish this round as cleanly as possible.
Okay, I already have information on to Priesta. Now we just have to locate where Exit is. If he can time this peak on the backside of Soccer perfectly when the bomb carrier eventually gets into the play, you're going to stand a chance here, but he throws a shoulder. Purge never gave up the pre-aim. 1v4 now for Priesta.
Yeah, and he's just kind of stuck here at middle. Not much you can do, you would think, but maybe he gets the long-range angle onto 1. That sure happens. Bomb's being planted, so Priesta will have to face the clock now. Tries to bait the sound cue of the glass, but no one was nearby to hear it. So Boston should still feel pretty confident in this post-plant setup.
Oh, yeah, they have everything. They have the crosses being watched, but Priest at least guns down Snoopy for now. So 1v2, Awakening's trying to locate him. He has no idea where he is, and Priest has got 25 seconds to still make something happen.
This is the difficult part, though. Getting down the stairs and on top of the bomb site. This is where those angles that the Breach members are holding should come through, and they will. Awakening quick to follow up and shut that down, and Purge looks over the top of his monitor to say, ooh, what just happened there? But everyone's good.
Yeah. Yeah, Awakening, he literally DM'd Wheeler this morning saying, I stared into the sun. So probably was a little bit blind in that scenario. Couldn't really spot him on the first glimpse, and thankfully the repositioning and going unaccounted for allows him to secure that round there for his team. But you strike for the first blood, you instantly find the second, you put yourself in a 4v2, and then instantly work that objective once you also locate Xnid. Just a clean round right there from Boston on the approach towards A.
Offense for offense, back over to Vegas, who came out kind of respecting the opening setups. Xnid moving a little bit quicker here through mid. Trophy system down for Awakening to keep him safe at the backside of Sidewalk, but this is a lot of space for Xnid to take away. And yeah, he's going to get a pretty solid adjustment and read of where Awakening is positioned. The question's going to be here with that intel, are Vegas going to commit to trying to deal with that and just play into the information that they have? Or do you say, if they're playing goal, maybe we rewrap this back to B and force the defense a tough rotation?
Yeah, that's what Priest is trying to do now. At least take some space over towards that B site. Trying to make an island play, slowly edging its way on up, but Snoopy in a perfect angle once he crosses that corner.
This is so tough for Vegas to make a decision right now. You can kind of see Boston are electing to play more of a read and react type situation behind the site.
He's going unaccounted for, Alan.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Snoopy, the thing is, Boston should know this. Like, the longer this round takes, the more you're gonna be feeling confident that the play's towards B, but Snoopy tries to play off the trigger discipline, gets caught by the second offensive attacker, and now it's just down to Awakening and Purge for a 2v4 retake.
Yeah, and they're both trying to work through Ticket. Archides doesn't give him an angle on the bomb plant, so now you have to try to locate every single player. You already give up information with Purge actually shooting his teammates, so just got to trade if you are Vegas.
Yeah, and there's just no way you get into this setup. That's so tough because, again, I think the read there for Boston is kind of this bunker back, stay safe. Snoopy would be the guy that pivots and plays off of either a timing play in towards that mid connector, or more specifically, is that an opportunity to stop a post plan from exiting the site, because you know the longer you don't hear anything at A, the more likely there's a play towards B. You see the defense starting to rotate in this moment, and Snoopy's thinking, I've got timing, I've got an opportunity, but just never looks right. And RCDs finds a freebie that essentially puts this round out of question.
Yeah, Cammy's also thinking, I should be able to rotate in towards this B side for free, because Snoopy's at least in a position to watch both crosses, but doesn't watch the outskirts, and Priest is able to catch him off guard, and that's what forces Snoopy to try to react to get that trade, and then get shot in the back. So Vegas able to capitalize on a misplay there from Boston. Take the advantage up by 1. This time, don't send all the aggression over towards Hedges. We're working the pinch insta.
Yeah, Fred and X did.
Spotted him
on this together. They do see Cammy. You take your time here. Meanwhile, the attack over towards A is on the site. Bomb not there yet. Pred should find a free first blood if they can find where Cammy's gone off to. He does find the kill, but it's not before Purge can find an opening over to A. And honestly, for Pred, he's a little bit stuck, has to rewrap the long way.
Yeah, but if you're Pred, just you being in that position is not going to allow them to have this bomb plant. So you got to play for the push through. Thankfully, Exton with the nade is able to catch one, and Archides holding his spawn catches the other. 1v2 for Awakening. Eventually, Pred is going to strike on the pinch. And Falcons, 2 rounds up now. Just set the tone that time with their aggression on the angle.
And I love the decision and the timing of Pred and Exton working together, and they both push through that position at the main concourse. But then the decision for Exton to retract back over towards the site. It's happening in this moment right here, where he gets back over through mid-map, able to assist to get the read that, yep, this pinch play that we've got going on is forcing Boston to try to play through. Again, like you talk about what this Vegas team was at the beginning of the year. I know that there was a lot of criticism in the first stage that Xnet wasn't going to be able to hang, but he's come a long way about how he plays around his teammates.
Yeah, and that was all about trust in Pred. Like, Pred is probably giving him the calm, I got this kill, go back and help our teammates. Thankfully, that call works out to perfection because he secures the one-on-one. Just single-handedly stops that bomb plant from getting down at that A site. But now back on the offense for Falcons. Gonna invest a lot of attacks over the top side of A. Boston have 3 players on this side of the map as well. But do Vegas go back to that slow rotation with Priesta eventually edging his way out towards B?
The question will be, do they get the read on who's here at the A site? Because you don't have that sidewalk control this time like you did last time. Purge still responsible for this for Boston. And you may have called this pretty darn correctly here, Jay, because Priesta is watching for that long pinch on the rotation, but mostly Vegas just commit on, say, we've got a free plant, let's take what we get.
Yeah, it's exactly what it is. They already worked their way up through stage. No one contests them, so let's just get the bomb down, and then they strike for the first blood as well. 30 seconds to go. You're going to have Priest in a position being your safety net. Now he's going to work the repinch.
Yeah, then getting 1 is fine. Getting 2 wins the round. Got it. There's just no way Snoopy's got the time to come back to this. Has to try to make a move. 1v2. No, not going to happen. Really smart play from Exit off the post plant, just holding his ground, knowing that we haven't seen anybody. So I don't know if it's going to be an SMG hit close by or what, but let's just kill the time, kill the noise, let Priesta hit the flank, and him finding the first plus a follow-up was more than enough, let alone the fact that he gets 3 total in the round.
Yeah, that's unacceptable, though, from Boston, because you have 3 players on that side of the map. Like, how does it go under your nose that they've already worked this objective, and then by the time you're trying to take some more positionings away, you get picked off for the first blood? That could not be that easy. If you are Vegas, you just edge your way on up through stage, uncontested, get the bomb down, and then also find that first kill. 3 rounds in a row now for Falcons. Boston have not been looking good at search and destroy today.
No. And I will say, just to kind of follow up to your point, Jay, it's also like the unexcusable thing for Boston may even develop before your point, where it's just like, if we're going to elect to play behind the site, we better have a better retake in mind than that.
Yeah.
So, first blood here, though. Boston's going to use it as a chance to get the bomb down quickly. Needs the support to make sure Snoopy can stay safe. Exit looking for the exit. Well done. Pred finds another over the middle. Awakening still holding over towards stage side, but he has to play an aggressive angle to make sure no one hops on for the defuse. And Pred's already found shots in. This is going to put a ton of pressure. And Cammy from top window isn't going to have a full angle at this, so someone's going to have to check for the defuse. Awakening is going to go bottom stage. And oddly enough, this timing may work out for him because Vegas are in no position to actually follow up and find the eliminations they need.
Fred cannot find Awakening. He's just got so lost on the map, stalling out so much time. And when they had him absolutely one shot, you were committing on that gunfight. Just could not locate Big Wake. Sneaking his way through bottom stage. Staying alive, eventually turning that into a one-on-one and then walking away with it while Cammy hits the rotation on the opposite side for the second one-on-one gunfight. Just easy for Boston. Once they found that opening kill, get the objective down, even though Vegas were instantly there to collapse on them, just finessing right there out of Awakening secures the round.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very dangerous spot for Boston to be after the post plant, but Vegas not opting to play for the objective. Open the window for Boston to take those long routes, and it works out nicely. To a 4-2 count we go for round number 7. Cammy looking for a long crossing angle at B. He's also making sure Snoopy gets a free route, but you cannot die there. With Snoopy playing forward across the minimap, you just cannot die there if you're Cammy, and the numbers after the entire exchange in the first 30 seconds favors that of the Falcons.
Yeah, you know Snoopy's all the way across the map, so let's just instantly get this objective down. Just got to choose the proper angle if you're RCDs, and he spots him.
Yeah, and the stun will come through. Nade for Snoopy does land, but doesn't find a kill. Nice shots from Snoop. Turns away. Arcides to the 1v1 now. And a pivotal one this would be for the map. Snoopy. Oh my! It's over the ambulance. And that's an SMG player smoking a world champ on the other side off a heady. Whoa, mercy.
And that's not even Arcides' fault. Like, it's literally not his fault. If you're Pred sitting there at stage, Arcides instantly gets the information. All you're trying to do is stall out time. Give ourselves an advantage to have both people shooting him instead of one, but Pred hard commits on the gunfight, gives up his life, and then at that point, Snoopy just had the power position. Just needed the regen to come on in before he fully commits on the gunfight again. And Arcides just stood no chance there. Vegas threw that one away, and Boston secure that round.
Wow. Clean shots nonetheless, though, from Snoopy. So 4-3. And Boston find a way to win another and get us tied up. Trophy system down. Xnid seen on the crossover towards the bleachers. Quick route starting to develop here for Snoopy on top of that. but he's got to draw a line in the sand somewhere. Door will pop, stun is out, sees him in the corner. Should be a freebie, and it is. Oh, what a nade from Xnid.
That's massive. Like, you're not expecting him to get a trade there.
No.
The fact that he makes it a 3v3, now Pred can get active on the pinch, and the glass breaking right behind him. He strikes. Now you just want to get out, but Awakening there for the trade, 2v2.
And Cammy's also pushed up over towards B to try to create, again, an avenue to try to get into the B point. The question will be, how does Awakening rotate through this? Arcides does not see that cross through mid. Cammy up top, big 1v1 win. And now it's just down to Priesta. He is incognito at the moment. No one has any idea where he's at. Haven't seen him yet this round. So maybe a moment of caution here for Boston. And in that moment, Priesta, well, gets a read on the timing of the rotation. Just can't quite find the shots to land. And that's going to be Boston now tying us up at 4.
Oh, man, just slowly finding picks on the map. They start off with the first blood, make up for the team kill coming in. And eventually, when they make it into a 2v2, just isolate that one player. Priesta stands no chance off the timing. Just simply going to get outnumbered, and Boston able to tie the game.
Wow. How quickly things can change.
How to team kill self-made.
Yeah. All right, need to see something here from Vegas. They have gotten a lot of success planting the bomb to this point. Post-plant foiled in their most recent attempt, but outside of that, they've been good at getting a read of what the defense is doing, but this will be new. Purge has not made this play yet. Awakening watching over the hedges is also playing more aggressively than we've ever seen Boston set up on their defense at this point.
Yeah, they're keeping Priesta at bay. He knows that he has to watch this pick angle. He just doesn't know how many players are on this side of the map, so the rotation starting to come in for Vegas. Gonna slowly work your way on up, and it all depends on what timing Snoopy gets.
Shots messy, but still enough for a 1-for-1. Cammy following up, big gunfight win versus Pred. No trade. And Cammy will also read the bomb has rotated back over towards the A side of the map, where Purge has already taken that aggressive position from the beginning of the round and moved forward, leaving Xnid in a very impossible situation. But a big win onto Awakening actually puts some stressor onto the defense, who are playing from the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, we just got to get this bomb down as quick as possibly can, because you know the other guys are already across the map, so let's just make the play come to me. Gonna invest it over towards B. Cammy's not gonna be able to spot the exit, so Xnid just gotta finesse.
Gonna work this together are the two defenders for Boston. Xnid might just come flat out, just down to timing. Here's the retake of the site. They've cleaned it all up. Timing on the defuse. Xnid playing for the diffuser, finds the first, slips away. Trying to reset. Purge on the other side, just throwing shoulders. Xnid trying to again play off the. Oh! Win from Xnid! Had to have been at a most 30 HP. Purge hit him dead to rights. And Xnid just kills the timing. A little cheeky slide out, perfect centering. And Xnid is now on 11-6, and the Falcons are on match point.
Oh man, poppin' takeover Xnid with the 1v3 to put the Falcons at game point. 16 HP in a dream. Just the extendo slide catches Mr. Purge off guard. And that is a massive round. Also an ace out of Xnid. The rookie making plays, potentially for the game.
And now we're just gonna send it. Double hit immediately in towards Ticket. Trophy system there. Xnid still gonna force this play forward. Catches Cammy on the exit. Follow from Predo denied. Purge, yeah, makes up for the 1v1 loss there. Numbers now good for Boston as they will take a pause with 60 seconds on the clock.
Priesta, they're gonna run right into you. So if you can find one and back out with your life, make it a 2v2. It's gonna be more manageable, but let's just make sure we're spotting the cross. You get info into Awakening, you spot Purge. You know the play's at A. We gotta double team him.
Nades over the top. There's no trophy system here. Oh, but they don't land. They're too short. It's now post plant. Snoopy very healthy over the top of the site. RC's down to 13 health. Priesta still watching over his left. There's the regen. Here comes the second attempt. Lots of damage again being puddled in. Priesta trying to save a life, and he's been good at that. So now it's just down to the 2v2. Purge over the back. Purge for 1. Purge for 2. And it's going to be Boston sending us to a round 11.
Oh my God. It doesn't get any bigger than this. Xnid tried to heat check himself on this round. He strikes for the first blood, but his teammates fall around him. And and Boston were taking space in towards Ticket to give themselves the man advantage, but then Purge times that flank beautifully once the objective goes down to catch the double and force round 11. Who is going to be the team in defense? Who is going to be the team on offense? I feel like Vegas's defenses have been a struggle, and they're going to be the team on defense, so we got to figure it out.
Yes, you do. Boston, on the other hand, trying to get some creation over towards this front play at B. Saw the round 11 stats. Not good from either team, but this feels different. Snoopy making his play forward. He's got help. It's got a lot of help, but wait, Vegas are actually in a really good spot to try to contest this. Exton from inside, but Arcitys drops early. Now Exton kind of has to just play whack-a-mole here and just pop up and surprise this Boston offense, which has not committed for a plant yet. Does he find timing to line him up here? No, Snoopy slides through, finds the kill. Pred trying to hold on to the doorway as much as he possibly can. Gets the trade. Does he slip away? No, and the follow-up kill is there. Boston able to come back, get to around 11, take it quickly, and secure a reverse sweep, breaking the hearts of the Vegas Falcons.
Oh, that's an absolute breakdown there for Vegas, because you had the numbers to try to retake. Arcitys just gets caught off guard. And then when that first gunfight goes down, Exton's just trapped. He was just banking on the timing there. You can already see it on Arcitys' face. He knows how important this match was. That now puts Vegas Falcons at 1-4. Our losers bracket is basically locked up on that end going into Major 3. But damn, that's gotta feel so tough, man, because you played the first 2 maps perfect. You scammed on the last 2 maps, but then that final S&D, once Exton gave you that 1v3 to put you at game point, you think you were gonna get success here for your very second win so far on the season, but it just does not happen. Boston still in the way.
And it puts them immediately for Boston into the running for a possible top seed, with a multi-team tiebreaker situation going to come through. But again, the biggest story here for Boston is that it's another 10 points, which we're at that point of the season where playoffs are right around the corner. Only a couple of qualifier matches, but most importantly, Boston giving themselves a cushion with the top seed. Vegas will have to fight out of the lower bracket when we get to Florida for Major 3 as we conclude our first series of 3 this evening here on Easter Sunday. Back to the desk.
How about that Easter bunny, Jay?
Oh, that Easter bunny's hitting, Chris. I see you, baby. I see you.
Looking out for me. The reverse sweep, never a doubt. Well done, Boston Breach. You guys actually picked Boston, so you were right too, Allie. But then you started cheering, and you really thought you had won that game 5.
We did think we were going to win that game 5. I mean, once Exnit did the 1v3, it was like his teammates need to do something. Somebody needs to step up. Unfortunately, they did not.
And what did you see throughout this one? Because Vegas looks like a contender. This was one of the better series of the weekend.
Yeah, this was an awesome series. I mean, you're talking about like a couple of these maps. I mean, just so winnable if you're the Vegas Falcons. I mean, also some big plays were made inside of Boston. We'll start with this game 5 as we're watching the highlights here. The defense for Vegas just couldn't figure it out. You saw like some rounds they play super aggressive. Despite like Exit finding a first kill, there's no follow-up, right? Like the adjustments just aren't there on their defensive side. And, you know, there's just some clutches, like 2v2s that were, you know, getting away from them. And even despite Exit with the massive 1v3, get 2 defenses after that to try to close it, and you can't. It's extremely tough.
Yeah, in the first half of this, the pace was definitely being controlled by a set of Vegas Falcons, and I feel like Boston Breach were playing a little too passive, and then once they started playing aggro around round 6, it's like Vegas Falcons decided to answer that regression with even more aggression, and just wasn't paying out. Like, I go all the way back to the round where Pred just flies up mid-stairs. He has nobody looking over him. He just literally gets picked off for free. And then, like, you go to round 7, my God, Snoopy gets a free 1v2, absolutely beaming Arcitys and Pred. Like, you need more out of your teammates.
It is tough on that map, right? Because, like, I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get aggressive like they were in the rewind, find the kills, and then the ARs have to make plays off of the sub-aggression. It's a little bit more difficult on Red Card because it's a lot larger of a map. The sight lines are deeper, right? So some that they'll have to figure out for the defensive rounds.
Rosalie, can you guess who earned your Scuff play of the game?
I wish it was Exnit. Is it from the winning team?
It's Snoopy, not the 1v3 from Exnit, but we had it loaded up just in case. Instead, the MVP, as always, from the winning team,
Unreal.
Snoopy. We had like 3 different clips, and I asked for the 41 kills.
Yeah, no, that makes the most sense. He is the reason Boston Breach won this map. I mean, he was good for 2 every single life, and not even that. He had almost 2 minutes in hill time. This is where I tweeted that Snoopy is everything because, my God, this guy's unreal.
Yeah, and he was coming off of a terrible, map right before this too, right? So Snoopy bouncing back immediately, frying here, and he made the biggest play the first before sliding up and finding 2, and that gave them the huge chunk lead. So Snoopy, man, resiliency, it's there.
The vibe checks never lie. Boston with the better vibes towards the end of this one. Am I worried about Pred storming off, or is that something like I should just get used to? He's a competitor. He's going to need a moment to cool off, and then we can talk post-match.
Yeah, of course.
I think you should be happy seeing that if you're a Vegas fan.
Yeah.
Because Pred's coming off of a world championship, and he's on a team that has like barely any wins on the year, and he's still showing that much passion, trying to be a leader for these guys. Obviously, you got to hone that in as the season goes, but I would be happy seeing that type of passion from our leader.
You heard it from Studdy. The losers bracket is locked. Minnesota Rocker, Vegas Falcons, New York Cloud9, and Gorilla Mates at the bottom. But the winners bracket still has lots of room for shakeups. When we come back, Optic playing for a higher seed as they take on Atlanta.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Arcade Wiz Tracer Pack is available now. Hit the map in retro glory with the Star Player Operator, pixel-inspired emblems, and more.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
I'm ready to fly by now. You should know I got that crown on my mind. Top, get on your feet, feel the passion. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through, blast like a cannon.
That's what you are. Unforgettable, though near or far. That's why, darling, it's incredible that someone so unforgettable thinks that I am unforgettable too.
The 2025 Optic Texas Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this vinyl proving your membership in the Alien Task Force. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Who really stopping me? I did not come for apologies. I am not here for the politics. Your confidence started with common sense. They gonna cry for acknowledgement. I got the team to conglomerate. Give it to Austin, not stopping it. I am the one, they not stopping him. No. It's a different situation. Black tails when I pull up can't I found it, don't you crazy. Please don't focus on the diamonds all canary. I tried to tell them, but they didn't get the message.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Atlanta FaZe ready to go. But before they take on Optic Texas, we have something to talk about. The performance from the last matchup, Allie.
Unbelievable out of Snoopy. I mean, MVP from last match for sure, and I'm pretty sure we get to gas him in real time.
It's the winner circle. Welcome back, Snoopy. You guys are now 4-1. I was just doing the math. You have what, 6 total map losses this stage? You guys are crushing it. What is different about Boston right now?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're pretty solid in all game modes. Last stage we were kind of struggling in control, but I feel like we put in the work, been practicing, and you know, I mean, even though today wasn't great, I feel like we're still solid in all game modes. So just, you know, practicing, getting better.
Nothing better than, you know, a reverse sweep heading into a major, you know, at least for the sake of you were put into tough spots and now you know how to get out of them. Snoopy, this is easily some of the best COD that you've played in this stage. Kind of, do you think you're at your peak right now? Like, is this the best we're going to get out of Snoopy? If not, if you have room to grow, where do you think you can grow as an individual player?
Oh, no, I mean, I could definitely grow a lot in certain aspects. Just, I mean, I've been kind of trying to improve in my comms since last year. Also, like, slowing the game down when you have to be slow. For example, that map 3 in control, I was the only, you know, I was getting slammed.
Speedy?
So, yeah, I was going to Tony Snell, but it's all good. Just taking my time and being fast when I gotta be fast.
Snoopy, you know, you've been in the league for a little bit now, and you've got some LANs under your belt. What's the biggest difference between online and LAN? Because it felt like you had a breakthrough when you guys beat LA Thieves at the last tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just more like exciting, you know, very, I don't know, it's just different. Like the whole environment, people there, there's just passion. And I don't know, I can't wait for them. I mean, it's just really fun.
Next big upset, I'm gonna need you to keep that momentum and not lose it this time, right?
Yeah, I got you.
Awesome. Well, Snoopy, we've got 2 more matches on the day. Do you got Atlanta or Optic coming up next?
It's a tough one. Map 5, maybe.
Map 5.
Map 5.
On the fence. You can join the desk one day, my guy. Thank you, Snoopy.
Yeah, have a good Easter Sunday.
Cheers.
That's
that
a
is
good
Snoopy.
PR
That's
answer.
Boston Breach, and a smart move from a young lad. Let's take a look, though, at what we have coming up, because there's still 2 more matches, and this should be a fun one, Nameless.
It should be a fun one. We call it El Clasico. It's been a banger in the past. The signs leading up to this one say that Atlanta should dominate, with the caveat of their hard point has kind of taken a dip, Allie.
It's been a little wonky. They went from top 2 hardpoint team all the way down to 10th so far in this split. And the weird thing is they went from the best rotation fundamentals team in the game, now sitting around middle of the pack, but their breaks have just stayed awful. Bottom 2 right now in the league, which is weird considering an Atlanta FaZe team that has Simp and Abeezy on it, but they haven't been great. They're rocking 0.8s across the board during the split in hardpoint.
Can you put this in context for me, though? Are they trying new maps? Is this like data based off of trying something new, or are they still going to their classics?
I mean, they've kind of played all the hardpoint maps really this year.
Yeah.
But the one thing is they've continuously tried to add Skyline to the map pool, Chris. So I'll say that probably hurting their data a little bit because they've lost it twice.
Yeah.
I just don't think Skyline's going to be a map for them in hardpoint, right? So it forces them in this spot where they have to play Hacienda, where they played it a ton, but they're 7-5, so they're susceptible to a loss on that map. So one of those 2 they wanted to add. Looks like the Skyline experiment might be out the window.
4:30 p.m. yawn out of Abeezy. Don't be worried, FaZe fans. Allie, you had one more note there on FaZe before we go to Optic.
I just wanted to talk about the maps and modes, so maybe I'll wait till that card comes
Okay,
out.
let's jump in here with Optic Texas, because this squad looks a little different from the team that started the year. Pred, you just saw, was wearing a Falcons jersey. Kenny is now with Minnesota Rocker. And Optic is the only team in the league to hold an L to the Falcons.
Yeah.
What's going on with the squad right now, and what are our expectations for the current lineup?
Yeah, I mean, well, when you look at the lineup, your expectations are for them to be contending at a tournament. But what's going wrong is, you know, similar to FaZe with the hardpoint issue throughout this split, like, they're just making big mistakes. I mean, you look it up, they're on a 4 hardpoint losing streak, and in particular, Shotzi has been way too hot and cold. I mean, you could point out a couple different players on this team that need to improve. improve in key areas, but I just think Shotzzy holds so much weight on this roster. When he is playing well, they are a different beast. And as of late, he has been wildly inconsistent and probably his worst split so
Is it
far.
kind of like Snoopy just said, though, in his game 3, he was going too fast? Is this just a tempo issue that he can throttle back?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. But it's also like decision making.
Yeah, it's the decision making. Some of them are a little bit questionable. We go back to that one Skyline where Optic was in the driver's seat and he flies off top stairs and just dies for free, right? And then gives them the advantage numbers wise. So I think we're all just kind of waiting for Shotzzy to find his flow.
Yeah, because there are certain players that have added pressure. They need to play well for the team to win. You look at C9, it's like Sib. He's got to be that guy.
He's got to be that
Sib
guy.
don't fry. They're not even winning maps. And for me, it's the same thing with Shotzzy.
Is there lore behind the jerseys? They're wearing the Sunday whites today.
Well, it is Sunday.
It is
And
Sunday.
Easter.
And it's not an event. Special day? I need some info. Let me know as we take a look at our maps and modes. There's 5 of them. Will we get to a game 5? The stats say no. Hacienda, triple dose to open things up. We get to vault if there is a second hardpoint, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, the Hasi hardpoint, like I said, you see FaZe have to ban Skyline now, so
Yeah.
it's a situation where they must play that. So they've been susceptible to lose there. And then Hasi Control, a map Optic have actually liked recently. So if you're an Optic fan, if the guns are hot, you feel pretty good about the first 2 respawns.
Allie, do we get to a red card?
We probably should actually. I'm confused why Optic didn't try to force a red card hardpoint in this series because yes, Atlanta FaZe 8-5 on it, but they lost it versus Miami and they only won it by 9 points versus the Vegas Falcons. So it's a map that's been teetering on the edge of pushing out of their map pool. And Optic Texas, they're 1-4 and they haven't played in the last 5.
At red card.
Yeah,
So they cannot play it.
think they
That's
should
why.
try.
So 8-5 versus being buns yourself.
But they haven't played it in a long time, and I feel like
Okay.
it's one of those things where if you're going to catch Atlanta FaZe off guard, you should try playing them on a map of recency bias. And also, this is a newer squad in Optic Texas. They haven't played red cards their last 5, so I get it. It might be doing rough in scrims, but it's different when the real deal comes around.
Since Vanguard, this is our all-time head-to-head. 11-8 is the series win record in favor of Optic, but FaZe recently have had their number, just 1 win in the meetup so far this year out.
Yeah, it's a story as old as time, and especially in this situation where Optic Texas, like, they have the capability of playing to their ceiling, especially playing up to their competition Atlanta FaZe, so we should be in for a bang.
I can't wait to see some bonehead.
Going all the way back, though, is this like...
It's going to be an incredible watch.
Round 57, round 58. There's someone there on the internet who's been tracking it since the earliest days of Call of Duty. Let me know. In the meantime, we got to get to our Scuff pick'ems, and, well, the bunny will decide once again.
I gotta get some.
Nameless, you have the honor of going first.
For what it's worth, I think Hook's having a takeover today. I got Optic, bro.
You're going Optic?
Nah, man.
Or are you?
It's giving me FaZe, dude.
We might have to.
How have I not gotten the team I've wanted once?
I'm nervous.
Do you want me to go?
No.
All right, she's ready. It's pink.
This is diabolical.
Optic Texas with the FaZe foam finger.
Optic are going to win, Allie. You should be happy. I'll tell you, this is a Hook takeover.
Is right.
This
All
is
right.
diabolical.
Oh.
You get the. There's a you pick option. Oh, that's insane. That's host cheese.
Yeah, that is host cheese.
I'm going out with
That's
FaZe.
host
Host cheese. I always win, fam. That's how this game is played. Who wins this one? Probably Optic Texas, because we got Ton on the mic, and they have a lot of success when this man is in the building. Look at the mustache, ladies and gentlemen.
He's so handsome.
Wow.
I don't know. Do they have success? I feel like I'm a bit of a curse sometimes. I don't know. I feel like Miles is going to rub off on
It was Bryce, not you.
as well.
It was Bryce. It was never your fault, Ton. Back to you, Miles.
Never. Thank you very much, squad. And yeah, maybe a bit of host cheese there. I've noticed Chris sort of gets what he wants when it comes to this Easter egg game. I feel like he's definitely pulling the cards. He has all the eggs he wants, and it seems to just go his way. I love that from him. But Chris, mate, good to have you here. Jeremy Studd needs a break. He's been working extremely hard this day alone. But mate, we've got ourselves a treat. We've got ourselves a winners bracket showdown coming into the major. How you feeling about this one, Geese? I'm excited to get into it. It seems like they just bring me in for the big games, Miles. I don't know if I feel like offended or if I actually feel well happy about that. But no, it's an interesting one to say the least, isn't it? It's one of those that we were sort of saying to ourselves, if the Falcons won their game, there's a lot more behind it. You know, Texas have to come into it in the sense of, well, you have to win, you have to put yourself in a good spot. Whereas now it's kind of just for that seeding spot, and it should make it interesting in a different kind of way. So yeah, I'm interested to see how it's going to go down. Yeah, we'll break all that down at the end of the day. when we do get to see how the bracket will look going into the lovely major in Boca Raton next week. As we get the crust out of our eyes and we get the yawns out of our lungs. I've seen a BZ crack a big one. What are those boys doing last night? Playing a bit of Warzone, a little bit of a dance maybe. Smiles on the stage for our players, but serious business when the match starts. Because still, as you said, Ton, this is for seeding only. This is winners bracket locked. Vegas had the one chance to do possibly the funniest thing for a long time and absolutely upset the entire league when it comes to who's walking over the winners bracket. But for now, locked in, folks. You can sweat a little easier going into this series. But I think for Optic, again, it's not been the best look. Of course, Hook and Sky is the new boys here in the squad, Ton. They've been doing what they can to try to bring this team back up top. The problem you've got, mate, is on the other side of the stage. It is FaZe. And we'll talk about BZ. We'll talk about Shotzzy. Two players who are incomparable in their own right, but, mate, just unbelievable to watch when they're on fire.
Oh, crazy. And it's going to come down to a lot of what these guys are going to do in this series. I'm really interested to see if Shotzzy can, well, bring it up to the table for these boys here today. I think, you know, though, it's, as mentioned, you know, for the side of FaZe, it has been a little shakier as of recent, so it is a good opportunity for Optic to get one over on them, which we haven't seen too much of course, over the last couple of seasons, and of course, over the whole of the Black Ops 6 season, we haven't seen them get a win. They've only played each other the once, though, so not really a whole load to go into on that side of things. But yeah, for these guys, we know what the talent level is for both of these squads. It is ridiculous on some different kind of level for FaZe. Of course, at this moment in time, things have dropped off a little bit, so it should make it interesting. But yeah, for both these teams, it's curious because you have an opposition with plenty of talent for both sides. Where do you kind of put this series? What are you testing? Are things going to be tested? Are you taking it serious? Because it is the E Classico. You do want to win this one. Looks like teams are getting ready to go though, Miles. I'm excited.
We had to try. Draz is eating something. Draz has just put food in his mouth seconds before the match starts. I want to know why, how, what secrets do they have in that FaZe camp. Triple dose of Hacienda to start our match off here, boys and girls, on this beautiful Easter Sunday. FaZe want to run this one all the way home and get to spend some quality family time for Optic. Put yourself in a better position seeding wise. I was really interested to see how comparable the stats were between BZ and Shotzzy at the start of this one. That was a real surprise for me, given how, you know, up and down both teams' performances has been, but surely a taste of how great this series is to come, mate.
Well, hopefully it is. That's what we're hoping for. Everybody at home also hoping the same. I mean, look, FaZe will be the favorites ending this. There's just no question of it. But for Optic Texas, it's a really good opportunity to get one over on them, which is going to be a nice feeling heading into the major. A lot of confidence goes a long way for the squad. We know that. Hanging into this Hacienda. Yeah, I mean, as of recent, not necessarily the best for either one of these two teams over this particular stage. It is 0-1 on the board. So somebody's going to get a win, but who's it going to be?
A lovely start from the Optic boys. Nameless called for a Hook takeover today. And he starts the map off nicely with a good 2 spree. And we're going to be seeing what we can do here. This is a P1 setup and not an easy thing to do on Hacienda. You got full control of the top side though for the Optic boys. And Hook, the masterclass continues. It's a 3. Big Brucey challenge like that as well takes care of a BZ, and all things said and done, you got a lovely bit of time here at a P1. You're looking towards a second as well. Draws making the route through Garage.
Yeah, you take that all day. Uriel's really doing their job up top. Actually finding 4 rotation over towards P2. It's exactly what you want. You don't necessarily want Draza there. Well, Shotzzy will say thank you very much. We'll have that one, no problem. Not necessarily looking too hot for the side of FaZe. Can't find a breakthrough. Texas will hold this one down. First iteration of gunfights comes through and still looking solid.
Hey man, that is perfect work. Shotzzy on this flank as well. Checkers. When they thought they were playing chess. Big kills. The side door, though, continues to be a problem. That's on Skies right now. Can he get one out of that? No, he can not. Perfect break right now for the FaZe boys. They are in halfway through P2. Good time to get it. Can we get some pressure now from the Optic boys? Once again over the top. Draz staying alive. You lose a Shotzzy on the approach. Trades are going to be done in a moment. And once again, the boys of FaZe hold.
Yeah, Optic trying to work the flank Raya water side, and at that stage it just puts you at a disadvantage inside the point. If you don't find a load of value, you don't, and then everybody else kind of just gets pinched on from that side. But they will find a retake. There's 10 seconds to play for. You'll take those all day long. Optic Texas will have themselves a lead heading over towards P3, but there's going to be a chance for FaZe to get themselves set up. But all things said and done, after 2 hills, you take that if you're Optic. If you're FaZe, though, you're maybe a little bit spun after that. You find a nice break, don't get a whole lot. You get a setup over towards P3. Can they hold down this mixy hill? Draws are finding 2 to kick things off, in a BZ inside of Office, doing what he does best. Will set them up for a lot of success here. 15 seconds gone on this hill, and FaZe have every single second.
Yeah, man, this is great. Contest is done. Last 2 remaining members of FaZe are upstairs, and Skies cuts them down. Hook I want to call it. I want to start shouting out for this masterclass, but he's cooking. Indeedy. Shotzzy now pressure through the middle of the map. Lovely stuff in the 1v1 against Selim. And again, you're pushing that front line as far forward as you can. Spawns for FaZe in the back line now. It's a bit of a pinch developing, but no way this develops into anything more than that. Good stuff, Optic. Yeah, it just feels like FaZe a little toothless right now. Every single time we're seeing the gunfights come forward, we're seeing Optic manage to find 3-4 in a row without really much of an answer. So FaZe warming into this one ever so slowly at this moment in time. Texas on the way. Oh, Shotzzy finding 2 big kills. He's read that so well. And there again, 4 dead momentarily for the side of Atlanta FaZe. Not much bite. So that side so far, Optic Texas in a really nice spot. P4 rotations in, you broke to P3. It's all looking rosy so far.
Rosy indeed, mate. Well, you got sprees across the board. Boots on a 4. Can't get the 5th out of that life, but the break is in. Shotzzy, can you get these remaining 2 members of FaZe? There's 1. Can you get the 2nd as well? We're dancing nearly. And then Draza. Damage in, no reinforcements in position. That's a nice frag over the top there. Draz now keeping his spree going for a second longer. The Skies and Hook break the hard point. Wide open again. What a run. Optic are back in control.
I mean, nobody wants to hold a hill right now. Optic Texas will find a way through. It is sometimes difficult. You're coming in off the stagger, and Hook finding gunfights as well and transition over towards P1. I mean, the FaZe just aren't winning any gunfights right now. Optic Texas looking with a very, very healthy lead heading into a second rotation, but the breaks have been easy to find. The holds not so much rival on these two teams, it feels, but it just feels like Optic Texas are finding a way through, finding 20 seconds. FaZe will find a break back for nothing. Heading into a second rotation. FaZe have got a lot of work to do. Guns are just not firing right now. And Sky's dicing and BZ up as well. Optic Texas in a wonderful spot heading into the second rotation.
Yeah, it's very frustrating for FaZe. They're down tremendous at this point in time. Sim doing everything he possibly can, but right now the kills department for the Optic boys, absolutely everyone in the green as well. P1 is treating FaZe very well for now, as they've got the P2 control in this back pocket just in case, but on board with Shotzzy in a second as he will go toe-to-toe with King Cobra. A very difficult fight indeed as he managed to slither his way across that lobby for a big set of kills. Hardpoint, oh dear, might go the way of Optic for now, but look at number 5 again. Hook has managed to find the angle. He's found the route and he's in.
He's found a way behind, but with the spawns coming up over towards P2, I thought, yeah, okay, he was maybe going to be a little bit more passive, but it's Hook we're talking about. Gets aggressive over towards P1, but that will be Atlanta FaZe over towards P2. This game is by no stretch gone. Optic Texas, yes, okay, have themselves a very healthy lead, but a full 50 or so from the side of FaZe over towards the Garage Hill will set them up for a lot of success and will put them within touching distance. Selim on a 6 spree over towards the backside, making it now 7. FaZe not inside the point though. Kills going down towards the water side. Shotzzy and Skies to find 2. If you're FaZe, you need to hold on.
Oh, they're holding as best they can. And Optic have managed to get themselves in a really good position here to get the break and manage to get this hard point time again, folks. Let's go for a quick listening with the green team.
You're good. Just keep front.
Abe's Lambo.
Heard you.
Here.
Where you
Come
in?
I'm here.
No, you should rotate.
No. Let's get this time.
One shot. No one there. I'm one shot. I gotta leave it.
I'm dead.
You got fight.
2 on top.
Last two. We're missing one more dude.
Let's get it.
You dropped this really weak. Hold on.
I'm dark. I'm darker now.
No, it's one dude.
One's gonna be new. I have woke up by the way.
Rock dead.
I have woke up by the way.
They're going through lobby.
I will.
Gonna be open.
Go new. Somebody get in.
Rock open. Sit back. Open.
When he's in it. Secret and MC. They're gonna be dark. Dark for chilling out fast.
Try to pick a plot. I have Wonka. What's on me? There's 2 front. There's 2 front. What's out of fence?
I've been here.
Watch your front. 2 front.
One's behind us. Sure. Really close.
Let's go. Alright, I think.
Watch my pocket.
I need you.
Watch
in the back of me. Two in the back of me.
Yo, I'm keep shooting.
I have R-Step. R-Step, absolute. There's 2 more.
I'm shooting the
MC and a PC top bar, okay?
I'm pitching the pot. What's in the back of me?
And make a play. Chill.
Back.
Make a play.
One is up close.
Jump on top. Corner. Inner time tip.
Yeah, he's enter time sip.
One shot inner time. Time on me. Absolute simp. You can wall-bang him. You guys go. I'll go. I'll shoot.
I got
a fence.
It's gonna be dark. Look.
He's slid on me. He's inner. On the box.
Nice. Good shit. Take your time on this break.
Go.
You guys want to go open?
No, I'm down to pinch their closing shit because one's
one are open. We should just bang our side, bro. No bullshit.
Down. You wanna go?
Let's go through our side.
I'm gonna help Kyler. Nice. Good shit. I'm going your side.
No, open. Oh, easy. He's still there. He ran in con.
Anytime. They need me outside.
Yeah, pitching their side open.
Oh, wait for Brandon.
He's shooting rocks.
I said one in there. Drop this.
Yo, what's the 2 open? 2 open.
I go in. R in there.
Watch out. Drop.
That's good shit.
I'm absolute.
He's laying down. top. They're up and right.
Yeah, I did it shot top season.
No one there. Big Lambo. There's two Lambo.
I saw him. They're checkers.
I've opened it.
Yeah, they're gonna be two checkers. Three checkers.
I have opened.
All three there.
All three. I have other side.
What?
I stunned them.
I want to shoot.
Shut. Get down.
We're missing one. Drops first guy. I'm gonna pick up bottom there.
Lambo spawns.
They're open. I went secret.
Another decisive 4 down, and over 200 points we go for Optic Texas here on Hacienda Ton.
Just finding break after break. They're doing so well in these 50-50 moments. You're seeing these kind of trades just not come through for the side of FaZe right now. Optic Texas are brute forcing their way in, and FaZe are really struggling to deal with it. Heading into a third rotation, the lead is pretty much where it was at, and it ain't looking pretty. FaZe trying to get some time over towards P1, and that is a good amount of kills. This feels like where they have had their successes over at P1 on occasion. But P2, again, it is coming down to it still. This is very much an Atlanta FaZe who can find a 60-second hill over towards P2 very, very quickly. We got 30 seconds of P1 to navigate, and right now, Optic Texas, again, it's 4 down every single time. Huge time on off for now for Texas. This is looking bad for FaZe.
Real bad for FaZe. We're not going to win it at P1, but we're going to get down close, folks. We've got P2 fully locked up as well on the spawns front. I mean, Hook's going to be the last man sent at a time just to prevent FaZe from getting anything, drowning out any hope whatsoever. And look at that shimmy, look at a shoulder. Here he goes. He wants this one. And he gets it. Hook the nuke. A masterclass in effect, and the takeover is there. P2 now open for business, and Optic Texas will be the first to dip their toes and drink from that luscious well that is soon to taste just like victory. FaZe, one more hit of this.
Yeah, you're going to find a big break through the lobby side. Dashi finding one, Shotzi another. Skies has had a wonderful game, and he's the one just holding it down the hill. 10 seconds away for FaZe, for the side of Optic Texas.
This is it for FaZe. You are done, lads. Wow, what an opener. Optic have come out of Hacienda. They have slashed their way through competition. The contest was done for a second, and a roar and a massive game out of Skies there. Shotzi's chuckles can only tell you one thing, folks. They're starting to believe.
Maybe it is taking an Easter Sunday for that team to start to believe. Maybe. I look, it's one of those that both these two teams have struggled with as of recent, and I mean, you kind of seen it from FaZe, but it didn't necessarily feel like they were, I want to say there was a like glaring issue as far as how they were rotating or anything like that. It just felt like every single time they had an opportunity to pick up some really good time, they just get four dead. It just felt like Optic Texas were breaking so well, coordinated pushes coming in together, and everyone winning their gunfights at the right time. I mean, as far as games goes, that is a slow one for FaZe. It felt like there was no punching power. It felt like it was a bit soft as far as the retakes were coming in from Optic Texas. Break after break just felt a little easy. It wasn't necessarily like there was any like huge moments or anything from anybody in particular. Nobody was having just big pop-off moments. Everybody on the side of Optic Texas doing their job when needed. And really, it was only Draza who was there to try and shut it down, and just could not get it going. Really nice map coming out from Optic Texas, but Atlanta FaZe, a slow start to say the least.
I mean, that was a perfect example. Watching BZ swing there with that knife, desperately trying to make something happen. He was on the struggle bus. Not necessarily alone there. His boys were certainly with him, but a particularly difficult one there for the Reaper himself. But mate, a crazy game from Optic there. Good stuff. Then we heard and listen in, fill in the chow time, old time for 17 seconds, get most of it, and then get a clean break, sort of 15 seconds into the new hard point as well. I mean, that is all you can ask for as a squad. You only concede a little bit to gain tremendous amounts. Optic Texas coming out confidently in map number 1. We're going to play Search and Destroy on the very same map, folks, in a second. FaZe have looked very good when it comes to Search. They really tore the beating heart out of the Falcons in their previous series, but this is another winner bracket caliber team you're going up against, boys, and they're wearing them Sunday whites. How are we feeling about this one, Ton?
Well, we're feeling like that was a 4-loss streak on hardpoint for the side of Optic Texas, and they just comfortably dealt with Atlanta FaZe. I mean, across the entirety of it, there's nothing really to write home about. There's a little streak from P4 to P2, of course, all the side of FaZe in that second rotation at the end of the first, but other than that, Optic Texas in complete control throughout the majority of that one. Hacienda Search and Destroy, and then Control coming up, of course. If we need to see a Vault and Red Card, will be maps 4 and 5. But honestly, just very convincing, very impressive from the side of Optic Texas. I said the breaks were phenomenal, very well coordinated, everybody communicating well. We heard and listening. It's all about the trades coming through for this squad and doing a really, really good job in map number 1 with that.
Map number 2 on its way now, folks. We're going to be looking at some stats now. We've got ourselves a little bit of love for Dashi and Shotzi as far as the mode has gone. It's been treating them pretty well, mate. I mean, 1.3 and a 1.24 across stage 3 alone there for the boys. Again, opening duels huge for Shotzi. First bloods there, absolutely ideal. And yeah, everything looking good for them here. FaZe, a tough opponent and a really great test of the squad going into the major. I think the best possible time to play a squad like this, literally a day before you fly out or 2 days before you fly out, you want to be getting the best possible practice. All of our teams do when they arrive at the venues, when they do get to these major locations, they get a good day of practice. They get a day of scrims at the very least, and then on the sort of media day we get on something here. But Chino wishing a big birthday there to Dashi. Of course, it was yesterday, I believe, so happy birthday, Big Bruce. What, 26? Good God, we're all growing up, aren't we, Ton? Some of us are anyway.
Yeah, well, some of us, yeah, but some of us are feeling a little too old now. I'm sitting here wearing a cardigan, bro. I mean, I don't know what's happening.
Oh, we'll see how things go, though. On the other side of the board, though, young legends all across this game. True young legends. As we get ready to go into Search and Destroy. FaZe strictly business. See if they can get the bounce back after taking a tough loss there in another map 1 that they have suffered at the hands of these fast-paced green teams. They've got a thing. The green squads, they've given the business, but Search and Destroy and Hacienda, this is gone, of course. And if there's one team you trust to bounce back in an exciting way, it's FaZe.
Let's see if they can do it. I mean, Draza has been that guy across stage 3. Well, not just over stage 3, of course. I mean, this player himself is incredible on the Search and Destroy side of things. Let's see what Draza's able to do here on Hacienda. Maybe bad memories of 5 minutes ago, but it will be a lock-in. On the side of Atlanta FaZe, this will be a very tough one. On the side of Optic Texas, you would like to think, but the way that they came out on map number 1, expect them to have some confidence flowing heading into round number 1 here in Search and Destroy. Very defensive, solid line from Atlanta FaZe across the map. Texas waiting for a push to come through. A little bit of control over towards the top side. Maybe looking for a B hit, but it's the first blood for Shotzi. We know he's good at those. 4v3 now in favor of Optic Texas.
It's in and out. As guys, we cut away just a second early, but he got picked up there by Cell, who somehow finds another one there from the office door. No way you get a third out of this, but Shotzi banged up. There might be an errant Semtex for him there, but at this point in time, Dashi, our bomb carrier this round, is making his way. I mean, he's trying to find his way back inside, but Draz might have this perfect read on him here. Yeah, a brutal round here from Optic. 2v1, all down to Shotzi. Poles apart right now, the FaZe players, so if he can isolate a 1v1, this is doable.
Cell doing a great job finding 2 from office. Kind of line up for him. The child came through. Yeah, he's going to get it. Did he actually manage to spot him? I think he did.
Yeah. But it's not going to matter. Maybe Draza didn't see him.
There's a Q. Might not have got the pixel, but he's on his way over towards B. This bomb will go down irrelevant. If he can get out, there's a big opportunity here for Shotzi. And he will do. No info for FaZe.
And he's not going to go towards mid as well, so Selim's not going to be in the play just yet. But Cell watching that position, knowing he went towards the backside of the site. Here we go, folks. Selim, the unreadable. Is this going to be a big moment? Are we going to jump the bomb? And we're waiting. We're checking everything, but Shotzi has managed to infiltrate behind the line. That is a massive win from Selim. 3 on the round. A really doable situation to be in right there from Shotzi. Played it right.
Yeah, just a little bit of an awkward gunfight. Doesn't hit the first couple of bullets, and then all of a sudden, you know you have to chill. The second player is on his way. You need to kill Cell before Draza gets anywhere near. And Selim for 3 in the round. Just read it perfectly. Correct timing. Shotzi in that scenario, it's always a little bit tough, but put himself in a position where he could have potentially won the round. Isn't able to convert, but I think that'd be a frustrating one for Optic Texas. 2 pretty easy kills for Cell to pick up over towards the top side, and that is pretty much the round from there. Shotzi give it a go, but Atlanta FaZe will close out round number 1. Selim is going to be a big problem if he keeps playing like that.
NT, go next. Cell's having a nice match so far. On the 3. Shotzi perfect timing. The stun's going to connect and not necessarily push anyone back, but we're going to commit to this one. Sip from behind. Oh no, it's a FaZe trap. My God, Optic, they tasted great there. 2 down, 2 to go. Dashi will live to fight another day.
This guy's might be in a little bit of trouble here, though. Push over towards B. Looks like it's coming, or is it? All the way through office, and we might just transition to A very, very quickly. This guy's is on his way around Dashi, though. Now going to be on his own. He has positioned himself fairly well here, but, well, they have a read on it. They may have an opportunity to plant, and they will go for a dashy, though. Is he going to be able to make the move?
He could be good for one, but there's no way he gets the rest of them. Sky's out of the play for now. Dashy's going to try to play this sensibly. I think he may have just seen a player on his peripheral, but doesn't necessarily spot him out. Pinches on. That's going to be picked up, and now he's been identified as well. So all pieces now in place for Atlanta FaZe. They're going to try to commit out one side, and they have. But no kill. Sky's managed to slip the net. Shots in from Draza, and Dashy now. This is now impossible. Nice try, though, mate.
That's tough because he kind of gets the info of nobody pushing back through mid towards the arches, and then, okay, everyone's heading towards you guys. Can you hold it down from there? He tries to stay alive, and FaZe just read it perfectly. They all push out one side, playing together. And Dashy's positioning at that stage, for all it's good, it doesn't matter. Not much you can really do from that stage. FaZe play that one perfectly. 2-0 up. Everybody cruising. A lot more like it compared to map number 1.
Look, this was always the way it was going to go. FaZe S&D recently, they have yet to drop a round in the last couple of series, so 2 good rounds, but we're not out of the woods yet, folks. Another attacking chance here for Optic. Hopefully we don't have to give Shotzi another chance to clutch. Just let the boys get the round done at the start.
Not really in a position to find anything through the middle of the map. You've got to be spearheaded over towards water side. Look at the positioning from FaZe, though. I mean, they're going to read this. Not 1, but 2. How's he got those? And Abizi will follow up. It's child's play for FaZe right now.
It's 3 for Sim, 3 for Cell, 4 for Draz. Search and Destroy is so freaking evil when it comes to playing FaZe. No chance of a clutch whatsoever. FaZe again. Vicious on the attack.
And they just read the push coming through. I mean, when you can commit over towards B, the retake over towards A is like, it's one of those things. You go 4v4, yeah, you can go from there. But Simp is holding this down. He's thinking to himself, right, 1 would be good. And it's just 2 all on his own. Now he finds a 3rd, but it's easy to pick up the pieces. Incredible work from the young god once again. Simp finding 2 and solidifying the round from FaZe. This is cruise control right now.
Yeah, it's 3-0 with the folks at home who are paying attention. It's 1st to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Lucas Skies don't want to really get anything going here. A lot of intel there from Celium, and it's a 4-man hit. When in doubt, bang it out. But they hit a concussion, and that makes them think about it a little differently. In the meantime, the bomb's been planted by A. Trophies are in a relatively safe position. Here's the setup, and here is the attempted retake. Let's go, Optic.
Actually up top trying to find something, but FaZe offering nothing. Oh, gets aggressive. Oh, and Shotzi will be there to pick up the pieces, and this is now very doable. Drazza and Cell need to stay alive. Shotzi good for 3. Last one knows where he is as well. Celium will gun him down, but Hook will find it. Really nice retake from Optic Texas off the back of Shotzi finding 3.
He was gagging for the ace, man. He sent it from bottom U. A ridiculous shot from Cell there as well, but a really, really great way to turn this around. You have finally done it, folks. You've broken the seal. It's Shotzi's POV right off the rip. I mean, impossible to miss there on Abe. He was already banged up. And Draz gets caught out on the hop. Still schmoving, though. Again, Celium is a tough kill, even at the worst of times. You needed that one, Optic, and you got it. Bleeding stopped. All right, let's get running.
That was nice as well. Retake comes through, gives you some confidence. Going into the further rounds. RC out. Shotzi dipping and diving. Not many things faster than him on the map, but that is one of them. That's taken down pretty quickly. Optic Texas now Hook in a really nice position to try and get a play going. Rest of the squad transitioning over towards A, but Hook has been given free reign. See what he can do.
Hook with free reign. I mean, that is a holiday special right there. There's the plant. Perfect timing. The trophy system wasn't a dead giveaway. The bomb plant certainly was. And here we go. Hook in a position to possibly pick up a couple on the pinch, but the battle's already getting going by fences. Shotzi starting things off. And FaZe congregated over towards that top secret side. They are desperately trying to make something happen here. Hook out of the play for a second. Here comes Abe. Patient, dangerous, off-leash Hook. And here Here goes Shotzi again. Not enough though from Sim. Beautiful start to this fight. And Sim, huge damage in Adachi. 15 seconds to go. You are surrounded, FaZe. There is surely no way. Trying to fight their way out of this situation. Impossible. It comes down to a 1v1. But the round is done. Optic back to back.
Nicely done as Hook will pick up the final kill as well. And I think just having him in that position just gives you so much confidence in the rest of the Optic players. You know what you kind of need to hold. You know he's kind of got the whole entire mid-map. He can hit a flank if he needs to, which is what he does towards the end, as we see the final kill come through. Really nice job from Optic Texas there, just full brute force onto the site. Hook in a nice position to pick up any pieces that need to be found, and Atlanta FaZe struggling to go for the retake there, and this game of Search and Destroy has turned on its head very, very quickly. It was cruise control for FaZe. All of a sudden, back-to-back rounds of Optic Texas, questions being asked.
It felt like a moment of indecision there. With what are we going to do? We're going to go through top dark, or we're going to go through bottom, we're going to try to find something through plat, and by the time they hit the go button, Optic are in all corners, and right now, once again, the double open hit. 2 go down and 2 stay up. And this is going to get mixy very quickly. You're not going to read the pinch on this one, surely. Optic are in from behind, and here they come. Howdy, boys. Lovely work. Not getting any team fire in there. The second red dot, though, well aware. Hook stays alive, gets away with his life over the skies. Can he take care of the bomb partner? No need. Dashi's there with the coverage. Big Bruce now lights up the fence, and that is going to be it, folks. All down to Celium, and we'll be tied up.
And that double flank that comes through just puts so much pressure on FaZe to have to push forward over towards it. They got to try and find something because they know the flank's going to be difficult to deal with. It's 3 rounds in a row for Optic Texas now. FaZe bleeding rounds left, right, and center. And it's just, again, it's the double hit through open. Just don't read it. No info, no stuns, nothing. Yeah, okay, it just ends up being a 1-for-1 trade, but it's the presence of that player on the flank that ultimately does cause the issue. FaZe have to push out one way, can't find the gunfights. And that's all she wrote. 3-3.
Cool adjustment though as well. They send 2 through open, you send the 2 players down low, they get inside lobby, or you stay up in the corridor. They've got options to hit the stairwell instead. So Optic have got a couple of sweet looks there on these very, very aggressive defensive rounds, and that's 3 straight. FaZe, it's a red light for them right now. And it's been green, but only Optic have been going. So here we go, folks. One more. Can Optic take the lead here? FaZe get back to that winning form. They've got a nice wide setup here over towards A. And Draza with the coverage takes care of at least Skies, who's been kept on the donut.
I think this is the kind of setup that has worked for FaZe, though, where things have been a bit more slow and steady. They've had a chance to set themselves up. Guns up and trying to go from there. But Dashi will find a kill on the cell. That makes things a little more even, but this B side of the map is wide open, and Shotzi will take full advantage of that, you would like to think. But he's clearing his bases here. Not much information for Optic. Now they have the opportunity. Abizi's going to check this. He's going to check it at just the wrong time. Shotzi waited just a second too long. Abizi gets the kill, gets out. Sim to find another 1v3 needed from Dashi.
That's so tough, man. We gave, I mean, the benefit of the doubt we have, thanks to Codcaster. He did check everything. It was clear, but so much respect showed to FaZe. He pushes just to check forward Lambo. And it was just not enough. FaZe. They stop the 3-round run that Optic have and now get back on the horse themselves. They take the lead as we get deeper into the Search and Destroy.
Just a tough one, isn't it? Because, you know, I think it's sometimes hard for us because we can see everything going on. It's just like, oh, just plan it. But yeah, I mean, that's wonderful. We can see that, but he has to check everything. They haven't had much information down this B side. They don't necessarily have the wherewithal to just be like, okay, yeah, just get it down. Goes for it. Abizi gets wrong in the wrong time for Optic and very much the right time for Atlanta FaZe. They close out the round and, well, we'll stop the bleeding. That's an important one to find. I think if Optic Texas find 4 in a row, you're scratching your head if you're a FaZe fan and a FaZe player. Getting aggressive here.
And big time aggressive. Saw the heels of Shotzi on the hop, so Abe is in hot water. Good coverage though. The pinstripe kill feed. Looks like a White Stripes album, folks. And now the stuns are out. Not going to connect. Abe notices a player in the tight corner. The Shotzi catch. What a move. Dodges the frag. Gets away with it. And now we're thinking about the other bomb site or a potential low wrap.
They have onus to do what they want here. They can go challenge over towards this side. They know there's at least one player. Or do they wrap around it? The ladder. Pushing through now. And there's no way Sim should win that. Shotzi will trade 1v1.
It was the Terrors versus 2/3 of Zio in a brilliant 2v2. Now a 1v1. To the other side of the map, Shotzi goes there for the A-bomb site coverage, and Abizi, you find yourself in a similar situation to last round with the roles reversed. Clock goes red. What do we do? Do we plant this for B? You cannot make it across to A in time without running the risk of passing Shotzzy. And he has not moved. That controller is not unplugged. Here we go. The 1v1 begins now.
First few seconds always quite crucial for these players to maybe try and find any information they can, close some gaps. Beezy's got very active. And they may well be about to cross paths. Words. Here we go.
Jossy's pumped the brakes again. Just drops low. The timing on this could be insane.
Oh my word.
You've got complete coverage of the spot you want to be in. Wait as Beezy heard something. He heard it. The snapper is there. FaZe win the round.
Just does a full wrap around and clears out the garage side. 50% of the map he can be left on, barring some really bad timing. The Beezy just holds tight as soon as you're in office. It's not necessarily the hardest thing to get done over on the B side. FaZe will find another round.
Need to come up with a good name for the FaZe fake there. He plants it for office and he goes all the way around the far side of the map. Shotzzy is left just scratching his head. Where's he watching this bomb from? What is he doing? Where could he be? And by the time he leaves that power position, Abe's in it. Abe has the absolute corner of doom. Map point, Atlanta FaZe to get themselves back into this one, folks. Trophy in position, and that one is getting the job done. It's going to be a headbutt by A, and the fences are about to be ripped off. Sim, what a start there from Sim. Gets himself 2. The bomb now dropped over by A. Hook maneuvering in a position to try to help.
He's been so good for these big kills to Simp. The entirety of this search and destroy. These guys will find a freebie though. 2v2.
Keeps him alive and well. The battle now continuing. 2v2. The dance is on. The bomb has been recovered. That stun and the nade. Skies, just live. Don't die here. Hook on the close coverage. Draza could win the round in a moment. Waiting for the go. Whoa, the teammates. Hook's killing everything right now, folks. 1v2. Celium. He's made the perfect read of them going towards B as well. Oh my god, Ton, he might do this.
30 seconds to play with yet. He's not going to be able to stop the bomb from going down. Cell gets the read. There's the info. And a 1 versus 2 needed to secure the game, or do we go a little further? Up to keeping tight.
The slinkiest of shoulders from Hook there is never going to give it away, but Celium now maneuvering in for the kill. Spots out 1. Knows where the challenge will come from. And look at this movement. The battle was there. Optics stay alive. 4-5.
And 1-3 in a row. Throughout the mid part of this game, they'll need to do the same if they want to take away this search and destroy. I'll play from Skies and Shotzzy though. Once that bomb is down and they get any sort of info on Cell, it's very, very difficult. We'll take a miracle play. We know he's capable. But in that scenario, it's a toughie. FaZe still in a comfortable-ish spot, but if this goes round 11, it starts to get a little scary.
Oh, so everyone's map. Sweet force spree there from Sky. He's playing that final kill so tight on that rock heady. FaZe through the middle of the map. Dashy might have seen a head or shoulder of 2-1. Oh, it doesn't see any more out of that, but he knows the play's on here.
Has to get out of that area, knows the pressure could be coming in. The trophy is down, the bomb will follow it. Big nade over towards Draza. Yeah, he's got to be weak. 4v4.
Absolutely perfect. They put the rest of the trophies down. And Shotzzy. Whoa, it picks up 2. Unbelievable. Oh, no, this is starting to smell a lot like a round 11, folks. The slide on the site, though, has been dealt with. The pinch is picked up. Skies is on it. 1 man left alive. And Sim, the Phenom, now gutted, cut down. And round 11. The battle continues.
I mean, Skies had a slow start, but that's 6 off the bounce now. But Shotzzy, I mean, the timing for FaZe, look away. Oh, you hate to see it. Gets the angle on Cell. BZ's like, oh, which way are we going, bro? Okay, well, no, we're both dead. Shotzzy does so well to pick up the pieces. But the timing gods, the COD timing gods, be damned. Optic Texas forced this round 11. Big plays from Skies as well. Things got a little bit frantic towards the site. Things might get frantic in this round 11.
Here we go, man. Skies on a 6. I'd be curious to see what the streak situation looks like right now. Nades up. Cooked good. Damage dealt. And Optic have got the ice in the round 11, so we'll see if they can bring it here. A-bomb site wide open for now. A little bit of coverage there from Draza. A little bit of suppressing fire, but not enough to bring his teammates forward and get into the play. Skies plants it for outers. You should be safe from a lot of those dirty wallbang spots.
No movement yet. Start to converge over now.
There we go.
I mean, this is the danger.
Everyone's going to be inside. Everyone's safe, undercover. He can't quite creep it in towards Ting where Celium was, but here we go. Under the coverage of the smoke, though, BC finds first blood. Oh, Celium is in there as well. More toys at play. RCXD as they send it towards that player. Skies. Oh, he can't bring them through the hot gates, and now Hook all alone. A perfect setup from FaZe as they gun him down, and the shenanigans come to an end. FaZe get the job done. Tie the series 1-1.
Oh, and I wonder if the missile in from Skies is maybe just a touch early. Players start to converge, trying to get the information. But if they start to make a push a little later than that, can Skies keep them at bay a little longer and just make it have to be a little more frantic from FaZe in the end? They just pick them apart. One apiece now. FaZe, though, always in the lead in that search and destroy, really. It felt like they were the ones controlling, albeit we did go to that round 11, of course, but they were the ones that really had it to throw away. Big game from Simp, though. Constant non-traded kills. It felt like 2 pieces across the board. Just doing everything for this squad. Sensational work from Simp. Draza right alongside him with the damage, but it's all going to be about Simp towards the end there. Finding plenty. Sky's doing his best to try and get into the game, but too little, too late. One apiece.
Woohoo! Half time, we going into control, all squared up. This has been a very, very good game of COD so far. How are we feeling about this one, Desk? Are we going a 5?
I did not see a 1-1 with a round 11 in the cards today. Thanks, Ton. Appreciate you being here. The chaos ensues, Ali, as we see a 100-point difference. Atlanta FaZe still struggling in hardpoint, but that search was looking really clean until it wasn't, and then it looked like Optic was going to win, and then they didn't.
It was great from the side of Atlanta FaZe in the first half of that, but then you look at from the side of Optic Texas, like in that round 11, they had everything in their cards going. Like it was basically a 3v4 for a hot minute in this snap because Skies unfortunately couldn't get a whole lot going, and you run into plays like this where Simpson in a corner, we're not trading anybody out, but then you get to this middle half of the game and Optic Texas start playing a little wonky. You start seeing shots, he's slipping past some of the Atlanta FaZe defenses and finding some of these free kills, and suddenly you push it to a round 11. You have a Hellstar to work with. You have an RCXD to work with. You get the bomb down. If Optic Texas are good at anything this split, it is in their post plant. So you're the best team right now when it comes to their post plant win percentages, and they sell in every single category.
Was it a good sale, Ant?
Dude, that was the that's why I'm laughing. That was the trolliest round 11 I've seen all year. I mean, you know, up until that point, Optic had some excellent retakes. I mean, he's really shotsy, getting behind enemy lines, finding 2 kills. Does right here. You saw it earlier where he finds the 2 top hall, ends up almost getting the ace, and then, you know, Skies comes in for the cleanups. He goes on a streak to end up getting a Hellstorm, and you put yourself in a situation where we are 5-5. We have bombed down. We have a Hellstorm. We have an RC car. Shotzzy runs through mid, gets blooded. We call the streak probably a little bit too early. Regardless of that, we know they can't be on the bomb, right? Because we just streaked. Right. So let's just stay alive and back up. And then we're just all dropping like flies. Hook's in the clutch spot. Skies is back well, but we're in like a 2v4, so there's nothing we can do.
Surprising moves from some veterans here. A little bit of panic setting in the final round will give Atlanta FaZe a foot back in this fight. That was a crazy surge from 3-0 to 3-3 to 5-3 to a 6-5 finish. Woo! We still got control coming up. Before that, though, let's take a look at our first respawn, because Atlanta FaZe has been riding the shortest of struggle buses. And Hardpoint's not been their game mode.
Yeah, you know, I talked about it before the match. Like, they've been susceptible to losing Hacienda Hardpoint, and here's reasons why. Optic are just making heads-up plays, and this is what they were hoping for when they brought Skies in. I've been very critical of him, but these are the plays that he needs to make. So you see we're on a rotation over here towards fences, 17 seconds left on this hill, and number 7 is Skies. He makes a heads-up play. He's going to go through, rotate around, and once he gets past the half map point, you're going to see the Atlanta FaZe members that are dying. They're going to end up spawning back here where Optic currently is, right? We want to rotate. We want to set up
for new here. So Skies makes a massive play. They end up getting a couple players through mid, but it's what happens after that, which is what is so good. So we'll jump back into the mini-map here in a moment. Just watch, like, Skies taking the initiative. He knows, like, we need to be better at rotating. This is where we're losing games, so let's flip them out. And this was also during a listening, so he's making all the comms. He's like, all right, they're all spawning back, guys, set up mid and just find some kills. Who picks up the player on the pinch, coming through rock, and now it's just Skies and Dashy, the AR players, trying to apply some pressure mid. Now, Skies dies here, but it's the next play. He just goes so big for the team. So he spawns up in the back. He's going to come up here, find 2 kills, right? And then afterwards, he's going to loop back up top, find the last player on the pinch that he communicates, and then he calls out, all right, they're all going to be in the back now, guys. Everybody turn. You're going to see all the arrows on Optic turn and focus the players in the back. Just a heads-up rotation, being the in-game leader for these guys, getting them to focus on the right angles and the right spawns. Like a beezy, sets Optic up for an easy chunk of points.
Fantastic stuff so far, as you are going to see a 1-1 series go into a Game 3. Ali, who has the statistical advantage on this map?
You want to talk about our Game 3 Hacienda? Actually, this is kind of a square up. You look at the side of Atlanta FaZe, they're 7-2 on it, but I will say they most recently got handed a loss versus Miami, and they haven't played it outside of that in their past 5 matchups. But for the side of Optic Texas, they've won their last 2. They've played it twice out of the last 5, and they're setting 6-2 on Hacienda. So technically, recency bias, you're looking at Optic Texas.
Before we kick off that Game 3, a quick question for Tun. If I wanted to become a model like you, how do I start?
Oh God, I'm not sure when I'm modeling, to be honest with you. If we're talking about bad tashes, about 8 months of growth is what I would go.
8 months? That's a lot of commitment. Well done, fam. All right, back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Desk. Nice quick scope there from Nameless. Some of the biggest and craziest plays in COD are made without firing a bullet. Absolutely love that. A lot of bullets will be fired in this game of Control, though, folks. Plenty of plays will be made, and we'll have a good time. As we go into this one, squared up 1-1, if you just joined us. Hey, Ton, this should be, again, a spicy one. Statistics be damned. Never tell me the odds. Gut's telling me good things today about this match.
Yeah, I think, you know, I'm kind of agreeing with Ali on this one. It is a full match, basically standoff against each other. It's a case of seeing who's going to go into it. Their best control map for both these two teams. For the side of Optic Texas, she's right 6-2 across the season. For the side of Atlanta FaZe, 7-2 respectively. I mean, look, as far as recency goes, though, it has more looked likely for the side of Optic Texas. But I mean, it's the FaZe on Control, right? It's still a difficult thing to find, and this is far from over relevant of how we think this one is going to go. But if it's anything like the last 2, it's been an absolute bang out. Let's see which way the Control is going to go. But both these 2 squads, it will be Optic Texas, of course, on the attacking side to kick things off. And FaZe maybe tighten up a little bit. I mean, we've seen on the hard point, if we want to try and ease into it, they were getting broken far too easily. They can't let that happen on this attack.
And it might.
It might.
Instant on B. Shotzi will hide. See ya. Trades, though, ideal. The good news, though, Skies picks up that position immediately by B. Doesn't finish out the first segment. Back on it we go. It's going to be a nice counter-attack here from FaZe. The contest just before the pixel crosses the line. What a save from Atlanta FaZe.
Forcing them back. Shotzi not doing a whole load in the middle of the map, just trying to keep some sort of presence here. Gets caught sprinting, and that is kind of a bad time for Texas to lose a couple of these gunfights. Dashy and Hook saving face, though. Maybe a push forward. They lose a couple more there, and all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble. Momentum very much the key. On Hacienda Control at times, Hook all on his own, doesn't have any backup, has to do it. Can't get it done. Abizi will find it. Here come the rest of Optic Texas, but they're staggered. FaZe doing so well in this defensive, just keeping them at bay. Constantly got the pressure on. Optic Texas doing, well, I mean, not a lot together, and that has been the big problem so far.
Look at this dance. Dashy and Draza out by well. Who comes in and is like, just stop it. Either kiss or get out of my way. I'm going to the zone. Dives on in. Hook means it today, folks. He's not messing around. Lightning fast objective play. And he might be able to catch this player out in lobby as well, who's just walked past him. What a moment.
I mean, look
Luke's
how
still
the map is
dancing.
split. Who's flanking who at the moment? I haven't got a clue.
I've got no idea. I'm being flanked. No, I'm being flanked. We're all being flanked. Clock has been stopped. Big 3 out of Bruce. B should be done. 3-man stack.
Just like that. For Atlanta FaZe have had ultimate control of the map. It felt like, at least. It's given away. Dashy with 3 and B secured. Optic Texas now on their way, but for Atlanta FaZe, you've had time now to set yourselves up in the middle of the map and over towards this A site. A little bit more difficult for Bruce to find these gunfights. Cellium will find it. Who can try and just stay alive for the rest of his team as the water spawns now coming on through. Draws are dealing with those, but Hook will kick into action in a second. He's just trying to ease some of this pressure because right now, Atlanta FaZe are keeping it up.
Dashy's eyebrow hit the ceiling after Selva that kill. Hook is just so unpredictable right now. FaZe got no idea how to deal with him, where to deal with him. Damn! Nearly gets that one as well. So pressure over towards A. A little bit of a capture here from Shotzzy. Gets it done from the ladder. We've seen many a highlight play from this very position, and not today, folks. FaZe through the top side. Nate's going to be in position for this. Here we go again.
Yeah, a lot of credit over towards Skies. They waited for the push to come through from Atlanta FaZe. They knew the flanks were consistent. He's found 3 in a row, and it's allowed Optic Texas to get their way out. Dashi now combining as well. Big opportunity for an air capture here. It's a 9 versus 6, but it's on the cards for Optic Texas.
The FaZe have somehow managed to maintain this 3-life lead for so long. Bruce spots them out. And that is one of the quickest triggers in the league, folks. Woohoo! Good shots. Last 3 lives though for the Optic boys. Soon to be 2. Some shooting like that.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, FaZe have always kind of found themselves in a position just to cause so much hurt. Right now, though, they will drop. Okay, I was about to say it was maybe on the card still for the side of Optic Texas, but those gunfights are pretty much going to solidify this one. A 1v5 for Shotzzy within 4 seconds. Even amount of his talent and speed and prowess. Not going to be able to pull that one off. Atlanta FaZe, really nice defensive round, just constantly staggering. Always seeing somebody around the stairs or lobby pushing up, causing problems. You find 1 kill, you kind of just staying alive in that area. It just works so well for the defensive team. Optic Texas do really well towards the last stages of that round of making sure they clear that out. And when they do clear that out, it gives them that map presence where you can get a hold of it pretty quickly, but not able to quite execute it. FaZe have wasted enough of their time to make it just that little bit more difficult. So nice defensive round coming in from FaZe. Tick's not too bad. The side of Optic Texas, though, they'll take those really, really nice round from FaZe.
I'm just glad to see quite an objective-minded Optic. They were very committed to getting B done. A lot of teams give up on it. Get a little focus on trying to get the perfect setup before getting kills, getting those trades. And this time round, whoa, Hook is something, man. When he's on, it is a show. B-Zone on the slow capture here. BZ on the slow wrap. Might be able to get himself involved in this one as well. Draz, you stay alive here. That would have been a miracle.
BZ could have done with some backup, though. Still, it's just struggling to get that map presence. Waterside spawn now coming through from FaZe, and they will walk through that door quite happily. I should find one back, but still, the map presence, yeah, well read from Draza. She tries to look for a second, and now there is potential for a push over towards B coming through. Keep an eye on Shotzzy up, of course. Behind, flanking, being sneaky. He'll be the one to try and find the break back for Optic Texas if they need him. Right now, they don't. He will find one on the flank, looking for a second as well, just causing havoc. And it's a 4-man wipe. Atlanta FaZe in a bit of trouble now.
Yeah, this is great from Shotzzy playing in the spawn. Who's going to join him on the other side? Hey, catches 3 players out. Skies gets destroyed, and FaZe roll across Hacienda. Dashy with a nice corner. Not able to get any more out of that life, but you take 1 at the very least. Hook immediately fills a hole that you had no idea needed to be plugged, and now he's about to get himself a couple more. Beautiful shots from the nuke. Defensively, it is chaos. It's very difficult for FaZe to get anything going here, Ton. Final 20.
It's been hard. Again, staggering. Both teams playing that defensive aggression so well. FaZe finding a way through, though, with that big break that came just previously. Finding a couple more, but here we go. Dashing. Oh, my word. Seeing through the walls, no problem. Is it the 3rd on the cards for Bruce? Yes, it is. I'll pretty much secure the round unless Atlanta FaZe can get over towards a big plays from Optic Texas.
16 and 7. Skies got damage in everybody. They dive across each other. They get towards time. 0.8 stops it. Shots are in. Anthony Cuevas Castro closes the round out. And that was a highlight reel from the Optic boys.
Dash going crazy down fence's side when needs be. We'll see it again.
Oh no.
Finds 1 under Sim. Yeah, through the wall. I hope BZ, obviously the weakest man on the planet, but
yeah.
Gets the kill towards the end. Love it.
At 6 HP, Draza needed to catch a bullet and he could not. Wow. That is disgusting. Bruce there on the transition. Perfect time. His teammate gave his life for the highlight play, but it was worth it. It was worth it. You got the round as well. Don't be greedy.
Big plays coming in from Dashi. Yeah, defensive round there. And it's just a very, very similar outlook to how FaZe had it. Constantly keeping their spawn. Kind of playing a game of chase. The opposition offensive spawn side, and it's just really difficult to deal with. Just need a 4 dead at some stage if you're the attacking team to get something going, and that is proving difficult for both squads.
What a dance between our players. Optic, of course, winning the objective war in a big way right now. Back towards B they go again. They're so focused on this one. Sky is absolutely sending it forward. Hook now trying to provide a little bit of coverage, and it's only going to be trades there. Not going to give up this position to chase the guy in tin. I love that. Look at this. A disciplined and deadly Hook, able to get at least 1 out of that life. His teammates in no position, though, still to push up. Dashi alone. A-zone capture as well. FaZe. Okay. FaZe have been pulled across map, but we're going for it at B.
As far as the defensive setup here for FaZe, it's not necessarily comfortable. Those couple of gunfights might just make it a little easier, though. One player has been able to push through, and that is going to be, of course, be Shotzi. Trying to cause havoc, and that will ease some pressure on Optic Texas getting out their spawn, because it was looking a little scary for a moment. Still progress being made over towards this B side, but it has to just be through the front door. And unfortunately for them, Drazo and Core are here to shut them out. Still somebody behind, though. Hook doing a good job of staying alive. The rest of the team just not going to be able to get out that easily, though. Hook will find a kill. So they'll have to maybe look for him, or does he just have to come back and help out?
Drazo sets up cell for the pieces here. If anyone makes their way through well, they're in trouble. But Optic know full well, yeah, you got a player inside. We can't let that one happen, so we have to make our way out. Cell, though, plays it patiently. Sim fills the whole of lobby immediately. Sees the shoulders of Shotzi now on the run through. Picks up 1 on the pinch. Abizi from the front now. 2 HP, staying alive. What a moment. Good coverage now as Draz makes his way forward. Final few seconds here. Optic are going to be able to get on this time. Selling there for it. Another win, and that should be the round.
Very, very comfortable for Atlanta FaZe again. Optic just not able to get past that halfway mark, really. It felt like FaZe didn't necessarily have those flanking players in so much, but just beating them the 50-50 through the middle of the map. Plenty of offensive control coming through. Office was never really infiltrated. Optic Texas always felt like they had somebody alive to be able to potentially make a play. But you're putting all your eggs in that basket. Not necessarily working out for them there. There's definitely an Easter joke there, Miles, but as somebody not as witty as yourself, wasn't able to line it up. It's a sad day.
That's all right. I try to steer clear of some content, because you never know who you're going to upset. Force brief for Celium. He has been Trebon this game so far. Still anyone's map, though. Optic, your defense last time around was so good. You set yourself up statistically to get yourself towards that round 5 defense. Good God almighty. Simp gets himself 2. A deep nade and a Beezy to set him up for the next one. Shots are there. Tags in over to Simp. Lord almighty, he gets himself a 5. That is disgraceful. And they're still capturing the segment.
A ridiculous play from FaZe and ridiculous plays from Simp. And those are the kind of game-winning moments that we can potentially see out here, because Optic Texas, they're flailing, they're panicking a little bit. They really want to stop them from happening. But with Simp here, it's impossible. Draza picks up the pieces. B will be gone. And look at this line that FaZe already have. Optic Texas is going to fight even get out of the spawn.
He thought it was a problem that Simp was on one end of it. Abizi on the other flank now, causing issues. It is wing-to-wing gameplay right now from Atlanta FaZe, and they are about to take flight. A-zone. All that remains right now for Optic.
He gets some respite. Hook and Dashi have done well. We'll get them out, but it's too much damage maybe already being done. Life side of things, that is going to be an issue, but you can get that back pretty quickly. Simp, though, with the way that he was shooting at the start of this round, that might be a little bit more difficult. Shotzi's back down. Time is stopped again. Simp trying to get the work done. A BC alongside Atlanta FaZe. This is looking like the most offensive round we've seen so far. Optic Texas need to do something special.
Oh, Dashi gets at least 1 out there. Picked up on the pinches there by BZ once again. That right wing, the top side of the minimap where he is right now, gets it. Okay, opened up. So now you've got an opportunity to get in there. Optic send it forward. What a win from Shotzi Skies as well in the feed. Over to Draz. Trying to maintain foothold right now for FaZe.
Doing a good job at it. Oh my god, Beezy was the one that picked up the piece. Brothers here, they keep on the time. Optic Texas been invited, have to do something, and they do. Skies and Shotzi will find two, but Atlanta FaZe, they've just had that. I want to say that the ball has kind of just been rolling in their court every single time. They've had somebody there. They've had that constant pressure. Optic Texas are kind of dealing with it now, but they haven't been able to get them out from this position. Second tick incoming here. If Simp doesn't get challenged, Optic Texas, you got to do something pretty quickly.
And that could be defense now going the way of FaZe. Locked in. Hook with a knife there. You got to close this one out ASAP, boys. You are on attack next round, whatever happens, Optic. Shotzi goes the long way around. He might be able to get Draza here. Yeah, he picks up Selim in the back. So now Draz in an awkward position. He does want to fight forward too quickly. That's an unbelievable win. Can he get the second one as well? No, good work out of Shotzi. This life has been a big one. He can't get out the window, an unfortunate error, but that is going to be enough space now for the boys of FaZe to maybe get themselves towards a 9v6, 35 on the clock.
With the lives remaining, just look where Simp is. He's wanting to try and farm if he can. Try and keep them at bay, but Dashi's found a kill on to Draza. Simp has been back down as well. 7v4 still doable for the side of Optic Texas, even with only 3 players left alive.
20 seconds. Got to get a player off the point at the very... alone. Hook's been caught out. The comms are good, but wait, they don't pick it up. They do pick it all up. What you talking about, bro? 3-1, the final score on Hacienda Atlanta FaZe. It started great, but it finished in a big, big way. The first 2 maps, FaZe had died, and now FaZe have risen. They're back in this series.
Again, it just comes up the start. I think it really... Every round of control that we see, of course, every single map, it matters about the start. It is all about keeping that control and keeping that pressure. And they've got so much real estate behind them, Atlanta FaZe, at all given times. After that opening break, Optic Texas are fighting off the back foot. You are swinging from the hip where you can, but Atlanta FaZe in that position with the advantage that they had, unlikely to let it slip, and they don't. Really impressive play from FaZe. They were just ruthless. Every single time that they got the map control, they made it count. Optic Texas struggled to get themselves out of their spawn, struggled to really put themselves in the prime position to be able to defend. FaZe with constant pressure, and Optic Texas ultimately could not deal with 3-1 victory here in the control and all. Dashi's heroics on occasion was not enough. Incredible work from FaZe. The pressure kings on Hacienda.
We saw a lot of lovely plays here, folks. This was a really, really exciting game of Hacienda, despite the 3-1 finish. A close one indeed, but FaZe still proving to be the top dogs here in control. They are deadly. Optic far from out of this one, though, yet. And we say goodbye to Hacienda, folks. And dare I say it, more hardpoint. Again, I'm grateful for the idea that this map could go to 5, and given the fact that we saw a round 11 in the first go-around, I'm very, very excited at that prospect. Who knows? This Easter Sunday so far has been a lovely day for COD. I know everyone wants to get back to their families and enjoy some quality time, but a couple more maps won't hurt anyone, will it?
Who's that bothered if you got this kind of matchup on the line? Map number 4 incoming as well. This is anybody's game. It does absolutely reek of a red card search and destroy coming up, but we've got Vault Hardpoint incoming now. And that's a big one for FaZe, though. As Ali kind of pointed out, we were leaning towards Optic Texas for the Hacienda control. But ultimately now puts them in the lead, heading into a vault. But this is a hard one to call as well for me. I don't know. This matchup just feels like it's one of those statistics be damned in a certain kind of way on occasion. And map number 4 might just be the case as well.
We'll have a look at some stats. I know you've said the stats, but I totally agree, Tom. But we'll have a look at how Beezy's been rolling so far in the HPs of this stage. 3 so far. Not great, and that, folks, is out of 48 players, so it's not going great. Hardpoint hardships continuing right now for Abizi. The first map was exactly the same. His hardpoint not been great. You know, once he figures it out, it's curtains for the league, quite literally. But so far, not good. These are very, very difficult stats here for a man of this ability. The caliber, the ceiling is so unbelievably high. Stage 3, it's been a little musky.
It has. I don't think they'll be too concerned about it. I think they know what they bring to the table. I think they know that, you know, these blips can happen. It's Call of Duty. It's not a case of just being able to be perfect. It's very, very tough to be able to find out. But Abizi with those kind of numbers is maybe a slight cause for concern, but at the same time, I think they know that that man has the talent to be able to bring it to the table. Draza certainly did in map number 1. The rest of the squad not quite there, but they look pretty chilled about it, to be fair, Miles.
Yeah, absolutely. Draz was the champion of map number 1 for his team. Skies was it for Optic as well. So there we go. That's how map 1 looked, folks. Great damage across the board for both our teams and both our players. A little bit more hill time there when it comes to Skies, but that's what we wanted. Big plays. We saw in the quick shot there, Name was talking about some of those moments. Massive work from Skies, not necessarily in the damage department. It was absolutely in the heads-up gameplay. It was where you are on the map and what that influence is having. That is the difference maker. Same thing can be said for Draz, a man who makes a good play or two, has made some insane plays in his time. Let's see how this goes. Optic want the game 5. They want a shot. And a big win here again. We are not playing for winners bracket, folks. We're all locked in there. We are just playing for seeding. Whereabouts you will sit in the final board of Major 3. This series will be a decider.
Looking over towards the records for both these two teams heading into the vault. In the last 5 maps for FaZe, not necessarily the best of viewing. Heading into this vault, that was the last time they found one, of course, over on Miami, a very close one. As we do head into a pretty similar records. I mean, it's a 6-6 for Optic Texas over the season. The side of Atlanta facing at 6-4 is not favored for either one of these two teams, which usually means we'll go down to a 10-second game towards the end of it, which is what we love to see, and hopefully a map number 5 incoming as well.
You never know, folks. I mean, actually, with some, I say that with some series, you just do. This one could be it. Here we go into vault map 4. Optic, a healthy dose of frag grenade to start this match off, and Sim just did like a barrel roll on the floor. That was insane. 3 dead immediately. Omni Movement has these player models looking a bit crazy.
Well, some of the third-person perspectives have been interesting, as you have to say the least. Shotzi finding a couple inside of the point. BZ doing his best to pick it up, but the thing is with the BZ stats, you know, if he does step it up, which he will, because he's literally a BZ, we're going to see some fireworks from the side of FaZe if that is the case. Optic Texas doing their best inside of P1 here. P2 rotation looking good for them as well. BZ looking for a second, not able to pick up the pieces, but they start from the side of Optic Texas, some decent time in P2 control.
Absolutely. If there's one thing you can count with FaZe as well, I mean, when they see a statistical anomaly like that with a BZ being that low down, you can trust the coaching staff and the entire organization, their intelligence and how capable they are to identify that problem. Why is that happening? And then deal with it. And that's exactly what you're looking at here. And again, that just could be a testament to the fact that FaZe have been trying things out. And when they try things out, someone's got to get their ass whooped. And right now, it's Abe. Right now, the ass whooping is being done by Optic. They have got full control here, and we've been giving Abe flack, but Sims had to get a kill. All right, now he's got one. And all right, Abe's in time. All right, and FaZe. All right, nearly get. All right, FaZe get the break.
Just like that. Just not enough presence for Optic Texas. Kind of tailed up a little bit. I think those transitional gunfights from P1, not winning a couple of them, that would have put them in a really solid position. And the break comes through from FaZe. Just backs against the wall kind of stuff for Texas, and then FaZe will punish them for it. P2 rotation looking good for 20. Pretty close game though between these two squads, as now we can see Optic Texas just concentrating on getting the right side of the map for themselves, and they are going to be able to secure that. One spawn out though from Skies. He's going to be watched as well. Good heads up play coming in from Cell. Optic Texas will get the benefit of this rotation over towards P3. Of course it is scrappy, but nice break from FaZe. Gets them some really good time in P2.
Yeah, it buys you a chunk to keep that lead healthy, but we'll see how they can get the break on in. Only 2 members of the Optic lineup really close to the time right now, and Draz has just picked a man out of spawn, it looked like.
Oh, Cell's flipped it. Yeah, pushes around, and now all of a sudden Atlanta FaZe will be able to flip the spawns. You see Cell find his way around, slips his way through the setup. The spawns will come through. Atlanta FaZe will give up some time here. Optic Texas is doing a good job. You've kind of forego P4 potentially. Still plenty to play for, over 30 seconds to go, but good time in P3.
Oh, Optic are making a case for spawns here. They're trying to push their way forward. There's a bit of a flip opportunity. Yeah, once again. It's pancakes, folks. We are flipping. Optic now with a favorable position going into the money hill. P4 here on Vault. Sim now trying to get the flip of his own. Waits for a player to cross over. And this is huge. He might be able to get in here now. Spotted out by the player there on spawn. Another 4 dead. A worthy attempt from FaZe, but not enough. Lead change. Optic with a big advantage.
Oh, they have got to run a marathon before they're even anywhere near P4. Dropping 4 players like that towards the latter stages of 3 is a disaster for FaZe, but beautiful for the side of Optic Texas. They can set up midway through. They know they've got the spawns. They've got that on lock. Gunfight to go in FaZe's way. Pressure will start coming pretty soon. Actually can find one. FaZe closing this gap, but not closing enough kills. All gone the way. There's no way that Skies should win that one. Simp was weak, but Skies will deal with him. first push that comes through from FaZe dealt with.
Oh, man. First push done. Now you got to cross the deadly courtyard. Beautiful shots from both Cell and Dashi in that fight. But now over to the thresholds we go. Shotzi up next. And look at this dance. Trying to send somebody in for the kill. You get the trades eventually. It was a costly experience though. And now Hook trying to pick up the pinches. No! Busy's in. FaZe with a break is a late one. And this Money Hill is cashed out for Optic.
Yeah, they do really well. They'll on the FaZe finding that break back. What could have been, what, a 40 or 50 second difference is, well, more so down to around 20 or so on those transitional kills over towards P1, looking nice as well. Some time on offer. Yeah, right now, some decent time on offer. Atlanta FaZe, if you can get it over towards P1, it'll be easy. Starts to be damned again. 6 spree for him. And he find the 7. It's not quite going to be able to get it done. Hook finds 2. They find the break in them towards P1. 45 seconds on offer.
Yeah, much you get out of this P1 Optic. You've looked great first set. A wonderful start. Nice bit of back and forth right now as we get ourselves that bit closer towards the P2 loving. That's where FaZe are really spawning right now. So they've got themselves a good spot. Skies off spawn trying to make a play. He's been spotted and dealt with. So the battle on P1's all good. Who's going to get a couple more kills here, get some more time and whatnot. And that's it. Spawns have been broken as well. Optic in the driver's seat.
They have a little bit more presence towards poolside now as well. As this transition will start to come through, that's where they want to have. Yeah, this is where you want somebody like Shotzi because he can cause absolute havoc. P2 coming in. You lock that down, and now all of a sudden, I like the FaZe have got to make themselves through, well, a couple of gunfights before they even get anywhere near to being able to put that pressure on. Shotzi will just stay alive here. 6 spree for him.
Yeah, this guy's like, don't worry, man, I'm hard blocking the back. You do whatever you want. Sure, I'll go on a 7 spree. Do it off the diving board. Do it. Oh, you coward. Yeah, you got teammates score and just keep dancing. Look at this. I mean, this is what it looks like to step on Lego. It is just everywhere and it is pain. It is difficult to deal with. Who's going to move fast to get the break on this one? Okay, the fun and games are over. FaZe are in.
They're in, but it was 30 seconds uncontested for Optic Texas. Spawns towards the backside. They have an opportunity to try and find a break back. Shotzi is shooting extremely straight. Not find a third, but that should be the collapse for Optic Texas. They'll get the final 10 or so. Lovely P2 out of them. Atlanta FaZe could not deal with Shotzi.
Well, you got a 60-point lead going into the new hard point. You don't necessarily have the spawns for the next 2, but let's see how we go. On board with Big Bruce. Close out all the usual suspects. Nobody to be seen just yet, and that just makes you a little bit nervous. Where are these players? Oh, hi. There's one. Can't even bait the attention. His red dot is just not attractive enough. Clearly. Okay, Selly wants a piece of it. Gets it. On board with Huku. Somehow walks away with at least 1 out of that life. And uh-oh, they line up for Simp, and he gets himself 2.
Lovely work. It's keeping them at bay and keeping the spawns as well. To be careful of this push coming down the outside. Looks pretty heavy. Down the palm tree side. Oh, BZ should be able to clean up here. Shotzi reads it. It's a big kill, but now Simp is going to be here. Just constant pressure once again. Simp for 7 in a row in the blink of an eye. The spawns will flip. So some respite for Optic Texas, but apparently not. Simp shooting lasers out of his jackal right now.
Man, everything about this gameplay is just right. Well, the good news though, 8 spree. Bad news, we got to get towards time. He's making an educated guess as to where he can make his way through though. And a big win from Shotzi. Takes care of business. That's a look at the last P4, folks. Again, a slight lead there for the Optic boys. They've got themselves control this time round. FaZe, you got the break real late. Can you do it again? Let's find out how things go with Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
I'm trying to get off that, brother. Alright, we got... Come down, yeah, I'm pitching the back. Alright. I'm telling that. Alright, one more. You step with Dashi. Hey, stop. What's front? Still. Line. Stay those one. I hear back door. The back door. I'm just down. We're probably flipping. We're playing. Cat. Alright, I'm trying to right. Stand up cat, I'm one. They just went out. I stand up cat? Yeah, just went out. Could be their cat heading, I'm needing. Yeah, cat is spawning on ult. I hold on me. Money. I have money. I don't know that. I tried to. Yeah. Take shot. Yeah, I shot right. Cat's over. You can be close to one. I shot right. I'm trying to stay left cat on one shot. I can't count anymore. I can't count anymore. I can't count anymore. Open. Open. Close dead. I go. Lobby and one shot. And close. Yo, one more cabby. And close. I'm I have the rest cut. Missing Caesar, okay? Top right, 2 right. Lobby, close. Brandon, I hit him once and they hit him. Caesar, shit on. Stand on. I'm blocking. Cat. I got one shot, I can't tell. I'm trying cat. Keep blocking. We're good. All teams blocking. Nice. I'm cat. Make sure we get He jumped in the full fast. Caesar or Brandon, weak. On my right side, I'm saying that. Yeah, alright.
Lead change, FaZe are cooking. Optic now on the fast attack towards the hard point. Can they flip this one and take control? FaZe win a couple of big ones. The Phenom on time. Nades are there, Tan, and it is a bloodbath.
It has been chaotic, to say the least. I mean, everybody on FaZe firing on all cylinders right now. Optic Texas able to put this pressure on Shotzi with a 1v1 against a BZ for 10 seconds. Potentially gets it done. The pressure coming through here from FaZe, though, to try and stop that from happening. But a P3 rotation coming over now towards Atlanta FaZe. Optic Texas send themselves up here for a P4. We have a final couple of hills coming up, Miles, and this one could go either way. So much went on towards the last stages of that second rotation. Man. Optic Texas finding big kills, though, over towards P3.
5 in a row right now for Shotzi. Hoog battling from time, done. Open hardpoint is going to get a body in at the very least. So Shotzi from time getting big kills. Can he get it?
Hold on.
One more. Does get it. No streaks. That's not a problem for now. You'd have liked it, but not a necessity when it comes to the dub here. Optic with a perfect setup. Great hold across the map. They have to contend for a couple more lives now from FaZe, and they're going to a game 5.
Yeah, really hard break here for FaZe. You need to find a breakthrough. You need to stop Optic Texas from getting some good time. They can't win it now over towards P3. It'll be unlikely anyway. Atlanta FaZe will find some respite. They will get out of their spawn. It's a big win from Draza and some nice time for FaZe. We'll put them within spitting distance by the time we get over towards P4, but that's going to be the hard break. A reset for both these two teams. Hold it down. This might be the game.
Optic double back, playing for the dub here. Dashy, frontline shots are there. Great damage. Trades complete. One man from FaZe in the back. The spawns are in the back now as well. Oh dear. FaZe managed to make it happen when they needed it the most. The breaks have not been statistically good enough here on time, and they've given themselves cushion. Here comes the pushing from Optic. Frontline starting to find kills. Celium, the war at the back is still going. What a nade from Abe. Now towards the front. He's done it all. Over the top. Draws the 6 spree, and the time is still theirs.
And they can still win it here over towards P4. Optic Texas, you need to panic just a little bit now. They are taking their time, though. Still 20 seconds away here from the side of FaZe. A little bit more presence from the side of Optic Texas, but you gotta win the gunfights, and they do. They find a way in.
Celium holding it. Spawns close. Can he get inside? Wait for the rest of the reinforcements as well. No, I don't think so. FaZe now trying to fight in. Optic, shut the doors, the windows. Don't let anything out. 5 now to go on this time. They're playing towards the new hill as well. Going for the win. Once again, heads up play from Optic. They soak away everything they can. Mid-map dominance right now. It is all white shirts over the cell. Couple of kills in. Trades complete. And FaZe on time.
They got so much time. Optic Texas have got to find a way through. This is free time for FaZe. One last break attempt. You've got to get it done.
What a battle. Here comes Skies. Through the hop. No contest yet. Lead changes on its way. Damage from Abe. Can anyone get there on time? It's FaZe holding it together once again. FaZe now looking for the dub. Anyone from Optic? Gotta go. Gotta fly. No! What a comeback. And what a chain of hard points from FaZe. The COD gods smile upon them here on this Easter Sunday. And another outstanding FaZe Optic series. We're going to take a quick look at how those last hills went down. What an unbelievable map.
Incredible map out of these two teams. don't get called up often, Miles, but I like that it was one of these like this. Incredible map
You're
number
either getting
4.
a 3-0, you're either getting a 3-0 15-minute series or one of these. Look at the play of the game, folks. Your scuff play of the game. Abe wins a 1v1 for the ages to make it 33 and 33. And then we are trying to find the perfect break. Optic. What a moment this was.
Yeah, it almost felt like it was one of those stages where they were, okay, right, can we piece it together? Can we find a way through? You kind of just need to fly to a certain stage. Skies is kind of trying to get something done, gets the trade coming through. It's only Shotzi in a position to do anything. You've got to kind of jump on at that stage. You just got to throw caution to the wind. They can't get in. What a map number 4. But for me, you know, we were kind of talking about on the listening, there was a big moment again over towards P4 where I think it was on the second rotation where you would see it from phase. They'd find a way through for, what, 10 seconds or so. But that's a 20-point swing. We were saying heading into the third rotation, Optic Texas could have been in a 70-point lead. In the end, we were heading into the third rotation, and there was 25 points in it. Absolutely nothing. Off the back of a couple of occasions where they found 15 seconds towards the last stages of P4, it's such a big difference maker, and sometimes you don't realize it. Massive moment from the side of FaZe to find that, puts them within touching distance, and they take the lead when it matters at the very end. 6 seconds is the difference. 3-1 win for FaZe. What a banger.
What a banger. I mean, FaZe had the lead twice in that hard point. Once at the start of like P2, and then at the very, very end when they win the whole thing. Folks, what a series. We're only halfway through this incredibly exciting Easter Sunday desk. Take it away.
As I always tell casters, it's only about how you start and end a show. No one cares about what happened in the middle. FaZe get the job done in a game 4. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from this one. Alley Cat, the Easter Bunny knows best.
The Easter Bunny does, no, the Easter Bunny doesn't know best because you got to pick your pig. I got thrown to the wind for Optic Texas, but it was definitely way closer than what I thought it was going to be, at least on the side of the hard points. Optic Texas, map number 1, Unreal. Unfortunately, this map 4, we didn't get a whole lot out of Skies. Unfortunately, he has a slower map compared to his map number 1, and then you go all the way to the wire and then that P4, and unfortunately, you allow Draza to slip through the front lines into the back, and he goes on a 6 spree. Somebody needed to trade him out to solidify those spawns for the side of Optic Texas, and then unfortunately, the map ends on that P1, where Atlanta FaZe have been dominant all game.
And can we identify what is going on with the second AR? Is it a system issue? What is happening? Because this has been consistent since the start of the year for Optic Texas.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would say prior to this match, Chris, it was kind of obvious. It was, you know, it wasn't just the second AR's fault. It was the SMGs throwing away their lives and them losing spawns and losing, you know, their advantages and money hills in situations. In this series, I think it's a little bit of a different story. They had good priority at like where they needed to be on the map. At the very end of this vault, Chris, you saw them play the spawns on P3, on P4. They just get broken. They had full control of the P3 and just didn't get, they got barely any time, like 12, 15 seconds, and then you lose the rotation to P4 as well. So a winnable game by Optic, and Atlanta FaZe clutching up what they do best.
To talk about it live, we've got Simp in the winner's circle once again. Simp, what is it like to just steal victory from your opponent's jaws at the end?
Oh, I mean, it felt great. That felt great. I mean, they couldn't win off that P4, played a nice little hard roto, and I mean, it got dicey, but we came out on top.
So congratulations on the win. I want to pick your brain a little bit about Hardpoint because it feels like it's been slightly inconsistent for you guys during this stage. Have you been able to pinpoint that problem before we head into LAN next week?
I mean, not necessarily. I feel like, you know, we're still losing one, winning one in series, which I mean, at the end of the day, I'll take that because if we can just win one in series, we're always 3-1, 3-0. Yep. I think the other modes we're just that much better. But yeah, I mean, we're working on our hard point, and I think we're so close to it being there. But
yeah,
I think as soon as we get there, it's just gonna be like a light switch.
As usual, you know, hard points sometimes 50-50 for you guys, and you win chips. So I'll say that that's a good sign, Chris. I wanted to ask you, you know, a lot of teams sitting at 4-1 this split, performing really well, getting better at things that they're bad at. Who do you view as your toughest opponents going into the next major?
Oh, I mean, as always, I think it's just going to be us and Thieves. I feel like if they're on top of their game, they'll meet us in finals. If we're on top of our game, we'll meet them in finals, and I feel like it's going to be that way all year.
So no Toronto love. Huh, interesting.
Not yet, not yet. I mean, they're good. I mean, listen, the top 4 is good, but I just think these two teams are just ahead.
Fair enough.
Chris, we'll let you go pack. We'll see you down in Florida later this week.
Appreciate it. Can't wait.
That's Simp. He is ready for Major 3. Remember, they've won Major 1, Major 2, and the tournament before that called EWC.
Back to back to back.
Millionaires doing big things. and they do it with big plays like this. It's your Scuff. Play the game one more time. Take a look at the end. Alley. Hearts were broken.
I mean, Jaws is already on the 6. We're starting when he's already on the 6 free. But yeah, this was an unreal break from the side of Atlanta FaZe. And then it's just kind of the priorities after this, because even though Optic Texas does manage to break in, you can see the 2 players off the spawn. They're already going for that hallway control. I mean, 13 seconds left. Optic cannot win here. So Atlanta FaZe is just prioritizing this mid control for whenever they do decide to try to make their way towards this mid palace.
Man, I'm just looking at, the scoreboard here. Sip is so good. He's got 2 minutes in the hill on this one. He was frying apps right before. But yeah, as Ali mentioned, they just did a great job. I mean, they break in, which is one of the hardest breaks in the game on that P4. Draza finds a couple of huge kills. Then we get over towards this P1, and you could just see every single time it felt like on P1, Optic would do the heavy lifting, find a couple of kills, and then Celium was alive to clean up everybody. They're all one shot, right? So just valuing their lives and knowing when to hop in, when to soak, and when to get out as well. You see right here, Abizi just volleying the hill, taking his time, playing those timings, finessing his life. Like, it looks easy, but those are the harder things to do in Call of Duty, just like knowing when to peak.
Another example of our top squads winning while getting outslayed. Atlanta gets the dub over Optic Texas tonight. We're not done though. When we come back, we get a new look at a player who's been rising from the challengers. Carolina taking on LA Thieves with Dylan Rex in the mix. Stay tuned. This could go to a game 5.
Nice.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Can you even believe this place?
Sit your slimy ass down. The sizzle sells itself. Someone give me a 10-gallon hat. I'm going full cowboy on these bastards.
You're not sure you have the right floor?
It is so nice to meet you face to face, Slate.
You don't trust me, fine, but you cannot trust her.
The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
don't need. Listen to each other. Listen. This time, we take everything.
It's LA Thieves taking on Carolina Royal Ravens, and the Ravens, well, they're looking to step up their game. Top 4 wasn't good enough, and after falling to 5th place, they made the move. Dylan Rex in the lineup today.
They needed to. They were struggling too much against the top teams, not able to kind of jump that hurdle. And the biggest thing now is going to be if their control gets better with Dylan Rex into the squad, because it has been abysmal. Or on the flip side, you look at LA Thieves, they've been the best control team in the game. Number 1 in that category, 4-0.
Oh, yeah.
On just the split alone, 28-6 on the season. And for LA Thieves, the biggest thing is like their hard point has started to take like a slight dip. And by slight, I mean number 1 on the season, number 5 during this split. And that's because they've been testing their map pool, trying to add Skyline. So for LA Thieves, they're in a great position heading into Major.
And if we just saw Simp and Abizi, the number 1 SMG duo in the game, where do you put Envoy and Hydra?
Yeah, top 2 can be number 1 on the given day. I mean, these guys are absolutely insane. And Hydra is having a ridiculous split, and particularly in the Search and Destroy. You know, that's one of the game modes we know him to be dominant in years past, and how prepared he was every single tournament. And that's starting to play out here. You could see in Search and Destroy throughout this split, this team has only lost 1 of those. They've been ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra has a 1.46 in that game mode. I mean, just diabolical. But, I mean, and for Carolina, this is their worst draw, right? 4-0 record against Steve so far in the season, and it hasn't been close. They had 1 game 4 at the start of the season, and it's been 3-0 bop since then.
So question. I just saw a tweet, fantastic graphic, of Draza 9-1 against Optic in his career recently.
The Reaper.
What about this situation for LA Thieves? Who is the Reaper over Slashers Carolina? Or who is it on Carolina who needs to step up today?
Yeah, it's just a team diff, I'll be honest. Yeah. But when you look at it, like, you're going to need Gwyn, obviously, to have a big performance. And then exactly what you brought Dylan Rex in for. Listen, Dylan Rex has been around for a while. I mean, his first known tournament he played was in AW. He's been in the Challengers Gauntlet since Black Ops 4, though. Like, grinding through Challengers. And he's been, you know, putting his work in, winning elites. Like, it is his opportunity and time to shine. One of the best opportunities you're going to get as a Challengers player coming in is to be teaming with a group of guys who have had success this season, who are already pretty much a shoo-in for champs, and they're the number 1 Search and Destroy team on the season, sitting at like 50-50 in hardpoint and control, right? So a marginal increase in performance in the slaying department puts you in contention to make it extremely deep into multiple tournaments to round out the year. Dylan Rex needs to seize this opportunity and come in guns blazing.
Look, Carolina needs 2 win conditions. Well, 3 technically, if you depend on Dylan Rex's performance. But as far as in-game, Carolina needs to stick to their fundamentals and hardpoint. LA Thieves, top 3 breaking team. Carolina's number 1 rotation during this split, so they need to stick to their fundies, try to steal a hardpoint. And same thing with Search and Destroy. They need to not allow the plant from the side of LA Thieves. LA Thieves, number 1 post plant in the team in the game right now. On the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, they are not great at retakes on defense. That's where their struggles have been. And so eyes on this guy and eyes on the fundamentals for Carolina.
Dylan Rex gets up close and personal with that monitor, and when he does, he can beat you down. A 1-3-1 inside of Challengers Elite Stage 3. Those are Civ-like numbers.
Yes, I mean, he has been unreal, and he's had a ton of buzz, right? And it feels like this is the right time to bring him up. Oftentimes, there are Challengers players who haven't spent too much time down there. They have a couple good stages. They get brought up into a bad situation and plummet. Everything on paper looks great here. It's a good situation. He spent a ton of time down there. He should be ready to compete on this.
Can he flex to the SMG?
Yeah, I mean, you can. Dylan Rex is a slayer. He can do any gun, but usually it's going to be an AR, and he's going to be putting down numbers.
We got our maps, we've got our modes. It's going to be 5 games coming your way, potentially, if Carolina gets it their way. LA Thieves, though, looking to take care of business in the first 4. We got Hacienda, Rewind, Vault, and Red Card. Allie, walk me through the numbers.
This is a square up across the board. If you're Carolina Royal Ravens, you're actually loving this layout. This Hacienda, you're 50-50, but should you push it to that Red Card hardpoint, you're 6-2. You get 2 incredible S&Ds. You get your best in Red Card and Rewind. You've gotten a couple looks on it, 1-1 across the board. LA Thieves, of course, though, deepest map pool in the league. They'll literally take you on anything.
Yeah, hard points. I mean, gonna be a scrub. I mean, Carolina like both of them, right? So in a good situation, I think this should be a banger, Chris. Let's get started.
I'm ready. Let's get into our scuff pick'ems. The Easter Bunny makes one more round. But I have to say, unofficially, Al,
the Easter Bunny's been washing.
There are 365 days. April 20th is not the one I want to play against Dan Ghosty. Let's see where you get.
I wanted to grab that purple one. That's crazy.
It's a tough day, isn't it?
Oh, let's go.
Tangosti and LA Thieves.
Easter Bunny, don't sell me now.
Easter buns.
Who we got? We got Carolina Blue, baby.
Carolina
I'm with
Blue.
it.
Yeah, will you pick for me?
Sure.
Thanks, buddy. What do we got?
Up top,
I think you'll be happy with that. I think you'll be happy with that.
Tangosti, my guy, it's time to fry. We got Shift and Ton. This is the duel I've been waiting for. What's up, lads?
What's going on? How we doing? Fun fact, outside of us casting COD Mobile together, I think the last time we casted competitive multiplayer, Ton, do you remember? 2019 Anaheim, 250 to 0, 6 to 0. It was a best of 3. It was a round 1. It was Team War. Do you remember that? It was trip. It was a heck of a long time ago.
I think I do. It has been a long time. Although I would say any other talent chals who want a golf chal at this stage, we're taking all opportunities, opportunities. But this one is a good opportunity to see how LA Thieves are looking, and good opportunity to see how Rex is going to do on this Carolina Royal Ravens team. It's an interesting storyline for him. He has got his call up eventually after some very solid work on the challenger side of things, but Thieves still looking like the, well, regular Thieves, I suppose.
That is 100% correct. I think the one thing about this Thieves squad, though, again, coming off of the perfect Stage 2 qualifiers and falling very short at Major 2, is to build on that. And again, just kind of how this stage has unfolded, it has looked much of the same, but I do think there's a level of extra discipline that LA has taken, I think, especially in their respawns, just trying to find a way to make sure they're capitalizing and really maximizing setups that they're able to put together, and then also making sure they're also in a good spot to at least contest well on their break attempts. That was something that really hurt them when they played against Boston at the Major, and even though this stage may not have been as fruitful in terms of hard point wins, they still look really good, and their losses, as slim as they come, are not often all that bad. A 219 250 and a 215 250 are the only two demerits. So let's jump on into it. Hacienda hard point, Carolina, LA. Let's get it on.
Here we go then. Side of Thieves. I mean, look, I'm really just interested to see how Rex is going to do in this lineup. I think, you know, he's a player who's been around a long time in challenges. We both know very well his efforts. For the side of Ravens, what have they got on the cards for themselves here with Rex? I mean, after the conversation last week, is that, oh, you know, the camp's good. A big change comes in pretty much immediately after. Let's see how he does.
Yeah, absolutely the case. He has been focused on, I would say, largely since the Cold War years, where he really started to kind of rise to fruition. A handful of really good finishes, playing alongside players like Phantoms and Yeez, stuff like that. But now finding wins and multiple wins in the last couple of years with high-level KDs, it is one of those things. It's about darn time that this guy who's been a top AR in challengers gets his first shot. I do think it's one of those conversation points too, like you feel comfortable, I think, if you're Rex jumping into a team that is as complete as it is, but at the same time you also feel the pressure because they're bringing you in to beat teams like LA. So see if he can provide that little extra boost that the Carolina Royal Ravens need.
Great time over towards P1 for them, but this P2 rotation looking solid. Hydra, this kind of flank as well, is just so dangerous. Find a second, and that push from the side of Ravens will be entirely nullified. Kind of like this from Hydra, just playing that spot consistently, making it so difficult for the Ravens to even move up the map. Consistently aggressive, and the whole looking not too bad. Big 1v1 about to go down though. Scrap trying to hold him down.
Yeah, really good awareness coming through, and he's got help, I think, in particular through driveway, so he's able to clean up things from the front. The only pressure here with the last 18 seconds is on the flank, and honestly, if you're the Thieves, you're fine with that. Let's just start moving up the map, see if you can put the Ravens to spawn behind P2, which looks like that very well may happen. Foot race going over towards fences, though, at the moment, and it'll be Envoy trying to meet TJ, and, well, more than meets him, takes his head straight off, and a chance here for Thieves to go scrap to initial.
Wonderful work from the side of Thieves again, just these transitional gunfights, catching them off guard. A little bit of bad time on the side of Ravens as well. That's a tough one to take. Thieves starting to put the foot down on the pedal firmly. TJ trying to find something through the office side as well, as the push now starting to come through from the Ravens up through fences. Can you find the break?
Now, at the moment, it's just not enough conviction to get through. Envoy, who's on 5 in a row, slips around the outside for kill number 6, and Envoy now taking over. More hardpoint score and time going his way, inching closer and closer towards a very early Hellstorm. And for the Ravens, again, this has just been a mismatch all year long between these two teams, and not the start that the Ravens are looking for.
Absolutely not. I think it is that big transition, isn't it, over towards P3. I know it can be scrappy, but I mean, that's a little better. Ravens will find a few kills, and that should be some good time. Yet Thieves will walk away with their tail between their legs, and this is still on the cards. The side of Carolina Royal Ravens. Can you find a second? If you Gwyn, you cannot. Hydra is there to pick up the pieces, but this transition, they're going to be here pretty quickly. Thieves have got a couple of numbers, but not as many as they would like. Default will pop. Ravens not far away.
But I like this out of Scrap. Just put yourself in a very tough pot to be traded out. But predicted nicely, Gwyn finds the opener. Now a chance to pinch if you're Carolina. Secondary elimination comes into the hard point, leaving Ghosty now by himself, and it's just too much to deal with. Really fluid on this break attempt coming out of Carolina. Good awareness, good situational movement, and the pinch now allows a chance to break and even force out the early Hellstorm. Could pack a punch here, though, as the ordnance gets called in, but they do delete the cruise missiles, so Carolina still holding around the hard point.
Just about. Scrap inside of the point now. They will find a way through. The missile does enough to disrupt. One last fight. Ghosty gets it. 20 seconds to go here, and this could be really good time for the side of Thieves. You think a 120 to 56 lead heading into it would have been beautiful, but for the Ravens, they can get that scrap time. 10 seconds remaining, and they will pick it up. So, I mean, after a first rotation, it's just Thieves on the beat, just that little quicker. For Ravens, I suppose a lot of their successes come from like some nice breaks, but not a whole load to write home about. But that lead is not insurmountable.
Yeah, rotational, kind of focus put aside, it really has been Carolina doing a nice job of kind of cauterizing the wounds and mitigating the damage that can be done by these early rotational wins by the Thieves. And now you're only down less than 30 points, and you're still soaking up some pretty solid time here in the first 15 on P1. Slasher trying to get back to the high ground, but instead runs into the waiting arms of Scrap, who turns that into a second. Thieves able to clean up the hard point, move across the map, and set themselves up for success, moving over towards P2.
Beautiful once again from the Thieves. Hydra once again. That tip of the spear. And Slasher trying to keep them at base. P2 popping in 25. Hydra just ghosting around the map. Rex eventually able to take him down. A little bit more pressure here, though, from the Ravens. They get some okay time over towards P1, and P2 popping. They are very much yet.
Well, Envoy deals with the first. Follow-up is absolutely perfect. And I will say, just kind of looking at that scrap time, I understand that like you don't have many routes available if you're the Ravens to try to break into the P2 side of the map, but falling there, front side checkers, now makes this rotation super difficult. Good nades, good stuns. May not make a difference, though. Hydra covered, and Hydra for 2 shuts down the play off the pinch, and once again forces the Ravens to hit from the worst possible position.
Yeah, Gwyn is able to find something, but as you can see, last P2, 52 seconds for the side of Thieves, and absolutely zilch for the Ravens. And so far, it's looking like a bit of a repeat. 20 seconds in, Ravens have barely even seen the point, never mind gone on it. 35 remaining.
It's always so tough for a new player in, like just trying to, especially as an AR player, work rotations, work on anchorings and setups, but it's just the SMGs for LA are not allowing Carolina to get put together in any form. Hydra now with an AR in hand. He's good for another. 19 and 14, more in front of him, but there's Rex trying to open things up. He does take down 2, leaving an opportunity for Gwyn to finish off the scrap time, but he will drop. LA starts to run away, and as we do, we move over to an LA Thieves listen in on rotation.
Rex, that office. Two. Gonna phone well, boys. Blocking the back. No, I'm blocking the back. I'll phone kill. They double spawn on the back. They double spawn on the back. I let them all spawn. Just hold. All there? Yes. They should all be there. I died. Definitely. Shoulder and elbow. One elbow. I'm office. We're gonna go office. You should have office. I'm getting 10. Office weak. No weak. I need two face. Look your top. Yeah. I ever touch that. Inner, watch out. Watch out inner teach, and then outer. Watch out outer. It's still flat. I can look at time teach. Then on time. It's time to clock control. Yeah, it's time. I'm gonna pitch window. Go cat. Yo, already cat. Cat one bullet. It's gonna hit flat. Go. Yeah. Shot. On time weak, right? Outer weak. And inner dead. Nice. Outer weak. Nice. Slasher. Outer siege. Half HP. That's cool. Right? One more outer. One more outer old. Help hold. Outer right now. And you. You and outer. You to mid. No, I don't see him. Good time. I got P2. Yeah. I jump up cat. Yeah, pushing P2 for me. Yeah, I got you. Oh, they're top open. I have double P2. I have full burning. Yeah, I'm holding fire pinch. Top open. Yeah, I have fire pinch turning. Top office. Close. Give me a second. In office. Office jumped out. Office said good come. Don't die. One shot. Both. Rex headshot. Nice. I blocked this one. Slasher just spawned. I'm taking fire. Yeah, go ahead. I spawned secret. I can take fire. Go do it. I have fire. I have all their side. I have all their side. Yeah, I heard you. Put your feet. Yeah, I'm laying down right here. Yeah, let's team shot. Yo, center for the slide, Paco, like to your right. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah. Oh, nothing here. They have to be in. Come on, last two. Nice. I'm sprinting.
Same absolutely perfect, and you even got Dan Ghosty telling Hydra where to put his reticle. Put it a little bit more towards the center to deal with the slide. I got you over the top. And again, it's just every single T is crossed, every single I is dotted. Envoy over the top of the head. He almost able to capitalize for maybe what would be the final game-winning play, but Carolina get a little bit of scrap, and they'll extend it to another hard point here. But Chris, it's just one of those things that you look at this, and it's just, again, LA Thieves dominating, not allowing Carolina any moments on rotation at all.
Yeah, it's just been consistent from them, hasn't it? Consistently behind the pace if you're the Ravens, and consistently finding everything you need to if you're the side of Thieves. I mean, Hydra right now is just, he's a ghost for them at the moment. He's really difficult for them to deal with, and they are not dealing with him. DJ will find something on Envoy, and this is a potential opportunity again for Ravens to get some okay time at P1, but it's also an opportunity for the Thieves to finish this one off. Ravens, you need to find a break at P1.
I think the storyline for this map, honestly, if you're looking at this from the perspective of LA Thieves, is that it just continues to force the Ravens to have to do two things at once. You got to break the roll, you got to rotate to do. You have to break the roll, you have to rotate to do. It's just too much stacked up against this Ravens team, especially now late in the game where you have to play the war on two fronts. Hydra just being annoying. The whole rest of the team is already ready to go for P2, but Hydra still hitting old time. And again, just keeps forcing the Ravens to make one and only one decision, and it's not going to feel good. So we go back over to Lambo. Maybe a chance for one more pinch, but Scrap shuts it down. 33 and 15. Oh my goodness. How about one with the pistol through the doors as well to finish that one off? Cool, calm, and collected. LA dominant.
Incredible work across the board. Everyone doing their jobs, and Ravens, a shaky start with the new roster online. It's always tough though. I mean, Thieves just so fluid. I think you kind of pointed out all the way through of just how they're able to skate across. Handshakes all around Thieves, one to the good.
Doctor. Clean stuff coming through. And again, it's one of those, like, this is a really tough debut matchup for Rex. Let's just call it what it is. Like, this whole move, it kind of, we talked about it a little bit in the beginning of this map. It's both, I think, easy to read in terms of, like, if you're Rex, like, great, you're gonna feel comfortable. You're into a three-man squad that has looked really solid across the entirety of the year. It's not a situation like you're the guy trusted to come in and completely, radically change the identity of a team. You're supposed to be an improvement. You're supposed to be a marked upgrade for what they feel like they were missing out on. So you feel like, okay, this is a comfortable spot for me to jump into. I don't have to worry about trying to do it all. I just gotta fulfill a role. Problem is, that role that they need is the role that they're missing out on when it comes to beating teams like Thieves. I mean, they've only gotten a single map win versus these guys. The same can be said when they play up against other teams in the same ballpark. You know, even talk about like your phases and things of the nature, even your Vancouvers. Like, it's not a good winning record versus those squads. And that's where the pressure comes in for Rex, is that you're now the guy that needs to escalate this team to be a definitive, at least top 3 squad. And at least in this opening instance, not an immediate improvement.
It's hard to do, especially you look at some of the top teams in this game. You're coming in against Thieves, like, all right, okay, yeah, all the best, like, straight into your first one at Hacienda. You've got Hydra literally everywhere. You got to deal with Scrap. I mean, it's nightmare feel. It's not like, you know, like, if he comes in and has a good game, it gives you that air of immediate confidence. And, you know, is it a case of reveling under that pressure? So far, not necessarily. Not going to point everything over towards him, because, I mean, when Scrap's hitting clips like that, I mean, my God, what are you supposed to do? LA Thieves, very comfortable map number 1, and it is a baptism of fire for Rex.
Yeah.
Welcome to the league, son.
Told. Yeah, exactly. And the thing about it again is, like, he's deserved this spot. You know, watching over the last 5 years, or even back to like 2019. Playing with that UYU team, you could definitely see that, yeah, this guy is shooting, and he's got the opportunity to really be a difference maker in the league. But like you mentioned, jumping right into one of the best respawn teams that we've seen in the CDL is not an easy feat. So now we take our focus to the search and destroy. And I will say, just kind of reflecting on how Carolina has been over the course of, we'll just call it the last stage or so. The search has actually been pretty positive for them overall. They still hold a pretty solid record, all things told. So you have to think that there are protocols in place. The only difference maker, though, is that this Carolina team has not played Rewind yet. So it's going to be a fresh look with a fresh roster take in this stage, Chris.
Yeah, it should be an interesting one, but I think, again, it's just going to be a case of keeping an eye on Hydra. Can they deal with him in and around the certain areas in the map? It is a tough one, but of course you need JARs. I think as well, especially for me, watching how this one does typically play, it's going to be about maybe retaking. Are you going to go for these big hits in over towards that A site? It's a tough one to try and deal with. There's a couple of different ways you can play it, but with the way that the Thieves are playing right now, and Search and Destroy as well, it is going to be tough. Envoy and Hydra are going to be big issues for Carolina heading into this one. And how do they deal with them? Find out very shortly.
Yeah, and just to kind of speak to where this KD comes from, a lot of it is off of their ability to open things up. Their opening dual win percentage is incredibly well placed on the leaderboards, individually on the player leaderboards. And I think just generally look at the whole squad. It's not just like one player is taking over, finding a first blood, and then we're chilling. It's a collective ability for them to jump in, isolate, and find a free first blood. It often goes untraded, it feels like. I think especially reflecting on their series versus LAG on red card, where it's just like they put themselves in what looks to be some pretty mixy areas, but are still finding a first blood, getting away with their lives. So that's going to be, I think, an interesting test. Looking at the rewind, which they're just 1-1 on so far on this stage, are LA Thieves. Their loss being to Toronto, which is a round 10 affair that honestly felt like it could have gone either way. So we'll see if the improvements are going to be there. And on the other front, let's see what the instant chemistry looks like when it comes to adding Rex to this Carolina roster.
Those opening duels going to be extremely important when it does come down to rewind. It's a tough one to retake in towards sites, attack, defense. We'll see how it goes down. But yeah, man, I think again it's a very, very tough one to be thrown into. As you mentioned, the record between these two teams speaks for itself. Thieves just got their domination. Opening salvo here on the outside over towards this 8 point. Not necessarily gonna get much from it for either one of these two teams, but Thieves taking their time, as are the Ravens.
Yeah, and for the Ravens, this is about trying to feel out if there's going to be any sort of a initial play towards gens. Nothing there, so you can take that ground and then use it as a linchpin towards capitalizing on any sort of a B hit if there is a pinch that becomes available. Gwyn the one trying to get a read on that, but again, for Thieves, really meticulously feeling things out, and they read that, okay, we can get into A. It's going to force the Ravens to have to largely play this flank through laundry.
Can they find a way in? Slasher with the opening blood. So I think one player's on the flank, and now it's going to be about what TJ can do as well. But Slasher well positioned. Can he find anything else? Yes, he can. TJ on the other side has done well. Hydra's the only one who can find it. Now left in the 1v3.
And the diffuser's already on for Gwyn. Maybe a chance to get here, beat the diffuser, but red on the side door. Kill comes through, but Hydra cannot commit to taking off the diffuser. So that'll be enough for Carolina to get the retake. A lot of good pressure around the flank. I think it is in particular, it's just that challenge that you see through the double doors at DVD. Slasher gets one for free before Hydra tries to slide out with that play. It just looked like maybe a miscomm right there for LA.
Hydra now gets a bit of nice timing over towards the backside of things in the last stages of that round, but that would have been tough from that. But yeah, Thieves get aggressive. Ravens patient. Surround them. Find the opening blood, and from there just collapse. Thieves are crumbling ever so easily. Ravens now on the attack themselves. Similar look this time out as well. Their plan potentially imminent, but Thieves maybe a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, and I think this is interesting because Slasher's already giving up street control. I think he may have gotten a read that someone had pushed through Burger. So you see Rex stepping up, pushing that off. And now you have an opportunity to maybe even try to use your numbers to take a 3v1 or a 4v1 out towards B. And that's exactly what happens. Envoy isolated. And now here comes the hit on to B.
Spot looking like it's going to go down. Hard retake for Thieves on this one. It's going to be on Hydra trying to find a route, but right now, Scrap the one who's finding the kills. The shot's crispy as ever. Finds a second. The third was nearly found, but everybody else can now kick into gear 2 versus 3 in favor of Thieves.
I love that from Hydra. Just mantles over, finds a couple of the pot shots, sets it up for Scrap to hop on for the defuse. Ghosty going to be watching right over the top of him, and Rex. Yeah, it's just one of those situations that you just are not going to have the time nor the space to jump back over to contest the defuse, and that's just an unbelievable first 2 from Scrap, followed up by good intel gathering from Hydra.
I mean, the shot for the player that he actually didn't kill, incredible as well. There's 3 on the line from him. Did find the third in the end, and it's all but written in the stars which way that one's going to go. But let's have a look at these shots again from Scrap from a third-person point of view. Gwyn deleted. It was Slasher who was like, "Oh, I'm challenging that." Wait, no, I'm not. TJ dealt with very quickly. Just the wherewithal from Scrap to know the challenge coming. Well played. Thieves bouncing back very, very quickly around that. Didn't necessarily look as clean cut as you would have wanted, but with Scrap finding players like that, always helps.
And that's the thing too. It's like, I think the Ravens make the right read, but yeah, when you got an island player like Scrap who can handle his own, that's good news. Envoy, ooh, sees the high-low stack over towards the connector, gets the read, hits the stun, now off the regen. Does he want to try to force this? And yeah, he will clear the staircase out. Important moment there for Thieves, is now they can get onto A.
Yeah, it's a freebie. Can you find anything for your Envoy this time? They re-wrap around, get very aggressive very quickly. Advantage now with Ravens, but bomb does go down.
problem here, though, is that you really are trusting that Hydra can get a read from inside the site, because everything else is just hoping you got good COD timing on the outside of the site, and that's just not coming through. Ravens, again, just making a mess of the outside of Jens, but hold up. They line up just a touch. No one's on for the defuse here. Hydra gonna get the reset. How does he win that? Just down to Slasher, to the 1v1 with Hydra. Time could be an issue for him. And Slasher's gonna go hunt for the kill. Has to find it and has to find it now. And he's just barely missed the shoulder from Hydra. There will not be enough time, nor will there be the chance as Hydra gets the shutdown. What a save.
And Scrap just looking over at his teammate and saying, how on earth has he pulled that one off? It's the kill on the Rex. Well, it doesn't seal the deal, but just about gets the pens out for that one for the side of the Thieves. Here we go. This was how it broke down. Finds one through the wall. It was the second that was picked up by Ghosty, but it's this one from Rex. 6 HP. Just on the regen. Takes one bullet and absolutely wipes Rex off the face of the planet. Big plays from Hydra. Thieves now in the lead.
Yeah, that's just, again, one of those moments that I was about to frame it up. Like, Carolina's finding a lot of defensive success playing through gens. But again, another individual moment comes through. Nades over the top of the defense. Not going to deter Ravens from jumping right on into the site, and Scrap is there to greet them. And it's not a welcoming greet, as TJ will find and be able to create an exit from this play, and a follow from Slasher gets us from a 2v4 to a 2v2 instantly.
Scrap maybe overheating with the child. Slasher will find it. TJ a little on his own here, but Thieves have been back down ever so slightly. Hydra and Ghosty happy to give up some map control and go for a retake on some sort of level if they can. TJ the tip of the spear. Slasher there, backing it up if he can as well, but A is going to be the opportunity. The Ravens. This is aggressive play. Hydra gets through and finds a second big play from the side of Thieves, but yeah, the timing not on their side.
You know, again, it's another one of those moments. I think if you look at that and just evaluate the decision, I actually kind of like the call from the Ravens to not just stay inside of A. The Semtex, the stun pushes them off the B site. You know there's going to be some sort of a wrap back into courtyard, but I just don't think you expect that LA are going to follow you out to street side. And that timing is just everything there for the Thieves. Just counteracted beautifully, considering that, again, the play call seemed pretty fluid for Carolina. It's just, again, timing-wise, didn't really work out.
It's one of those, isn't it? I think if Hydra doesn't win that first, it's a very different situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Scrap does well to find a couple, sets themselves up, and it's 4 in a row for Hydra. He highlighted he will be a big problem for Ravens to deal with him right now. They can't touch him.
Little feel out play on the extremities of the map right now as Ghosty's taking a look over towards Burger Street. You've got Envoy playing up in towards Courtyard and a late RC car to clean out the front side at A. The player that would maybe follow up on this would be Scrap. Shots come through, damage is in. Is there a follow-up? Is there isolation? No. Gwen's able to get back out, get the reset. We'll stay 4v4.
The French apparently not known for their driving. Slash will find one of the Ghosty. And Gwen finds another as well. 3 versus 2 now in the favor of the Ravens. Thieves have been battered away with a lot of pressure that was coming in. Gwen just playing the angle. Great nade on the Scrap. And now a 1 versus 3 for Hydra.
Yeah, it's just a really good feel out from Gwen. The nade, a bonus on it. Hydra on 4 in a row. May want to consider just chalking this round and seeing if he can stay alive, but the Ravens also aware that he's holding on to streaks, so the hunt is on. Hydra just running for his life. And honestly, he may have a chance to kind of throw this back to sender here.
It's just too many players around each other, though. This is surely going to be very difficult. Hydra, go for the plan. No time. Had to go for it. Ravens really well. Wolf packing together. And just difficult for Hydra on that. So big plays coming out from Gwyn, though. Really nice job over towards that side. He sets the round up for them. And Hydra can do very little on his own. 7-2 out of him now, but the round ultimately goes Ravens' way.
And it's another one of those moments that after the initial attack is kind of feeling things out on the outsides of the map. As soon as the RC comes through, Slasher slips up in towards really the drive-through lane. Getting the first blood and then holding his life is super crucial towards Carolina staying alive through the streak. So good response. We've got a bit of a chess game going on here, Don. And honestly, it's one of those situations that it feels like Ravens are, you know, trading power pieces nicely. It just comes down to how do we actually corner in the queen here, as it's going to be a high-low setup. It's double chowed out, and Envoy reaps the reward of 2. Rex trying to find the exit, but Ghosty will push him off, and we'll stay 3v2.
I think you described it perfectly. It is a bit of a chess game, isn't it? Of who, well, I mean, this is its own game on its own between Slasher and Scrap on the outside.
Facts.
Slasher seems to actually not be doing too badly when it comes down to these 1v1s on the outside. He's found a lot of success. And is that going to be a route for Carolina Royal Ravens to get back into this one? Still find themselves behind, but can be a game of chess over towards the safe side, really, can't it? Like, for all the iterations of Rewind that we have seen over the past, like, what, couple, like, month or so that it has been in, seen a lot of it in challenges, and it is very much, we want to have the give and take of getting a hold of A, and do we want to go for retake? Do we want to just hold it down? Right now, this 2v2, though, is pretty intense with both two teams very close to each other. Ghosty will find one. And now 1v2 for Slasher.
And he's a bit stuck at the moment. Here comes the double chow. Yep, opposite side of the hedge. Just no way you read that. And honestly, it's just one of those situations. If you're the Thieves, you play that perfectly. You know, if they plan at A, then okay, you've got the ability to slip outside, make sure there's no exit over through street. Otherwise, you're able to contest over through courtyard the whole time. But backing up into the Radio Shack area, the electronics store, you get an angle to see if they're going to push at you. And that's where Ghosty finds the follow-up first blood to the 2v2. And then, of course, this is the perfect double chow afterwards. So, again, very back and forth. And you're right. I mean, comparing this to what we've seen largely throughout the first portion of the stage, and especially you and I in Challengers, this has been anything but the normal head bash that we've seen, I think, a lot in the Challenger space. And even for a number of the teams that we've seen try to approach this rewind, this has been very strategic, very methodical for both teams. And now we're going to get our first level of defensive aggression from Carolina.
Scrap goes for it. Temptation was there. Gunfight's not quite falling for the Thieves. And Void Ghosty, though, do survive momentarily, but look at this map control for Carolina. We'll do well to throw this one away.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. Two isolated gunfights now have the map split into two different 1v1s, potentially. Ghosty, the bomb carrier, though, going to wrap all the way back around. Try to at least catch angles to where him and his teammate can trade each other out at worst, or maybe get team shots in at best. But Carolina's just going to hold and stick to their guns, kind of playing backside of A and keeping Slasher in a position to try to get read through courtyard.
Just for Ravens now, it's about sitting tight and just trying to control what you can, because as far as information goes, they could literally be anywhere, but you know they're not right now inside of A. About to collapse, though, from the outside. 22 seconds to go, 2v2.
Ghosty's going to get this plant off, though. Carolina not really privy to try to check for any sort of a plant, at least not at A. So it's going to have to be a retake. Rex, chance here. Clean. Trade, not going to be there for Ghosty. But does find a sub to play with. So against the two ARs, can he find a way to get into close quarters? Instead, he just finds Slasher pushing forward. This wasn't all that well timed. And Ghost is going to get the read here. That Rex is not going to nail it. Play for the defuse. And that decision comes through immediately. A 1v2 for Dan Ghosty. And Thieves continue just to outlast the Ravens in these tight rounds.
No, kiss of death from myself there for the Ravens. Except they deal well to lose it, and they did brilliantly at that. Two isolated gunfights, as you point out. Goes from a 4 versus 2 to a 2 versus 2 immediately. Bomb goes down around 45 seconds later, and Ghosty with the 1 versus 2. The Jackal pick up, working out in his favor, catches them off guard, and yeah, Rex just not close enough to his teammate there, and it just felt 1 by 1 from Ravens, and now they are 1 by 1 falling. As far as the rounds go, Thieves 1 away from closing this one out, and it might just be a headbutt to try and seal the deal.
Trying for it. Carolina, though, on the other side, making a quick play on the backside of Jens. Hydra has timing off this pinch. First blood there. Slips away, no trade. Now you take your focus back over to Scrap, who's gotten to read that Ravens are on the point. Envoy able to push on through. Good help coming out, and the Thieves, perfect. And so many of these rounds could have gone really either way. Again, I think Carolina make a couple of good reads, a couple of good adjustments, but that one was anything but, as the Thieves just outwin and outpower this Carolina attack.
Raw horsepower in that last one. Hydra winning the opening blood, and going from there, it's just a squeeze on Ravens, who go for the B push. That's just dipping in and out. Nothing they can do. Thieves very convincing in map number 2 as well as map number 1, in a very comfortable spot. But I mean, like, there was moments for Ravens there, though. They'll look back on it. That 4 versus 2. Right now we're sitting at 5-3 instead. It's definitely moments that they potentially could have went their way. I think a couple of 1v1s here and there. But definitely felt like there was opportunity for Ravens there, but they do not take it whatsoever. And a vault control is going to be coming up with LA Thieves. Totally good.
Yeah. It's just business as usual, though, right now, son. Hate to tell you, it's just the Thieves in this head-to-head matchup continue to find success no matter what the roster seems to look like. We'll head back to the desk to get their reaction before we come back to map 3.
Players, hear me out. If we're ready, let's just roll it right into game 3 because I think we all know what's going to happen here. Am I right, Allie?
Yeah, it's not looking great, especially with how bad control's been for Carolina Royal Ravens. This is the worst case scenario.
LA Thieves in control of this series. Let's take a look at the search and destroy. Is it just Dan Ghosty being Dan Ghosty? Is everyone good at search on this team? Why do they have the edge? Not just in hardpoint, but also the brains game.
Well, that's because they've just been putting the work in their search and destroy. That's been kind of their struggle, if you can even call it that, throughout the start of this season. But since like the end of last stage, they've essentially put in so much work in cleaning up the search and destroy. And it's because like they know how to play like their timings. I think that round 7 was a really good example when Dan obviously gets stuck in that 1v2. But even before that, there were moments where they stopped just to give themselves the opportunity in case they were being chased, in case there was any info on the side of Carolina Royal Ravens, to see if there was a player on their tail. And once there wasn't, they were able to work the site together and give Dan this opportunity to essentially 1v2. Not only were we solo challenging him, but we're allowing him the space to back up and grab an SMG. So for Carolina Royal Ravens, just a couple of mistakes.
Dan Ghosty playing him like fiddle. 6-2 is the final score at the end of Search and Destroy, but the pain started even before that with rewind time to Hacienda Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, LA Thieves just dominated them here. And then on that Hasi, you know, it's Dylan Rex's first map in the Pro League this season. And what happens? Scrap goes 34-15. He's like, this is a pro AR, my
Slasher
friend.
shot down a Hellstorm, though. Highlight for Carolina early.
Shot out nice. I mean, yeah, the P2s, they got absolutely rocked on P2. Yeah, Carolina, I mean, you could tell, like, this roster just formed, bringing Dylan Rex in. This is a very, very tough draw, having to play LA Thieves in your first match. They get pummeled out the game.
Can we look at the scoreboard here, though, Al? It was just a 20-point difference. Now it's 40 points. LA just runs away in the second half. Did they find confidence? Was it just the setups and defending the hills? How do you close out a game this impressively, consistently against Carolina?
The game flow tipped scales, essentially, in that second P2 when LADS got a huge chunk of that time, and all 4 of them were able to make their way over to the fences and get that unreal break off of the back of Hydra and Dan. That momentum shift was just allowing them to control the pace of the game from then on out, and Carolina Royal Ravens just didn't have anything to work with.
So far, he's got 23 kills in the 2 games, a .77. Search and Destroy, though, he was just pushed around, bullied by Dan Ghosty. It's not too bad, a .77.
I mean, over 2 maps?
I've seen a .3 on this show before, Al.
That's true.
Listen, he's not Thanos, all right? These guys have been getting rocked by LAT all season long. It's just a team gap.
What would the bracket look like, I'm told? Well, they have it previewed for us. Thank you very much. If Thieves win this series 3-1, this is a rematch in the opening round. So if I'm Royal Ravens, I'm like, guys, if we want to make it to round 2, we got to get to a game 5 right now.
These guys do not want, this is insane. Like, you get handed this loss and then immediately have to go up against them round 1. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a rematch kind of situation.
It's not a good thing. They're going to be 5-0 against Carolina this year.
Yeah, definitely not a good thing. Honestly, this bracket, though, is electric. I mean, you look at some of these matchups. Miami versus Ultra would be awesome. Breach versus Optic has the makings of a great round, and then Surge and FaZe, Allie.
Godlike.
Yeah, set that one up. Last match of the day.
We should lock that bracket up. I think it looks great as it is.
We're looking at a 5th team finishing 4-1. LA is 1 game away. Do they do it here, Ton?
Great question. I would presume so. I mean, look, I think this has looked very, very convincing from the side of Thieves throughout the last 2, but I mean, can they bring it back? I always like to sow the seed of some potential, but I'm not feeling it right now.
No, it's definitely, again, it's one of those mismatch type of relationships between these 2 teams in the head-to-head. It's just one of those situations that it's just the Carolina team cannot crack the code for this Thieves squad. There's been a lot of those, though, because there's also been moments where we've seen other teams struggle just being able to figure out another top 3, top 4 team. So tough scenes overall in terms of how you kind of see this head-to-head matchup. But again, this comes with, I think, a little bit of forgiveness just due to the fact that we are dealing with a new roster with Dylan. You're playing up against a red-hot Thieves team that's looking for blood, I think, going through not just this qualifier, but especially the major upcoming.
Yeah, and the major upcoming is something we kind of just talk about that. I'm not too sure if the guys on the desk kind of just touched on it, but if LAT go on to win this series 3-0, 3-1, which is looking very, very likely, this will be winners round 1 for both these 2 teams. So it is a dress rehearsal to a certain degree for both these squads heading into the major. So I think for both of them, it's a good opportunity, especially I would say to get Rex on the board and kind of get things rolling. You know, this is the game you're going to have when we get over towards Miami, and that is, I suppose it's a good thing, right? You know, they can kind of go into it to know what to expect when we do get to that stage. For them though, I mean, where are you kind of lying with it? Kind of go one way where if you get slammed like what is currently happening, then is that going to affect you negatively, or you just say, okay, well, let's prepare ourselves, let's change up what we did heading into that game. You don't want game they'd rather win, and that's the one on live.
Yeah, and I think the other part about this, like, just to kind of wrap up this Carolina story and how their season has gone, 19-12 overall record in their head-to-heads or their win-loss category. 10 of those losses have come by way of Atlanta, LA Thieves, Toronto, or Vancouver. So it's like, again, that's how you evaluate what this move is supposed to do for Carolina. It's to try to get past those guys, to find a first win versus a team like Vancouver, to find a first win versus a team like LA. That puts you in a spot to potentially contest for a championship. It just comes down to, can they actually do that? Because for a team that I think has often been in between top 3 some weeks, maybe top 6 others, you're trying to find a consistent level of being able to compete with the top dogs in the league this year.
It's a difficult thing to do. And those top dogs are serious ballers, and it's a big step up, a big step up. And for Rex as well, is, as mentioned, into the fire. But let's see how it's going to go on map number 3. Can they turn this one around? Feels unlikely, but hey, there's been plenty of surprises on Easter before. I'm down for one again. Let's get it.
It is tough though. I mean, you can even see the dynamic between these two squads right now. Like Carolina's like just trying to lock in, trying to find the rhythm, trying to get this engine moving, whereas Thieves are just hanging out, vibing, leaning back, smiling, cracking jokes, getting ready to go. Casual fist bumps on that bottom level of the screen as well. Thieves feeling very comfortable, very confident in their ability to take down this Carolina team, no matter what the roster looks like, especially as we start to look at a Vault Control, a map mode combo that has been well rehearsed for Carolina, at least in the roster previously, but for Thieves, 9-2 on it. So not exactly what I would say is unfamiliar territory for them either.
Currently in a 4-win spree in Control, a 5-loss spree for Carolina. And the writing is firmly on the wall here, but as mentioned, we've been surprised before. And it would be a good time for Carolina to try and surprise us here in this series, because it has been one-sided. It's been one-way traffic. I can go on and on. Thieves, though, looking to close this one out quickly. And, well, get back to the families here on this Easter Sunday.
Yeah, exactly the case. I'm also just kind of, again, just to point your attention towards it here, friends. You know, the question was asked in the desk, could Rex run a sub? He absolutely can. It just may be a map at certain moments and times where you might see him pull one out or find one on the ground and just trust it the rest of the way. That slasher can kind of hang on, but, well, it's not been a good break off here, Tony. We've got a 4-for-1 exchange. Second tick already done. TJ with the opener. Nice. There's Rex with a sub and a chance to contest the rest of this A zone.
Yep, nice bait and switch. Amboy, though, doing the right thing. Diverting attention, taking away pressure. Can't necessarily set up the phone trap. Oh my god, the snap. Ridiculous if he finds the second. Are you kidding me? Envoy. Incredible from the Thieves. Pushing forward, keeping that pressure on even when it looks unlikely. Ravens can just do nothing right now.
No, they really can't. 2 ticks done today. Second tick on the way at B. Wouldn't shut down. There's 3 dead. Rex last one left, and he will be found. Envoy has been chilling on this zone. Well, he hasn't been chilling. He's been in a war zone. But he's coming away with every single kill. That'll be the B zone. Wow. You've got one member already on over towards A. Honestly, surprised that Hydra just didn't stack it to get this thing done quicker, but he's playing off the cross. Scrap hanging out, isolating, and wow, Ton, this is an absolute clinic for an opening offense.
Oh my word. I mean, just flawless. It's Envoy for me that really does put a button in that one. I mean, we see a couple of kills go the way of the Ravens over towards the A side. Think, okay, cool, retake. Obviously, okay, well, let's just ease some pressure. Slash a dead Rex. Just not a nice gunfight for either one of them, but it's Envoy who gets the better side of it. 6-1 from him. Big heads up play to just, as mentioned, put your resources in the right place at the right time. Job is done. Thieves get the attacking round they need.
And I think that's one of the first times that we've really been able to, at least from like on board with Envoy, see the decision come through about, we've got a good progress at A. It's starting to get a little dicey. Get out, put the pressure back to B, and Ravens just cannot get their heads on straight after that point. Stun comes over towards the top side of Catwalk. I actually think that hits Gwyn, so that slows down this potential play to play from the high ground. The dive in still coming through though for Carolina, jumping on the point, but the pinch is here, and everything just unfolds in the blink of an eye.
Yeah. Feels like a defeated team right now. And with that Ravens are playing yet. It's one of those moments where you think, okay, what grit have you kind of got in this series? What have you got to show? Right now, very little. They can barely win a gunfight. It's combined 9 kills across the board for Carolina. The Envoy has 7 on his own. This is now a dangerous position to be in.
We just can't find kills here, Ton. That's
Nope.
literally all it is right now. No one can find a kill. Finally, we got some space to get out of spawn. Envoy, though, okay, he is right over towards gold. Good follow-up from Slasher to take care of it. And an opener over towards A. Could be a chance to develop as Ghosty is taken down, and this first tick should be guaranteed.
Potential now for the Ravens. Can you solidify A? Give yourself an opportunity. It's a beautiful thing about Control. If you've been getting, well, farmed off your respawn for a couple of minutes, you need a couple of good breaks to come through, but the same can be said for the Thieves. Ah, yeah, it's just too easy. Far too easy to find their way back in. 22 to 15 as far as the lives go. 30 seconds for Ravens to try and extend that time.
And the spawn trap is already starting to get built here for LA. Pinch on the way from Hydra as the hit starts to develop back over towards the A zone. Hydra clears 1 on street. Allows the defense to keep their eyes firmly planted on this A zone, where Envoy will get in for a little bit of contest. Follow-up could be there, though, from Rex. Good double. Should be an extra 60 unless Ghosty can create something, but not going to happen. 4 life advantage, minute 15 on the clock as LA try to continue this defense.
I think if you had given this result so far to Ravens, considering how the start of the round went, I think they'd be surprised that they kind of got to this stage. You'd take it. But right now, this is the kind of problem you got to deal with. Ghosty in the middle of the map, marauding around. It's always about the flanks when you're trying to just isolate over towards B. It's easier for Thieves just to spread themselves somewhat thin, but the players, with the way that they are shooting right now, the way that they're moving, it ain't that thin really, is it? It's feeling very thick, if anything else.
Yeah. Oh gosh, and we're losing long range gunfights there. So again, any potential for this pinch to find success on B is pretty limited to just what TJ can find, and he only gets 1. 4 lives remaining here for Carolina, and you're right. You know, creating something out of nothing there from the Ravens is not the worst news, but it may not make much of a difference here, Tom, when you're still down 0-2 out of all control, where you're going to have to inevitably play another offense.
I'm reaching at straws, Alan. I'll be honest with you, Shift.
That's fair.
I'm trying to think of a real light for the side of Ravens. We can find 1 gunfight, but with Thieves now, just an utter domination. It's too easy. Thieves 2 to the good in the series, 2 to the good in the Control. This one, well, there's been speedy, to say the least.
Yeah. And I don't know. I think this is one of those situations that you look at and say darkest before the dawn here in terms of what this new roster could be. But the problem is you just don't have a lot of time to do what you want to do with this change. Like, with the principle of why you went down the change in the first place was to find somebody who could up your slaying potential, up that flex role that has been so crucial in the last couple of weeks now here in the CDL. And jumping in, having to play Thieves as your debut match, and then go to the LAN and likely have to play them again. Yeah. That's just, again, such a rude awakening to get your CDL debut.
Ghosty and Kodo, they want to solidify this one if they can. Feels like we need a really strong opener for the side of Ravens. But I mean, look where Hydra is. He's barely even had a gunfight. Scrap and Co doing the work for him and now positioning himself so well. Ravens, I mean, there's a lot of work they've got to get through if they want to even get to the point to try and defend it. B, 1 tick in. Hydra holding. Can only find the 1. Nice bait and switch. Sasha will be there for the pickup, but so much pressure from Thieves once more.
Yeah. Well, the good news is the defense starts to come to life here right before the second tick gets locked, and you have a follow-up kill from TJ at mid, so there will be no transition here from the Thieves to get immediately onto the 8 points. So clock will tick. Slasher gets a read that there is at least some sort of a threat up top of the catwalk. Oh, and the commitment was already halfway there for LA to try to jump onto the point. So timing will work. Defense really putting themselves together and getting a little bit of depletion on that second tick at B.
Yeah, they've done well. And now for Thieves, this is difficult. Ravens have had a chance to set themselves up, holding those irons and finding gunfights so far. Hydra is able to answer back with 1 though. Doesn't get too aggressive, but that will have Ravens on a swivel. You'll be thinking, okay, Hydra, has he got aggressive? Has he pushed? No. Still just holding down, but Ravens still doing a good job here. Hydra will find a second, and Thieves will eventually start to click into gear over towards the A side. Potentially on the cards now. Ravens did well. 29 seconds to go.
Yeah, that's great patience, though, from LA with the clock kind of ticking in your head as you're trying to get something going, but with just 2 members left alive, they find the kills that they need, and now can force Carolina to be in a pretty difficult spot to retake, or will they? TJ, good 3, up and over, gets the informational read, Rex to follow with the pistol, and now you're just gonna need to kill another 25 seconds. This has been solid, only 3 ticks earned.
TJ doing well. It's 4 in a row now. trying to survive and doing well. The rest of the Thieves trying to find a way through. For all they were patient previously, you do maybe need to get your skates on in this one. Ghosty can find 2. Scrap will find another big opportunity to extend that time, and they should.
Yeah, and you've got Scrap already getting forward towards the B zone. Exit kills from TJ looking decent now on 6 in a row. Diving back over towards Vault Stairs. Gets the read that there is someone up the middle. That's Ghosty, who the timing of does come through in favor of the Thieves. Trades out. Envoy wins another one. Now Scrap can push forward towards side door at Art. Oh, this is looking dangerous once again as here come the Thieves right down B Street.
And the alarm bells are ringing. Hellstorm coming in and finding plenty.
No.
TJ can find something, but Envoy now just putting maybe the final nail in here for the side of Ravens. Thieves in complete control.
Yeah, just another one in a long string of series where the Thieves have had no issues whatsoever with this Carolina team. Only a single map in the history of them playing now 5 times has been won by Carolina. It just feels like one of those draws that you look at and say, well, chalk and go next, because they just cannot figure out this Thieves team.
Just raw horsepower across the board from the side of Thieves. It never looked like it was going any other way. And for Rex, yeah, truly the baptism of fire.
Yeah,
it's just it's a tough one. But look, I mean, you look at how this matchup's going to go, and you know, we kind of mentioned it. What side of the coin do you look at it on as from the side of Ravens? You know, you got each other the very first time. Of course, just before we're going over towards land, you're going to be playing up against each other in winners round 1. The Thieves, just the air of confidence. For Ravens, a lot to work on, but have you got time to work on it? That's the question.
Yeah, I know this is one of those things, and I'll go to bat for my guy Dylan Rex right now. Like, he's been so solid, and it's not just the fact that he's been solid in challengers. He's done it with a variety of teams. He's done it pretty much all throughout the year when it comes to what he's done in the elite stage this year. Even when his team had gotten picked apart, like Neptune and Lunar is getting lost off that opposite Brooklyn team. He's done it in the past. He's done it time and time again. He deserves this shot without question. That's just one of those matchups that you're just like, hang on, you're in for the ride of your life. And the thing about it is, you're gonna have to figure that out and get yourself mentally prepared to do it all over again. But with the trash talk of Scrap being directed right at you, because these two teams will be playing the opening round at Major 1. Ton, this was fun. It was short. It's just something about us casting multiplayer together. It's just over the blink of an eye.
Oh man, done very, very quickly. I'm sure the guys on the desk probably don't have a whole lot to say about that one because it was over so quick.
Nah,
not really.
I'm good.
I mean, we broke it all down like literally 5 minutes ago.
Word to Octane. Thieves are unstoppable, undeniable online, bro. This is the best online team of all time.
7-0 in the previous stage, now 4-1 as we head into Major 3. They make a 5-way tie at 4-1. It's going to get weird down in Miami, and tough draw here for the Royal Ravens. They are going up against Thieves again in just 5 days.
Yeah. They're going to get whooped again.
You can't make a whole lot of positives about it, can you? I mean, to try to sell the dream of like, now you know if you're Dylan Rex what it's like to play against these guys, so maybe you are able to have immediate access to recency bias VOD, but yeah, LA Thieves, just unbelievable stuff from them. My only worry is that their only test of the split really was versus the Toronto Ultra, and again, we had that interview with Scrap where he was like, you know what, we just haven't been put in tough spots, and they haven't been putting too many online this split either.
And you don't have to have like a great understanding of the game to be able to look at numbers. And I think that's the first thing people are going to see is the stats here from Dylan Rex. And they're going to say he doesn't belong in the league. I listened to Shift at the end of that series, and he and Study have been watching a lot of challengers.
Dylan Rex is good.
You're going to see a much better performance next time he's in a series. A rough opening. You're playing against Puckett's Powerhouse tonight. Scrap getting the job done, 34 kills in map number 1, setting the tone with a plus 19 in almost 3,600
34 and 15, unreal. And this is what you're getting out of your AR, dude. Like, this teams would kill for this.
LA Thieves are now going to be moving on to Boca Raton with a 4-1 record. You've saw the bracket. We're going to update it one more time, and we got to chat with our winners about this victory tonight. Dan Ghosty, you get to go celebrate, my guy. How was this quick 3-0 for you?
It was nice. We came out swinging, handled business, and it was just a clean series straight up.
My God, Dan, I can't ask you anything about the game. You guys are literally unreal across the board. So instead, I'm going to ask you about next week. Outside of getting back to play on LAN, what is LA Thieves going to do first thing when they land in Miami?
first thing when we land,
yeah,
honestly, go straight to the hotel and then get some grub. That's always the flow. Yeah, check it and eat.
Dan, I want to ask you, your 4 wins this play were all 3-0, and you have obviously the loss to Toronto. For you guys, how do you identify what to work on when in the majority of these series you're running through the teams that you play? That was the same case last split, but then we got to land, different story. So what changes now?
You can just always be better, and I think that Toronto loss taught us a lot, just about like how we can be resilient and stuff like that, and even keep series close whenever they're battering us like they were. But just making sure that we're always trying to get better and watching other teams, because even if we do something the best, there's also something else that we maybe are not the best at.
Another quick one, after your guys' first match, we talked to Scrap, and he said, you guys weren't rehearsed in the situations when you were down. Do you feel like you've made progress in that regard coming into this next major?
Yeah, definitely. That's probably... Sorry, they're so loud over there. But that's definitely been one of our focus points going into this event.
Okay, sounds good. Not revealing too much.
All right, Dan, we can get a chance to chat with you in just a few days. We'll let you go celebrate with your team right now.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good night.
LA Thieves, a top 2 team since the start of the season, and they remained there at the end of our Major 3 qualifiers. Fantastic day of action, Allie.
Amazing day of action. I think we should go all the way back to the top of it. What do you think?
Would you like to?
I would like to.
Too bad. We got to do the scuff play of the game first. Hydra had a pretty good one. You want to see it?
Yeah, I do want to see it, actually. This guy is one of the best POVs in the league, and I still couldn't blink my eyes. The last time we talked to him a couple weeks ago, it was like, about 80% right now. He's looking on 100.
Yeah, he's absolutely insane this split. I mean, they all were.
He hit his shots today.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra's a demon to deal with, and when everybody's confident around him as well in the system and what they're doing is when he's the most free on the map, because when you're an AR player, you have a sub like this, you just know if I block spawns, he's going to do it all for me.
Time for our recaps as we break down all of the action of our final 3 qualifier games. It started with a good showdown. Boston versus Vegas, and at halftime, Vegas was up 2-0, guys. They were on match point for 3 straight maps, but Boston doesn't go away.
Absolutely heartbreaking series. Depending what side you're looking at it, if you're a Boston Breach fan, absolute tenacity out of them to come back into that Game 5 win. From the side of Vegas Falcons, though, I mean, you're upset. You're selling that map number 3. It was one of your best opportunities. You get your best control map. You sell there, and the map 4, unfortunately, was just back foot the entire time. The map 5, all the way to an incredibly painful round 11. Vegas Falcons, I mean, they look good heading into the major, but unfortunately do not get that winner.
Question, Ant, is Vegas Falcons the scariest team waiting for you in that elimination bracket?
I don't think so. I think it's still Mini, the scariest team in the elimination bracket, but everybody's looking scary right now. Like Mini, I think C9's down there as well, right? So you can't count them out. We saw our last match. But today, Cammy, we got to show him some love. Had a phenomenal performance. And in the control, the map that got them back into it, he popped off for the round that got them going.
Optic took a map off of FaZe, and the crowd got excited. Then Atlanta finished the deal. Let's take a look at how they settled the score. Games 2, 3, and 4 in a row. Who was your MVP, Al?
Ooh, my MVP, I have to say Draza. I think Draza had an unreal series.
Ant doesn't like that answer.
Might disagree with me, but I just go back to his 6th spree in that map number 1. His 4th spree in the Search and Destroy, but he really can't toss it anywhere, Ant. Who do you got?
Yeah, I would go with Simp. I mean, I think the 12 kills in the Search and Destroy, pretty good. 3 bloods, and then in that control where he was just frying them. You've seen it on your screen right here. He's currently on a 7 streak, just piecing them up, man. Like Simp just has that takeover ability. It feels like when things are not going their way, he's one of the guys primarily
that was a Celium double kill, by the way. You did see that accurately, chat. Celium and friends have the number 1 seed on the season. But where is Atlanta at the end of all of our qualifiers? Not the best run they've had so far.
Yeah, after watching that series, you would have think they at least would have been in our top 4, but no, they're actually sitting at 6 right now, 3 and 2. A couple of short steps from Atlanta FaZe, but they've been testing a lot of maps during this split.
5 teams finished 4 and 1. It was a crazy qualifier, and what does that mean? Well, we have an insane opening round of the winners bracket. Rocker, Gorilla Mates, Falcons, and Cloud9 all waiting in elimination, but we'll be kicking things off on that Thursday with the Big 8.
I mean, just stories across the board. Miami versus Ultra, 2 of our highest engagement teams. They're going to be up against each other. Vancouver Surge, their initial win versus Atlanta FaZe. That started their run. We got so many bangers on this day.
I have a flight in 13 hours. down to Boca Raton.
You hype?
I'm ready.
He's
He's
ready
going
for some
early.
sun.
Chat, he's ready, bro.
I will be
ready.
so
sunnies
sunburned by the
yesterday.
time you see me on Thursday. Shout out to everyone who stayed tuned for the whole show. It's the end of our Major 3 qualifiers. We'll see you at the Major 3 LAN on Thursday.
Candy paint on large truck, yeah, we steady popping drops so low for the street, y'all can't stop us. Detroit top, go ahead and say something. Stay on top, got to keep running. Hard knock, anti-hero, aftershock, 60 from zero, way out past the lines. Rest up, here to get what's mine. Stay down when I ride. What's mine?